Good morning, everybody. It is day 2 of SewCreative Live Spring Social. I hope that everybody was able to tune in yesterday. We had a wonderful time. If you didn't get a chance to tune in yesterday, we are going to be playing the replay on our YouTube, so be sure to check that out. We will also be sharing the other ones after they are done. So, like I said, we had a wonderful time. If you're just joining us, SewCreative Live Spring Social is a virtual sewing event. We have a bunch of wonderful guests that join us that either show some projects, some sewing projects, quilting, embroidery, just regular sewing, garment sewing, and just talents in the sewing world in general. So we have a lot of fun guests today. And our first guest is going to be Tricia Camacho with Creative Costume Academy, which I'm super excited about because she is going to be doing Pattern Making 101. So I'm going to give you a list of what else is coming up a little bit later. So we are very excited to talk about that. Thank you, Brian. He pulled up our schedule for today. Let me scroll down. We've got, like I said, Tricia. She's going to be first with the Pattern Making 101. Super thrilled about taking in that information. Also, if you want to go to our Facebook page, which is Sewing Parts Online Sewing Community, it's our Facebook group, actually. I have pinned a post right at the top. Tricia was kind enough to supply a free half-scale pattern that she'll be using today. So if you want to download that, you'll have it ready for her segment. Also today, we have Luann Hartley. She's coming back. She's with Juki. She's going to be talking about Coverstitch and Serger and what the differences are. And then following her is going to be Ashley Dell with Floriani. And she is specifically going to be showing us embroidery on garments. So I am very excited about that. She will be featuring the Total Control U software and give us some information on how to use that. Our good friend Chelsea Swindle is going to cover best notions to use while sewing garments. Are you starting to see a pattern? Yesterday, we did a lot of information on quilting. Today, we're going to be doing a lot of information on garment sewing. So after that, we've got Miriam Coffey with Janome. She's got a couple of amazing machines, one being the Memory Craft 14,000 and the other one being the 1600P QC. And then Cait Trantham, you may know her as Cait Conquers on TikTok. She is a fabulous upcycler. She's going to be coming on and telling us a little bit about how she got into that and how she gets inspired. So that's going to be tons of fun. And then Harley, of course, is going to be back from Arrow Sewing, and we're going to talk about some amazing furniture for your sewing space. So it is going to be a jam-packed day, a lot of fun. And again, if you didn't see yesterday, you'll want to tune into those segments as well because we had a wonderful time. But I do want to go over a couple of things. So SewCreative Live Spring Social is a virtual sewing event. Throughout this event, we give special pricing that we can't display online. So you'll see our sale price that we have, but you can call in for an even better event price, which is a really significant savings. So you'll want to give our customer service a call and they'd be more than happy to help you out. And we are also going to be doing a giveaway every single segment. If you did tune in yesterday, you probably were amazed by the giveaways. We had such fun giving away different machines. We had the 16X mid-arm machine along with a cutie. We had a couple of Baby Lock Joy machines and just a whole lot of goodies. So today, it's not going to be any different. We're going to have a lot of fun giveaways. And Brian, do you want to pop on and tell a little bit about how we're doing our giveaways?
Yeah, definitely. So if you were here yesterday, you know about the surprise spring word. So it's a little bit like a scavenger hunt. So hold on, I need to take my headphones off because I'm hearing myself talk. So
makes it a little awkward, right?
It does. So it's like a scavenger hunt. During each segment, we are going to give away a prize that is designated to that segment. The giveaway tool is going to reset every hour, and there is going to be a surprise flower that pops up in the top left of the screen. So when that pops up, you will put that in the comments, and that will enter you into the giveaway for that segment. We will draw a winner at the end of the segment, and then we will reset the giveaway for the next one, and there will be a new surprise word that pops up. So just stay tuned, keep your eyes peeled, and it will pop up. You'll probably see people go wild in the comments at some point. We had a bunch of people yesterday who were asking, why is everybody commenting #daffodil? That's why. So yeah, just keep your eyes out. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you, Brian. Also, I do want to mention, in addition to our special event pricing, we also have a coupon code that is displayed on our website right now for 34,000 eligible items. You can get 15% off. So all you have to do at checkout is do SCLSS, so SewCreative Live Spring Social, and you'll get that 15% off on eligible items. All right, well, we also are going to talk a little bit about the final prizes for each day. So as Brian had mentioned, we're doing a giveaway after every single segment, but at the end of the day, we're doing something big. And then we also have our grand prize on day 4. So the big prize for today, let me see if I have an overlay where I can show you what it is. And, oh, I thought I had one, maybe not. But it is the Cutie frame and a light bar, and which is a 5-foot light station, and an 8-pack of finesse thread. So let's just talk a little bit about what that is. The Cutie, you're wondering, what the heck is a Cutie? The Cutie is a tabletop frame. You can use it with a domestic machine like this Allegro. You can put it on your carriage and you're able to do some free motion sewing using a frame and your machine. And you can also use the domestic machine, and then you could do a mid-arm machine like the 16X that was given away yesterday. And you can also bump it up to a 19X or a 21X. All of those machines are compatible with the Cutie tabletop frame. The thing that's really nice about the tabletop frame is it's exactly that. It can go on a table. And so if you don't have a large space, it is wonderful just to get you into some of the free motion sewing on a frame. So it's a wonderful prize, along with that light station that goes above where you're working. It's a 5-foot light station. And then you've got an 8-pack of the finesse quilting thread, which is a fantastic product. So we are excited to give that away. We also have a couple of other fun giveaways. There's one every segment, but a couple other ones that we're going to be doing is the Janome 2030 DCT. This is a $700 value. It's a computerized machine. That one is going to be a whole lot of fun. And then, of course, we all love some additional storage, right? So this is donated to us from Arrow. Thank you so much, Arrow. It will house, obviously, any knickknack that you want and a whole bunch of thread. And this is a value of $249. So we're going to continue giving away some amazing prizes and have a lot of fun. And then on day 4, we are going to be giving away the Triumph. So if you've been with us before, we love to give away the Baby Lock Triumph. It is an amazing, amazing serger and cover stitch machine. And if you were on yesterday, I'd mentioned that Brian and I just got back from Baby Lock training, and we got to use this machine, and it was so wonderful. You can do so much with it. And you can also switch it over to a cover stitch machine. So as I mentioned, Luann's going to be popping on a little bit later today talking about the differences between a serger and a cover stitch. But just so you're, kind of have it in the back of your mind, a serger will finish your edges. It'll cut your fabric and finish your edges. It can be used for construction. You'll see it on the inside of your shirts. So it's a great way to make your garments look very professional. And then your cover stitch is going to be for hemming. So if you look at the bottom of your shirt where it's turned in and you've got the dual lines of stitches, you're going to see that it's not cut or anything. You just have a very professional finish with your hems. So Luann will go more into that later, but we are going to be giving away that today. So we're going to have a whole lot of fun. And anything else that I need to mention today, Brian?
Well,
I think we're good.
First giveaway of the day. That's using #SewCreativeLive in the comments. So if you guys didn't see that earlier, make sure you put #SewCreativeLive in the comments.
So we put that up right away this morning. So we're hoping that you've been commenting. Let's take a peek over there. See a whole lot of #SewCreativeLive. We like to start the day off with a whole lot of fun. We're going to do the giveaway. We're going to have the ABC Pocket Guide. This is supplied by Schmetz, and it is a fabulous resource about needles, what type of needles to use and when, sizes, and color coding. And there's also a fun little luggage tag here and 5 packs of needles that are ideal for quilting, but you can use them for other things as well. You've got universal, jeans needles, top stitch needles, quilting needles, and sharp needles.
And Rhonda from Schmetz travels with that luggage tag on all her baggage.
She does. And do we happen to have a picture of Rhonda handy?
You know what? We might. You know what? I think it's on day 4.
Oh, we'll have to share it when she joins us on day 4. But we met her at QuiltCon, so we've been communicating by email for a while, and so it was really, really fun to get to see her in person. So we had an awesome time. But we also got to meet Chris Marchini. We know how to pronounce his last name now. Yesterday, we covered that. We got to meet him at QuiltCon yesterday too. So if you didn't get to see his segment, he did a whole quilt yesterday, and he also provided a free PDF download of his instructions, which you can also find on our Facebook group. And that's pinned at the top as well. And in addition to that, you can find his free instruction guide on his website, which is Rose City Originals.
It was a really cool segment.
It was a wonderful segment. And he made it all the way through. I mean, he pieced his quilt.
He did a whole quilt in 1 hour. That was crazy.
Yeah, he did a wonderful job. He even got it all bound and everything. So if you have any questions on how to make your first quilt, it's going to be a great resource to go back and watch.
I wanted to pop up really quickly and just answer this question that Pamela Tinkle posted. By the way, hi, Pamela Tinkle. We see you at every event. We're glad that you're here for this one too. She asked if we post the winners every day. We do not post the winners every day. So we will post them next week on our Facebook community group. So if you're not a part of that, please go ahead and join. All the information will be posted on that. Before we do the first giveaway, Tricia, do you want to say hi to some people?
I would love to.
Here's somebody who comes to every single event too, and that's Rebecca Newell.
Oh yes, Rebecca, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Cynthia Whippler is here from Minnesota.
Hello, I'm from Minnesota too.
Brigitte Thiel from Missouri is here.
Good morning, good morning.
And of course, somebody who won something yesterday and has been at all 3 of our events, and that's Cheryl Squirrel.
Cheryl Squirrel. Congratulations, by the way. I see that your internet's bad today. Hopefully you'll be able to still tune in and comment. But if not, like I said, we are going to be posting the replays on our YouTube channel. All right. Well, that is a whole lot of fun. We are going to get ready for the day. And as I mentioned, Tricia Camacho is going to be the first one. We'll give it a go, and then we'll pull her up and have her introduce herself.
All right. Let's go with this.
Thank you. It's going to be a good day. All right, so let's give away those needles. Who's it going?
Oh, we won!
We won! We're picking again. Darn, we can't win.
That's funny.
Oh, we've got lots of needles. If you ever need needles, hit us up.
Shannon McDonald, congratulations.
Congratulations, Shannon. We'll go ahead and get these sent to you. So let's go over how to claim your prize, actually, so that then anybody that wins a prize will know how to do that. I'm going to just pull up this overlay. All you have to do is go to Linktree/Sewing Parts Online and click Claim Your Prize. That's going to direct you to a form. Just fill out that form, and we will get your prize sent out to you. And we will, like Brian said, display those winners next week on Monday or Tuesday on our Facebook group and our YouTube community. All right. Are we ready to get started, Brian?
I think so.
All right. Sounds good. All right, well, we are going to go ahead and pull up Tricia, and she's going to introduce herself and tell us a little bit about what she does.
Hello.
Good morning,
Can everyone hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, great.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, and I like that we're twins. Not only are we both Tricia, but we're also twins today.
I love it. A little bit of blue, and we were talking about it before that we both are Tricias and we both spell it the same. So I'm calling us cool. Although I've been told that it's not cool to say cool.
Oh, I mean, we're always got to keep up with the newest things, right?
Right.
Well, my name is Tricia Camacho. I'm the owner of Creative Costume Academy. That is my handle on all social media. I am a pattern making teacher, but my long-term career or my experience comes from I have been a professional costume maker for over 20 years for the entertainment industry. So I make costumes for big productions like Cirque du Soleil, Blue Man Group, Disney's one of my clients, Broadway shows, opera, all of that. So I've been doing that basically my whole adult life.
Very cool.
And thanks. And one of the things that has helped me be successful in my career has been the knowledge of pattern making. And so I was asked, years ago, I started teaching in 2013, and people were wanting to know if they could learn how to make patterns. And there wasn't a lot. I was living in Vegas at the time. There wasn't a lot of ways to get education. So I started teaching what I knew. People seemed to resonate with it. Then I moved away from Las Vegas, and people were like, "Wait a minute, we still want to learn. How can we learn more?" And I realized that there was a lot of people out there who probably wanted to learn more about pattern making and didn't have the availability to them. So I moved my classes online, and was about to launch my, officially launch my course right before March of 2020 when the world got interesting. And
Right.
I was doing this alongside my entertainment business. And when COVID hit, my entertainment business disappeared overnight. So I was like, well, good thing I have this other outlet that I was kind of figuring out and going into. And I just doubled down on that. And I fell in love with the online sewing community and being able to help people in this way. I didn't realize how powerful it was for people to it. The thing with pattern making is pattern making goes hand in hand with fitting. So if you're really wanting to understand how to make clothes fit you better, understanding pattern making is where that's going to happen, and how to make changes to your pattern so that it fits your body. And my goal was to, get to a point with the teaching. It's a rough biz, the entertainment world. Everything is due yesterday. We have periods of during the year that everyone wants costumes all at once, and it's a big like feast or famine, and pushing ourselves to the limit and trying to meet those deadlines. So it was my goal to, with the teaching, by the time live entertainment came back, that I would be able to pick and choose a little bit more, not have to take everything. But it's because of that environment that I had to get really good really quickly and do fittings really quickly. So I teach a lot on fitting as well. But when theater did come back, I thankfully had kind of created momentum in the stitching world. But I didn't want to just turn down my clients. I still service my clients making costumes, and it allows me to pass along that work to others who also lost their jobs during the pandemic, and then I can continue to teach and share what I do, because the reward of people telling me what this knowledge has helped them with is far beyond anything that I could have imagined. So it's a huge passion of mine. I consider it my mission, to share my love of pattern making. I call myself a pattern making nerd because I just love the power of it. I love how powerful it is. And I know that it has this stigma that people are afraid to learn pattern making or think that it's this unattainable skill that they can never learn. And I'm here to change that. I'm all about having fun with pattern making. I don't know. I mean, we are in celebration mode right now. I'll tell you about later, but I really think that you can have fun with pattern making. I'm here to convince you you can do it. It's really not as hard as some people make it out to be. And I have a more intuitive approach to teaching pattern making. So a lot of times what comes up when you think about pattern making, or if you have ever taken a pattern making class in the past or bought pattern making books, probably the first thing that you hear about is a sloper. And if you're not sure what a sloper is, this is a half scale sloper, which we can talk about what half scale is in a second. But a sloper is, my lady here, this is Isabel, my lady here is also wearing a sloper. So what a sloper is, let's talk about that for a second. A pattern, a basic pattern, this is a very basic shape, where there's no really crazy style lines that make, there's no ruffles, flares, like crazy seam lines and whatnot. So it's just a very basic template that we start with in pattern making, so that you can take this template, this basic sloper, and apply pattern making techniques to change the design very easily. So when you get a sloper, and when people talk about a sloper, it is a pattern. So this is half scale, but I would have a full size pattern for myself. Actually, I have one right here. It has no seam allowance on it, and there's no dart root. Like usually when you have a dart, you have fabric in between there, so that when you sew that closed, you have the fabric on the inside, so that you can sew to. The reason for that is we use this as a template, as a tool to get started in making other designs. And we don't want to have seam allowance in the way, or like if I want to change this dart and turn it into a different seam or whatnot. That's why we start with this template. It's gold to have this, but this should also be fit to you. So a lot of pattern making teachers start with drafting a sloper from scratch, taking your measurements, plotting points on paper, and drafting up this shape. And in my experience working with students, and when I was in school myself, I find that that's a really hard place to start. It's kind of you don't even know what a sloper is, what it's supposed to look like, and you're plotting points on a blank piece of paper, dealing with math and numbers, which are scary to a lot of people. So I have somewhat of a different approach to teaching pattern making, because it's so fun, because it's so powerful. I don't want you to get frustrated and give up on me before we've even gotten to the fun part. So I choose to give my students their slopers, not only the half scale, we do give them full size slopers as well, because you don't have to start with drafting one. I know that a lot of pattern making classes start with drafting a sloper. I feel like that's a really hard place to start. It's a valuable, yeah, I said that right. It's a valuable skill. It's something that I actually really love doing, but in my work, I don't often have the time to draft a sloper for every person. It's like, what do we have that's close, and let's tweak it from there so that we can get there faster. So that's how I teach. And the way, there's more than one way to get a sloper. You can draft it from scratch, but if you're new to pattern making, that might be a hard place to start. So I also, on my website, I sell full size slopers. We have 15 different sizes for male and female. And then I know Vogue also has a pattern fitting, or a fitting shell, they call it, I believe, just a basic bodice and skirt and sleeve. And my patterns also include pants, so just a very basic shape. So you can purchase them and fit and adjust from there, which is the way I teach. I help my students with the fitting as well. Another way to get a sloper is if you have a shirt pattern or a pant pattern that you already love, like it's your tried and true, you've made it a bunch of times, you know it fits you well, you like it how it fits you, that can be your sloper. So I want to take this sloper, like this hard thing, this special thing that you can only get in this one way, and let you know that there's more than one way to get the sloper. And that way you can focus on the actual pattern making part of it and learn how incredibly powerful it is with just simple steps and not having to worry about all the math. I know that math is a hard thing for a lot of people, so let's forget the math as much as possible and start just diving in and having fun and seeing what we can do with this powerful skill. So I don't typically start with drafting a sloper. I start with the 3 basic principles. when you break pattern making down to its core, there are 3 basic principles. I'm going to share one of those with you, the most powerful one today. So you're going to learn a third of all pattern making, and actually it's kind of the axis of everything. It's really where all of pattern making starts, and it's kind of my catchphrase, and we'll get to that later, but I get super excited. So the pattern nerd in me is really going to come out, and I hope you guys get excited about it too. So before we dive into what that crazy cool pattern making principle is, I want to share with you some of the tools that I like to use for pattern making and that I'll be using here. And you can even get these tools at Sewing Parts online, and they're really wonderful. So the first thing that I have, and Brian, maybe we can show them on the overhead camera so they can really see. So there is a measuring tool set which comes with, oh, and there was a measuring tape. I put it away because I like it so much. So this also comes with a measuring tape, but this great thing is I love these see-through rulers. They are broken down into smaller measurements. You know, there's 1 inches. It's kind of hard to see because it is see-through, but there's 1 inch increments, 1/2 inch increments, you know, 1/4 and 1/8 inch, and then even on the edge there's little 1/16 of an inch. This is a really valuable tool for when you're making patterns. It makes it really easy to add seam allowance to things, and I'll be showing you how to do that later. There's also this measuring tool kit comes with the seam gauge and this really handy way to add seam allowance. So some people like to add their seam allowance with this. So this is a really great toolkit that they have at Sewing Parts Online. Another, like, if I had to pick 2 tools and that's all I had to choose from for pattern making, it would be these 2. So it would be my see-through ruler, and the other one is the serrated tracing wheel. So it's not your average tracing wheel. It's got sharper points here, and it makes it really easy for transferring information on our paper patterns, which I'll be showing you how to use that a little bit later. I also like the awl. So the awl is kind of like an ice pick, if you will. It's just a long point, and it's made for punching holes in things. So we use this to mark a certain part on the pattern. So these are some very easy to acquire basic tools that I like to use for pattern making. And like I said, my top 2 are these ones, and Sewing Parts Online can help you get that. So as far as paper goes, you know, use what I'm a fan of. Use whatever you have. I am going to be using plain white paper. I happen to have a lot of it around. You can use wrapping paper, brown paper. Some people like the medical tracing paper. You know, whatever you can get your hands on. Wrapping paper, I think I already mentioned that. There is, you know, some other specific pattern making paper, which is nice, that have the grid, but you don't necessarily need that. Use whatever you have around. And some of the wrapping paper even has the grid on the back, which is really handy. For my slopers, and now I'm showing you the half scale, I use my half scale in my teaching because it's easier to fit on screen. And I suggest that my students start with the half scale patterns because you're using less materials. You have you can try out how to do certain things. And the coolest part about pattern making is the rules of pattern making. Whatever I do to this pattern, if I take the same steps and do that same exact series of steps to a sloper in my size, it will work exactly the same. So what I mean by that is, before I get into that, I like to put my slopers on thicker paper. So this is on thicker paper, and this is on thicker paper, my sloper, because what you're doing when you're making patterns and how you use a sloper is you're tracing this off onto a new piece of paper over and over, as you can see I've done several times, so that I can then work with this pattern and make the design that I want on my paper. So having thicker paper, but poster board works great. You know, you can get it at the dollar store, Walmart for that. This is oak tag that we use in the industry, but that's really handy as well. So I want to show you This is Miss Susie. She's my little assistant that I use for learning pattern making. She is wearing this basic bodice just like Isabel was wearing. Of course, this is a sloper without seam allowance, and I had to add that seam allowance in. I'm going to be showing you how to do that as well. And then this is the fabric, you know, that dart root on the inside that we would need to add to this pattern so that we could sew it up as well. So this is a basic sloper, and this is what it looks like on the body. And then when you learn pattern making, just to show you how, you know, awesome it is, I can take, once I've learned pattern making, I can take that sloper, make adjustments, and, you know, do what I do with my pattern making skills that I teach and create all kinds of designs. Like this is a princess line bustier that I did by adjusting and using pattern making skills to this basic sloper. And then all the steps that I did to this little sloper to create this, I could try it out in my half scale form and then do the same steps. So I wouldn't take this pattern and then scale it up to my size because that might cause more fitting issues, but I can figure out what I have to do, like the order of how I have to do things. And if I mess up, I've only messed up on a little bit of fabric, a little bit of paper, and then I can start over and figure it out till I get it right, so that when I'm working with more supplies and something that is means a little bit more to me for my size, I've already figured it out. I've already figured out the steps and know how it works. So that's why I work with the half scale when I'm teaching and when I'm learning myself or testing out a crazy design for the costume world. I still play with my little half scale patterns because it's a way to test, you know, your learning and test to make sure your theory is going to work. So let's get into, I want to share with you this magic that I've been telling you about with this principle that is kind of the anchor to it all, if you will. So the number one principle is the move a dart principle. And what the move a dart principle is the rule is you can take this dart and move this dart anywhere on the pattern. And I'm going to show you that in a second. And it will fit the same, right? It will fit the same. So let me show you Miss Susie again. So this pattern, it fits her. That's how it fits her. When I sew that dart closed, that's how it fits her. If I were to move that dart, and how we do that is I would draw a dart where our line where I want it to go, and then I would cut. And I'm a big rotary fan. I know Sewing Parts Online have rotaries as well, but you would cut to, but not through, using that point of the dart as your pivot point. And then all you have to do is close that dart, and then we've moved the dart. So easy, right? Just one simple step, because as long as we have a pivot point, which is the point of our dart, then we can move that dart anywhere. And I'll show you the other places, but what I really want to show you is even though I've moved that dart, the fit is still the same. It still fits her the same way. I've just moved that dart. So I can move that dart anywhere along the perimeter of the pattern, and it will still fit the same. I'm still going to get that same shape. So when I go to sew this up, it's going to fit. And this is true for anywhere. As long as we keep that pivot point at the dart point, then this theory will work. And the reason why this is such a strong theory, and I'll even talk briefly about how this is used in fitting, but I am still getting that same shape no matter where I put the dart. So this allows me to create different designs off. If I start with a pattern that already fits me, a sloper that already fits me, then I can start to play around and have fun with just this one principle, moving that dart around and creating different designs. So this is like so freaking cool to me. And I know that Tricia just said that it's not cool to say cool, but I'm a pattern nerd and I already admit it, so I'm fine with that.
This is very, very cool.
So the other cool thing with just this principle, so just learning this one principle alone gives you thousands of options of designs. And I want to share one of the most popular ones with you right now. So everybody likes, so not only can you move one dart around, you can also break that one dart. Let's say I want to put a dart back down where it was, and I want to put one, I can turn it into two. I can have two darts like this. A lot of times that's a very common sloper to have also. So where we have a dart under the bust and a dart at the side bust, or we can close that and have a dart up, excuse me, a dart up in the shoulder and a dart down in the waist. And if you were to separate those and add seams, then you have a princess seam. All we did is move that dart around. And as you can see, I'll show you again, we still fit our lovely lady, only now we have created a princess seam and completely changed the design. So this is, it's a simple basic principle, but it's super, super powerful. And there's so much more that we can do with this, but I just think this is so very cool. The other way that I want to show you how this can be used in fitting. So this same principle can be used in fitting as well, because I'm saying that when you start with a sloper that fits you, you can play around with a different design and you can do different designs just with the dart. But you can also use this same theory to help with fitting. So not only can you move a dart around and close the dart and move it into different places by keeping the pivot point at the dart, but you can also move darts around as long as it goes to another seam line or the edge of the pattern. So what I mean by that is if I had some gapping in my neck and I was able to pinch out, and I'll show you this on Isabel, that's why I have her up here, but I was able to pinch out some extra fullness in the neck. It was gapping too much for me, and I was able to direct a dart to the, say, the edge of this armhole of the pattern. I don't want my armhole to change. Let's say that fits good, but if I have some extra space here that I want to get rid of, and I can pin this out on my mock-up that I'm doing, like I sew up a little mock-up just to test my fitting. So if I'm able to pinch a dart, let's say it doesn't want to go down here, so I can't rotate it down into this dart that I already have, but I'm able to get it to go to another edge of the pattern or another seam. If I do the same thing where I cut from the fat part of the dart to the point of the dart, and I create my hinge here, then I can close that dart on the pattern. And what that does is it gets rid of that gapping that I have in the neck that I want to get rid of when I did the fitting. But it doesn't change anything in the armhole. This armhole measurement didn't change at all. I just fixed this gapping that I had in the neck. I want to show you this. Brian, is it okay if we come back to me so I can show it on Isabel? So what I was talking about is, and maybe we can get her a little bit closer. So what I was talking about is, like, let's say when you do a fitting, I highly, highly recommend, if you're new to me, I highly recommend that when you are making new patterns, even if it's a commercial pattern, that you start with a mock-up. I actually just did a whole fitting boot camp on this that I do a couple times a year. But if you do a mock-up, because this whole theory with removing the darts, because I don't want a dart there, let's say, I just want to get rid of this space. But really the only way to do this would be in a fitting. But if I had some gapping, if it was gapping a little bit more than I liked, instead I could, if it worked, could direct that point of this dart, this extra fullness, down to the point of the dart that already exists on her. But if it's not wanting to go in that direction, if that fabric's not wanting to go that way, and I can maybe direct it over here, you know, and I'm getting rid of the extra space I don't want in the neck there, but I'm able to direct and kind of pinch out a dart. I like to see everything as darts, and that's what I love about the principle I just shared with you. Is, to me, it's all about the dart. Like, the power is all in that dart, making new designs, figuring out how to get rid of fitting issues. Everything happens with that dart. It's really, and it's such a simple thing to think about. Like, once you understand the dart, you really can do anything. So if I'm going to pinch out a triangle, a dart, to relieve the extra gapping that I have there, and I go to 0, I say, or the point of my dart is here, I pinch that out and see how much I need to get rid of. I don't need to do math. I don't need to do any standard adjustments and try to figure out how much do I need to calculate to get rid of. No, I just pinch it out on my mock-up, and then I can take those pins out and draw that triangle in, lay it onto my pattern, and now I know how to close and get rid of that dart. And so when I make that adjustment on my pattern, and then I go back to sewing that up, I'm not going to have that gapping in the neck because I got rid of it. Another very popular fitting adjustment that happens, especially if you have a larger bust. So a lot of times you'll get some gapping here. Let's see if I can kind of show you. It's very hard to make things that fit not fit. I've had to do this a lot to share, you know, how to make adjustments. But a lot of times you'll get like some extra gapping here in the bust area, especially if you're a larger lady, a larger busted lady. So if you can pinch that extra out that you don't want that extra in your armhole, and you pin that out. Another thing is, I'm a huge fan of using safety pins when you're doing a fitting for 2 reasons. One, you're not likely to pin the person or yourself. As the other reason is, especially if you're fitting yourself, when you take off your garment, your pins aren't going to fall out. So you're not going to lose all that information that you found in the fitting. So I would pinch that out. And then I would try to create a dart, because I know how darts work. I know that if I can get the point of what I'm trying to get rid of to connect to another dart, the edge of my pattern or another seam, then I know how to do that on paper where I can close that dart and get rid of it. So that's why it's such a powerful step to knowing what you can do with darts. So I would pinch out that dart that goes here, and then I'm going to draw this in so you can kind of see what this looks like when I take this out. So I've pinched out a dart. I drew that in. I would do this normally not while it's on the form, but I want you to see and visualize, hopefully with me, what I'm trying to do here. So I pinched out that extra fullness there in her arm, because that's what I saw on her body that I didn't want that extra there. I want to get rid of it. So do you see how it created a triangle there? And I know it's hard to see the dart under the waist. There's a dart sewn in there. I started with a sloper like I showed you. But now, since I have that dart there, I don't want to sew a dart there, maybe for my design. But let's go back to the table and see what that looks like on the pattern. If we can get back to the table. I'm going to show you one more thing. There we go. Thank you, Brian. So it basically, my pattern looks like this, right? I have a dart that already exists at my waist, and then I pinched out this dart. Let's pretend there's paper in there. But what I would do, just like I was showing you here, is I could cut on one of those dart legs to but not through the point, creating a hinge there, and then close that and add it to this underbust dart. So I would take that, what I found in the fitting, this extra fullness that I didn't want in my armhole, and I could close that dart and transfer it into this. And then when I cut this pattern out again, it's going to fit me. It's not going to have that gapping in my armhole. It's all going to be down here. This, by adding that dart, that extra fullness that I don't want, to the waist dart, I'm not making the waist bigger. I'm making the dart bigger, but it doesn't matter because these are the stitching lines of my dart. So whether this dart is this big or it's a little smaller, before I move the dart in, the waist measurement stays the same. So that is just a very, very little part, very little explanation of how powerful just learning this one skill is. And I get super excited about it. So I wanted to share that with you. You now know a third of what it is to make patterns. And I've already showed you how you can make some very common fitting adjustments just by knowing how to move darts around. So I hope you're excited. I always get excited. It's all about the dart is like one of my tagline sayings. Now I want to show you one more thing, because while a sloper is a wonderful tool for learning how to make patterns, this is a template. This is a template and a tool to make patterns. It is not something, if I cut this out of fabric and try to sew it up, I have no seam allowance. I can't sew these two dart legs together because there's nothing in between. I would be taking more than what's there and it would make it smaller, which would make this not true. So it's very simple to turn this into a pattern. And I want to show you that quickly. And we'll use some of our tools that we have. So first thing you do is you trace off your sloper once you have one. And you guys can do this along with me at home. That link that Tricia was talking about that we had given you so that you can do this along with me. You can practice the little move a dart segment that I just showed you and see for yourself how easy it is and how powerful that is. But I also want to show you how to turn this sloper into an actual pattern that you would be able to sew up. So with a sloper, and with my slopers in particular, the point is to go, the point of the dart would go to your highest point on the bust. So the fullest part of your bust or your chest area. And the reason for that is because that's where all the fitting needs to happen, right? That's the biggest area of our body. And the point of the dart is to hug the body, take a 2D shape and turn it into something that we can fit on a 3D shape. So that's what darts allow us to do. It allows that cupping that we need to fit the body. Now on a sloper, we want that point to go all the way to the highest point of our bust, because if we're going to move that dart around or go into different positions, that's going to fit the best. But if you were to sew up this pattern and you sewed your dart all the way up to your bust point, your highest point of your bust, you might end up with a pointy boobie. That's not the style for everyone. Some people don't like the Madonna look of the 80s. So typically with only your bust dart, not so much in the back, because if you notice our back dart is a lot smaller. This really helps with the cupping going over our shoulder blades because we are 3D figures. We are not 2D flat shapes with straight lines. But with the bust point, we want to back that off a little bit. And the reason for that is so we don't get that crazy point when we sew this up. So industry standard, and this can vary depending on your bust size, but industry standard, we usually start with 1/2 inch on a full size pattern. Oh, I forgot to mention one other tool that it's hard to use for this little pattern that I'm working with here, that armhole curve, and I can also use it to get my neck hole curve. So this is another great ruler. I just realized I forgot to share with you. Anyway, on a full size person, you would want to back off this dart about 1/2 inch. So since we're working in half scale, half of an inch is 1/4 inch. So I'm going to take my ruler, and if you're not sure, let me grab my measuring tape really quickly. If math, remember I said, I'm not a big fan of doing math if we don't have to. If you're struggling and you're not sure what half of an inch is, do what I call measuring tape math. So here's 1/2 inch on my measuring tape and fold it in half. And then you can see that that's just 1/4 inch. That's one of my favorite tricks, is using what's 1/2 of 3 inches. I'm going to fold my measuring tape in half And look, it's 1.5 inches. I didn't have to do any math. The measuring tape did it all for me. And this is the one that you would get with that toolkit that I mentioned earlier. But I wanted to share that with you. But I know, because I've done this measurement conversion, half scale to full scale a bunch. So I know that if it's 1/2 inch on a full scale person, it's going to be 1/4 inch on my half scale person. So what I do is I put that 1/4 inch, I have 1/4 inch right on the point of my dart. And then I'm going to just put a dot that's 1/4 inch inside my dart. And then, since now that's the point that I want to use, I can redraw in that dart. And so this blue dart, I'm using markers so that hopefully you guys can see a bit better. Maybe I'll use the thicker one. I would generally use a pencil, but I want you guys to see what I'm doing. There we go. Now we can really see. So this new dart that I've drawn is now, if this was full scale, 1/2 inch lower than what my actual bust point is. And that way you're going to avoid having that pointy booby action that isn't so great for everyone. And if this isn't enough and you're still getting that point on your dart, you need to back it off a little bit more. You're going to learn that as you work with patterns, that you can back that off a little bit more. So that's the first step that I do when I'm turning this sloper into a pattern. The next thing that I want to do is, how do we know that little triangle of fabric, what that shape needs to be? So let me show you on Miss Susie's. So this little triangle of fabric, right? So we have something to sew to when we cut this out of fabric. Notice on the outside that that triangle lines up with the edge of my garment. Like if I were to sew a skirt onto this and make a complete dress, then this would be caught, that extra dart root, that's what that's called, that extra bit of fabric is called a dart root. It would be caught neatly in that seam, and it wouldn't be hanging down too low, or it wouldn't be too short so that it was hanging free and I had a raw edge. The other thing is, if I were to like hem this, I would be able to catch it and it would look really nice and clean. Well, how we determine that shape is really quite easy. The first question you want to ask is, which way do we want that extra fullness to go, right? On mine, you'll have some teachers that'll tell you it absolutely has to go one direction. I am a fan of what works for you and what do you like best. I like my dart fullness to go out towards the side seam. So whichever way you want it to go, if you want it to go out towards the side seam, I'm going to crease on that dart leg. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to crease along my dart leg only up to the point of my new dart. Then I'm going to poke it in there, and I'm going to take that crease, and notice I'm letting this paper do what it wants, right? It's curving up, and that's what we want it to do. So don't try to get this to lay flat. We want it to cup, because that's the whole point of the dart. But by poking it in there, you can make this dart leg come over and meet the other dart leg and then crease down. So this is what it'll look like when it's sewn. Notice how it's cupping up. That's what I want it to do. You don't want it to lay flat. And then you can take that serrated tracing wheel and follow along the line of where that dart root would be sewn into with your serrated tracing wheel, so that when you open it up, see how it's perfectly figured out what that shape needs to be. And just so you know, I have probably made, I don't know, 1 million dart roots in my day. This part is a little bit tricky to get, but it's easier to understand than it is to actually use the muscles to do it. But the more you do it, the easiest this will get. And the biggest tip with this is only crease to that point and then poke it in, so that it makes it really easy to fold over. So now you've already backed off your dart, you've gotten that dart root. The next thing you want to look at is adding seam allowance. And that's why I really love these see-through rulers. So I'm a big fan of, I know in the sewing world, most of your commercial patterns come with 5/8 of an inch, which you could do 5/8 of an inch. I'm a big fan of 1/2 inch seam allowance. So whatever seam allowance you want to add, you want to find that line on your ruler and put that line of whatever seam allowance you want on the line that you want to add seam allowance to. So I want to add 1/2 inch. So I'm going to put that 1/2 inch line right on the edge of that pattern. And then I have added 1/2 inch of seam allowance quickly to that side seam. And then we can do the same thing up here and add our side seam up there. And then you want to, if you wanted to add, you can do the same thing. Let's go ahead and add some seam allowance here on our armhole. And I do the same thing. I have the line there. It's meeting up with the line of my pattern. I'm just rotating that as I go. So I've got the line of what the seam allowance I want to add, and I'm just rotating that around so that I can add seam allowance easily by using this great ruler. And then let's not worry about seam allowance on our neckline too much right now. And if you were going to add seam allowance down here, you would just follow that line of your pattern to add seam allowance even on the dart root all the way around. And now this is a 1/2 inch that I'm adding to this half scale pattern. That I would add a 1/2 inch to a full size person. So this would actually, I would probably want to do 1/4 inch, but this way you can see better what I'm doing. And then you either want to decide if this is going to be on a fold and you have the seam to get into this garment on your back, you would have extra seam allowance on your back, or you could add seam allowance here to your front and have the opening in the front. But if you're not going to have you know, the opening in your front and you want to put this on a fold, you want to always have your grain line. When you're working with slopers or a basic pattern, oftentimes your center front and your center back will be your grain line. If you are doing a fold, then you want to angle it in so that, you know, you've probably seen these on commercial patterns. That's going to tell me that I'm going to place that edge on the fold of my fabric when I cut this pattern out. And if you weren't going to do it on a fold, you could just do a regular, I'm using this ruler to line up with my center front so I know that it's parallel. That's why I love these rulers. They're so handy to do this. And then I can just draw a regular grain line and then add, I typically like to add at least 1 inch, and that would be inch full scale. I know it looks a little silly on this little pattern, but I just want you to be able to see it. But I would add 1 inch so that I could get in the front and have enough seam allowance to work with adding a zipper, let's say, or buttons or whatever I wanted to add. So now if I were to cut this out of fabric, now I can sew this up. Now I can sew this dart. And another thing that's really handy is we use this thing called a notch. So on commercial patterns, a lot of times you have you're going along a pattern and you have the triangles that come out, and that's your notch. In pattern making and in fashion industry, we do an indented notch. So we go into the pattern. So I usually just mark those with a little T. And when I go to mark and I would do the same thing at where my seam allowance is. So I can tell myself that that's going to be 1/2 inch seam allowance. So it add little notches. I'm going somewhat quickly. I understand if you want to learn more about this, I can share with how you can learn more about that. But I'd put little notches for myself. So just like when you're cutting out a commercial pattern, you would know where that center front is. This is my indication to tell me. I would know where my dart legs are. I would know where my seam allowance is on my side seam. And that's what those notches are indicating. And then the final thing that I always like to add that helps me when I'm going to take this pattern and then cut it out of fabric is I will use my fancy awl to poke a hole, and I will actually poke a hole right in the point of my dart. And then I put a circle around it so I know that there's a hole there. Then when I'm going to cut this out of fabric, let me just cut this quickly. So when I cut this out of fabric, this is now my finished pattern. I mean, there's a little bit more. You would want to make sure and check your seams with your back pattern. They call that walking your seams and making sure that that all lines up before you say, this is final, this is good. When I sew this together, it's going to be right. But I just want to make sure I show you the big parts and how easy it really is with just some simple tools and the basics. So if I were to cut this out of fabric, I could use these notches to mark where certain things need to happen. So this is one that I've sewn up. So I would mark, each of those darts, and then I have that point that tells me where the point of the dart goes. So you can use a chalk, or you can use a pencil or a marker if it's a mock-up, and just mark the point and mark these 2 dart legs, and then draw that in right on your fabric. And having these indications make it really easy to cut it out of fabric and sew that up into a new pattern. So not too hard, not too complicated. So you guys have learned so much just in this short little bit of time with me. You've learned the power of the dart and how you can move that to any part on the pattern, and that can help you with fitting. It can change designs. You can change this basic sloper into a princess seam just by moving the darts around. You can, and then you've also learned how to take a sloper and turn it into a pattern, turn it into something that you can sew up. So if you were to go and purchase a sloper like mine, then you would know exactly what to do with it. There's also instructions that come with mine as well. But then you have a sloper. You don't have to draft it, and you can learn more about that principle that I shared with you, the other 2 principles that I shared with you, and start having fun immediately. I mean, you've already learned so much in just the short time we've been together. It's really just a lot of fun and super powerful, and it doesn't have to be daunting or intimidating. Like, you guys can do that, right? You can move a dart around. You can add some seam allowance, especially with these handy tools that we can get. So that's what I wanted to share with you today, is about pattern making, just those very simple basics. Now, if you want to learn more about this, if you're intrigued and want to learn more about this, oh, I thought I heard somebody come on. Is it okay to share where they can find me to learn more?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you can find me everywhere on social media at Creative Costume Academy. And that is my website they're showing you now. I have actually 2, so creativecostumeacademy.com. We actually have something really special happening in my world right now. So if you come and find me over on Instagram, I can tell you more about it. But I have 2 programs. I have one membership that's always open called Pattern Making Academy, which will teach you all the basics and teach you how to make basic patterns, or actually really fun, awesome patterns with new designs after we've learned those basic principles. And then I have a private community that is only open a couple of times a year. And one of those times is right now until Friday. It's our pattern community that I help you with the fitting. We have a whole resource library of videos. We have 2 live events a month. The community is just amazing. You can get support at any time, learning pattern making, learning fitting, anything on your garment. So that is open only until Friday. So in lieu of that, we are hosting a perfect fitting pant masterclass tomorrow that you are welcome to join us. And learn a little bit more about my teaching style, learn a little bit more about that, because that opportunity will close on Friday and then we won't open it again until the fall. But I'm all about helping and having fun with pattern making. So if this sounds fun to you, come find me on the socials and YouTube. I have a YouTube channel as well. And we do a lot of fun stuff over there also.
Well, this has been absolutely wonderful, Tricia. There's so much information. I'm like taking notes. I know I'm going to be watching it again. I'm going to go back on YouTube and be like, I'm touching base on all of that. But we do have a couple of questions. I know you did touch on this, but a couple people were a little late to the party. So can you go ahead and, they popped it up for me. Does this
Sure.
work for alteration? How would I do it?
Absolutely. So the way that I like to think about pattern making, like I said, it goes hand in hand with fitting. So it comes from that first understanding of what a dart can do. And I did share a little bit about if you're finding a dart. So another common thing, let's say it's a little bit big in your side seams. If I try to pinch out a little bit from my side seam, I have a seam right here, and maybe I don't need to pinch it out all the way to my waist, like my waist fits fine. So I can also pinch that out, and then when I go to, and mark what that is, basically I'm taking a dart out of my side seam like this. This is why I like to think of everything as darts. So I'm pinching out a dart right at my side seam, right? And then on my pattern, what that looks like, or when you take the garment off, what you're going to see, or what you would mark on your pattern or on your garment, is you're going to take that seam in a little bit, that triangle that you found in the fitting, and then that would become your new seam line, and you would add seam allowance to that, or cut that seam allowance off of that. So, and then I shared earlier in the video about if you're working with a mock-up, that you can go back to the pattern, which in alterations, you don't always have that option. So if you don't have that option, and say you have this gapping in your neck, like that example I showed, can you try to pull it up into the shoulder seam? Because when you can get into the seams, you can open up that seam and take a little bit more away. That would maybe alleviate that gapping a little bit. So by knowing the power of the dart, like that's my thing, is well, as long as I know what the dart can do and how that makes sense, or how, like, if that's my new seam line, how to add that seam allowance from there again, that's how I find it helpful for doing fittings and alterations.
Very awesome. Judy is also asking what paper you use for your patterns.
So I like to use, and I learned how to use, how to do patterns by using this alphanumeric blue dot paper. It's a special pattern paper that you can only get a few places, but you don't have, I'm used to that. I like having the grid. There's other gridded versions of paper that you can get. You don't have to use that though. I'm all about don't let anything hold you back from actually learning. I'm using plain white paper. There's the butcher block paper. There's medical grade paper, wrapping paper, anything you got. Anything you got works just fine for patterns.
That's perfect. All right, we've also got, what do you do for the back of the pattern?
So the back pattern, I'm guessing is what they're asking.
I'm thinking, yeah.
So because we were short on time, I focused on the front, but we would do the same thing to get the dart root that I did to get this dart root. You do not have to back off the dart back here because it's a smaller dart. So you're not going to create such a point by sewing that up. You would get your dart root and fold it just like I folded this one. And then I would add seam allowance to my shoulder and my side seam, just like I showed you in the front. And if I did have that opening in the front, then I can put this on a fold. You have to have an opening somewhere so you can get into the garment. But you would just add your dart root and seam allowance to that back pattern.
So on the front, when you're doing your dart, the point is at the fullest part of your bust. On your back, where would that dart point be?
The dart points to your shoulder blade, which on her, yeah. So it's a dart. The whole point of a dart is to take a 2D flat thing, and this is not a great shirt because it's not fitted at all, but if I were to take a dart in, it would start to hug my body, right? And cup my body. So that's what darts do. Even this shirt, even though it doesn't have a dart in it, it does have a dart in it. It's just not sewn, right? It's just not taken in. It's used as ease. So when you have a dart, it's cupping and creating, it's coming closer to the body. That's what a dart is doing. So this dart point in the back is going to your shoulder blades because that is the widest part of your back typically.
So when you're saying on your shoulder blades, I can't really tell on Susie, is that about like the top of middle of your shoulder blade?
So like where your shoulder blades are, in the back.
Okay.
Like where those bones are, right? When you get
no, it's very exciting. I understand why you get all excited about it because I'm just like, oh, this is cool. Oh,
Well, and that's why I want to show you from this point instead of let's take measurements, let's plot points on a blank piece of paper and create this shape. Do you know what this shape is? Aren't you excited about this shape that still might not fit you? I want to start by getting you excited, giving you small wins that you're like, yeah, this is cool. I do want to dive more into this. I do want to dedicate more time. And you get that confidence. And then if we want to go into the draping or if we want to go into drafting from scratch, you're going to have a better understanding of what it is you're even trying to create.
Nice. Well, I was saying yesterday, I was so bummed because I signed up for your boot camp and without even thinking, I had a trip planned and I'm like,
oh
no, I only did the first day. And then I was in North Dakota and I'm like, darn, but there was a lot of good information even in the first day.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we have a boot camp. We do it twice a year. When we do it to give you kind of a taster of what we do in my pattern making community, to show you my method since it is different from how most people teach fitting and teach pattern making. And so we only do it twice a year. It's called Fitabulous Fit Boot Camp because fitting, as I know, is something that everyone struggles with. I do share kind of some of the information I shared with you here, taking a pattern, a sloper from scratch, making it a pattern. But when we get to the fitting part in day 3, you can use, you know, what I'm teaching on a finished garment. You can use it on a commercial pattern. Once you understand these skills, that's the great thing about pattern making, is that you can take a commercial pattern that you have and move that dart around. I mean, it applies to any pattern that you're working on. So it's incredibly powerful. But yeah, it's an exciting time in Creative Costume Academy right now because we're welcoming in a lot of new friends into our special program. So if that sounds exciting to you, if this is something you've always wanted to learn, you'd like a little bit of extra support around, that's what we've got going on right now. And that pant class tomorrow is a really good one. Everybody struggles with fitting pants. So I share this, how can we apply what I've shared here onto pants and making pants fit?
Very, very cool. Before we move into our giveaway, I do want to touch on Courtney's question here on the small rotary cutter. What size is that? Do you have the 18 or the 28?
This, I think, isn't it the 24?
I know we have an 18 and a 28, but we have a variety of sizes.
Oh, 28. I think it's 28. I think it's right.
Yeah, and they're fabulous. I love the 45 and the 18.
Right.
And the 28. Yeah.
There's nice. The bigger ones, but the smaller ones are better for cutting curves. Smaller curves. It's awkward for me to use scissors at this point in my life. It's just so much faster, even for paper, you know, and cutting fabric. Like I said, time is money in costume world. We need to get things done quickly and efficiently. So yeah, I'm definitely a rotary girl all the way.
Awesome. All right. Well, do you want to stick around when we do the giveaway? I neglected to mention that at the beginning. So we're going to be doing a $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card, which maybe you can get some of these awesome tools that Tricia showed you. And you're going to get a 1-month access to Tricia's Creative Costume Academy. So thank you for that, Tricia. There's a lot of fabulous information. So let's go ahead and pick our lucky winner and go get some more information. All right. Here we go. We were doing drum rolls yesterday.
Judith.
Congratulations, Judith.
I'm so happy to welcome you in for our month. You can try it out and see how you like it. And it's really a special community. I really love it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Tricia. Hopefully we can have you back and learn even more about this. And we'll see you later.
Thank you, Tricia. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Bye, Tricia.
Bye-bye.
Oh my goodness, that is so good. I cannot wait to watch that replay. All right. Well, speaking of prizes, we are going to be giving away this quilter's ring at the end of our next segment. This is so fantastic. If you do a lot of free motion sewing, it helps alleviate pain in your wrists. It makes it easier to move your fabric around. It has this nice opening that you're able to put it around your presser foot here, place it on your fabric, and then you're able to set up your machine for free motion sewing and then use these knobs to move your fabric around easily. And it's just very relaxing. It also alleviate some of the stress that you have in your shoulders. So this is a really cool prize. I'm excited for the winner at the end of this segment. So our next guest is going to be coming from Juki. It is Luann Hartley. Very excited to invite her back. She is talking about Coverstitch machine and a Serger machine. And if we want to go ahead and get her pulled up, Brian, so you can tell us a little bit more about it. Hello, Luann. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful and really happy to be here this morning.
Well, we are very happy to have you back. We had so many comments last time. We're like, she's got to touch on this again.
Yeah, I am. And add a few things that we didn't talk about last time.
Perfect. So how's everything in your neck of the woods? Everything good? Are you springy or wintry?
I'm in North Carolina. It is supposed to be in the 80s today and tomorrow, and then in the 50s Saturday and Sunday. So it's the South, and it's just, we had no snow this year, but it's beautiful today.
Nice. So in North Carolina, does the weather fluctuate as much as it does in Tennessee, where one day it's 80, the next day it's 40?
Actually, it can fluctuate by the hour. It can really change by the hour. That's what the weathermen joke about. You know, you're in the South when it's winter in the morning, summer in the afternoon, and then you don't know what you're going to get in the evening. So, yeah.
I was actually told that exact same thing when I moved from Minnesota. They're like, if you don't like the weather here, just wait an hour, it'll change.
Yeah, that's the way it is here.
Oh, well. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into the first machine. And if you need anything, I'm in the background. I'll pop on periodically.
All right. Thank you very much. So we're going to talk about two different machines. We're going to talk about a cover hem and a serger. And we're going to talk about the differences and where you would use one versus the other. In my opinion, if you're going to have a sewing room, you really need both, especially if you're going to sew garments. And I'll show you some of the reasons for that. I think they complement each other very well. So let's start with the cover hem. And I'm going to just slide my table over so you can get a better visual of the cover hem here. All right, so one of the differences between a cover hem and a serger is you'll notice on a cover hem, this is a flat bed. There's no knife on a cover hem. Typically, when you're using a cover hem, you're using it to put a hem in something, or you're going to be doing some decorative stitching on top of the fabric. So everything's really done on top of the fabric. You don't need a knife to cut off the excess because we're not going to be wrapping a seam. So there is no knife on a cover hem machine. The other thing is a cover hem only has one looper, whereas a serger has two loopers. Put this in a little bit closer for you. And a cover hem has anywhere from 1 to 3 needles on it here. And also notice that we have a nice acrylic extension table here. This is brand new. This is going to be available in about 2 weeks for the dealer to order for you. It's debuting on here. No one has ever seen this before, but it's a nice big acrylic table that gives you extra sewing space, because if you're going to be sewing a garment, you need that extra space over here for your fabric to lay. We have this available for all of our cover hems that are our QVP brand cover hems. And today we're using the MCS 1700 QVP model. So all of our QVP model machines would this table will work for. We also have one for our serger, and I don't have room to put all of this on my table, but here's the one for the serger, and this was super, super large. So you're going to get, whether you have it in a table or you don't, you're going to get a nice big sewing surface. These are available. We've had these out for a while, and we have one that fits, I think all of our QVP model sergers that we sell. Let me just put this out of the way, and we'll go back over to the cover hem. So a cover hem will use one needle for decorative purposes. It will do a 2 needle narrow stitch, a 2 needle wide stitch, and a 3 needle stitch. So let me just show you some of these. So this is our 2 needle right here. And it's a narrow stitch. So if you're doing a hem on something and like a baby item and you want a very narrow stitch, or you just want to use this for decorative purposes, then we have a 2 needle wide stitch. And this is what I use when I'm sewing on t-shirts. And then we have a 3 needle, which you can see gives a more decorative effect, but it's also a nice effect if you're going to be putting this on a hem. It's just something that looks a little different. And with a cover hem, you can also use the reverse side of the fabric for your stitch. There used to be t-shirts that had color blocking where the sleeves had different colors on them, and they actually used this stitch as the stitch you saw. So you do have dual purpose. You can use it for the front, or you can actually use this for the a decorative stitch. So the other thing you can do is a chain stitch, and this is done with 1 needle. This is where you would do this maybe for decorative purposes, a top stitching on something. And I have used different threads here. This is a 30 weight. And then I used a decor thread, which is known in the Serger world. It's a very heavy thread here. And then I've used a 12 weight sewing thread. We use a lot of these when we're top stitching or doing certain types of stitching on a sewing machine. And you can also use all these decorative stitches. This happens to be a Wonderfill thread. Decor is in the sewing, and the 30 weight is a new company that I have found called, I'll give you their information. It's called, I think it's called Sanibel. It's an all organic thread. So it's a new thread that's on the market. And I can give Tricia the ordering information after here. So you can use all those decorative threads for decorative stitching, and then you have your cover hem stitches. I'm going to pull these out. So if you're, the big thing people think, oh, a cover hem is just if I'm going to sew knits or if I'm going to do clothing. That's pretty much maybe 75% of what it's used for. I did make a knit t-shirt I'm going to show you, and this is the hem that I use. This is a 2 needle wide, and then this is the 2 needle narrow. So you can choose what you want to do for your stitching. And then here is it on a knit with the 3 needles. A nice look. You want to customize what you're making. Like from the store. So I actually made a t-shirt. I did do all the inside seams on the serger, and I'll talk about this again when we go over to the serger. But look how nice that hem is on the edge of the arms, on the edge of the bottom. And when I'm doing a hem, whether it be with a sewing machine or the serger, there's a hem tape that you can get that goes in the seam, and it can be ironed down so that when you actually turn your hem up and press it, it's going to stay stable. So as you're stitching, you're not going to stretch your fabric. So that's why you get, one of the reasons you get these nice hems in these knits that we work with. So I'll come back to this and talk a little bit about it when we go into the serging part. So here's just another, so you can see it a little bit better with a red thread. So maybe you make a garment not very often. Maybe you're mostly a quilter. Well, you can certainly use a cover hem for your quilting. During the holidays, I made some of those bowl cozies that you put in the microwave, and I actually did the stitching on the bottom part with the cover hem machine and the chain stitch. So this is just that 30 weight thread that I used. I've got the batting back there, and I just used it for my decorative instead of having to go to the sewing machine, come back to the cover hem. I did it all right here on the sergers. And then I also, on the same theme with Christmas this year, I quilted with the Cover Hem machine. So this is a 2-thread wide stitch, and I just used it down my seams and made this nice little, it could be a placemat or just a decorative type thing that you set on the table. And also look at the back. You can use, again, the reverse side as your decorative stitching. So this is actually reversible. If I'm in the mood to have all of the gnomes on one side, it looks perfectly fine using that side. Or if I want something a little different, you know, Valentine's Day is right after Christmas, so you could flip this over. It's red, and you could continue to use this for Valentine's Day. But again, I didn't want to go to the sewing machine and do all the stitching, so I just did it right on the serger. So a cover hem. So a cover hem is for quilting, for garment, for home deck. It really works with anything that you want to do. It just doesn't have that knife that's going to allow you to cut the fabric off and serge over the edge. And that's why we go to the serger. That's why the two complement each other very, very well. They don't really do the same thing. They're for two different purposes. So another thing that I did is I like to play with fabrics and do fabric manipulation and then sew these fabrics into my garments so it looks unique. So this product's been out, Texture Magic. There are other products that do the same thing. When you put it on the back of your fabric and you stitch, when you put this under the iron, you get this effect. The back fabric actually shrinks and gives you this crinkly effect. So this would be nice to make for pockets. I mean, you could do a large piece of fabric. It doesn't have to be a small piece of fabric. This comes in sheets, so it would fit on a large piece of fabric. So it's fun to do fabric manipulations. And I use that Wonderfeel 12-weight thread on here. You know, I don't know about you, but when I buy threads, I just buy anything and everything I see. So I have all these decorative threads that sometimes I just don't use them. Well, this is a great way to use those threads and get a nice effect that you can see on here. So that's a little bit about a cover hem. I don't think I actually left anything out if we look at the machine. We have 3 needles. We have 3 tensions for our 3 needles here. We have 1 looper under here, and that looper does have a button where you can pull the looper down so you can get access to the entire looper to make it easy to thread. So it's a very easy threadable cover hem machine. So let's talk now about a serger, and we can answer some questions at the end about these two things. So if anybody has any questions, just write them down and we'll come back and talk about a cover hem. So let me slide this over so you can get a better look at our serger that we're going to be using or talking about. So this is our model MO2800 QVP model. It is a 2-thread, 3-thread, 4-thread serger. This is one of our newest ones that we just came out with. So this is a brand new model. It's got some really nice features on it that we've not had on any of our previous sergers. So I have a camera here and I want to move this camera out of the way, but I'm going to show you why I want you to see this stitch area. This serger has an exclusive unique feature for Juki. It's called a tweak width adjustment. And what that's going to allow you to do is move that stitch finger. So let me just switch over. So all right. So I know this is a little awkward looking, but I wanted you to be able to see it. So under here, these are our needles. And right under here is our stitch finger. You see that right there? And then we have our knife blade. So we have a cutting adjustment on here. You see that knife blade is moving, and you see that stitch finger is kind of moving with the cutting blade, and that's going to allow you to put more fabric in your stitches so you get a little bit wider stitch. But sometimes you get tunneling, and no matter what you do with trying to adjust the width, you still get the tunneling. So what the tweak width adjustment is not only will the stitch finger move with the knife, I can independently move that stitch finger by itself. So we have another knob under here. I'll show you that knob. You see that stitch finger moving? So I'm not doing anything with my knife. It's staying there. But I can independently move that stitch finger. This is going to help you stop that tunneling from happening. We get a lot of questions about, well, my fabric's tunneling and I don't know what to do. Well, normally it's you change your stitch width. Well, sometimes your width is good, but that stitch finger just needs to be out there a little bit further. So we have now added that to this serger. It is an exclusive feature with Juki. You're not going to find on any other machine. So now that I've shown you that, I'm going to switch back and we're going to move the camera and talk about the rest of the things on the serger. So I can get this out of the way. All right, so this, if you're familiar with Juki machines, you've seen our body styles before. They're kind of like the cover hem. Well, this is a brand new body style. It is more modern looking, but we've added a lot of nice features. In our other sergers, when you clip your thread in, there's a clip back here, and you have to actually get the thread in that clip. Well, we got rid of that clip, and this just lays down here. Now, I'm short, so anytime I would have to thread it, I'd have to kind of stand up to see the clip to know exactly that I'm getting it in the right place. This I don't have to. I just lay this down through here. There's no clip for me to worry about, and it's going to perfectly lay in there. So we've already made it simpler to thread just at the very top of the machine by adding that. We have added a magnetic strip here. You take those needles out, you need somewhere to lay them so that you don't lose them and then find them later in your foot. Or you want to put something like your scissors on here so you can easily find those. There's two long magnetic strips up here that's going to help you with that. And just being able to lay those needles up there is wonderful. You stick them back here or you lay them down somewhere and you don't find them until you wish you hadn't found it. So that's something new that we've added to our serger. This is an air thread serger. I'm going to show you how that works. We also have the removable waist tray that just slides on underneath. So we've got a nice waist tray, and I'm going to remove that so you can get a better view of the inside of the serger. Another feature that we have added is a knee lifter. You know, we have used knee lifters. If I can get it out of here. We have used knee lifters in our sewing machines forever. Well, now we have one for our serger. It just slides into here. Now I can actually raise and lower my presser foot. So let me attach my presser foot back. So it's very easy when you're attaching your presser foot. This machine comes with your standard foot, and we have a lot of extra accessories that you can purchase. And all you have to do is just slide the foot under. There's a metal bar here that you just lift up, and it sets right on that indentation. And just line that up, just sort of like you do your sewing machine, where you have those little claws that come down and grab the bar. So I have put that back on here. So back to the serger, now you can see it will raise and lower that presser foot for you. So it works like a third hand like we have with our sewing machines. That's a nice time-saving feature there. All right, we do have a built-in needle threader. So when you are threading your needles, you pull it to the left, it will thread that needle. You want to go to the right, you push it to the right, and it will thread that needle for you. So that's a nice, this is one of the easiest sergers to thread. I can thread a serger with no problem because I've been doing this a long time in the industry. But the air threader and the built-in needle threaders just make life so much simpler and so much easier. It's wonderful to have a serger that you don't have to spend 15 or 20 minutes trying to get threaded correctly. So we do have a built-in needle threader. We do have a cutter over here to cut your threads. And we do have a presser foot pressure knob. You know, you want to use the heavier fabrics like your fleece fabrics, things like that. And you need to be able to release that pressure. We have that knob right here, and you can easily release that. So let's open this up and look at the air threading. One thing, all of our utensils are here on board for us. So we have our dust brush, which actually works as a needle inserter. So you put the needle in the hole, you hold it up, and you will insert your needle. It really helps when you are taking a needle out, and then that needle's not going to fall down in here, and then you can't find it. It's going to be right on here. So that comes with the machine, and it's right here. We have the screwdriver to take the needles out, and we have our tweezers here too. So everything's right here for you that you need. Our air threading. I'm going to show you how easy it is to air thread this. Let me get a little closer to the... So we have the air threading is for the two loopers, and we have one for the upper and one for the lower. Now with our serger, it does not matter the threading order. A lot of sergers, you're like, oh, do I have to start here or here? With ours, it doesn't matter. You can thread those loopers, thread the needles, or thread the needles and thread the loopers. The other thing is you don't have to bring that thread up, that lower looper thread up from the bottom. It is going to pick it up and take it right into the seam when you start. So there's an extra step that you can save, and you don't have to try to finagle how to get that thread up through there. So let me just show you how to thread. Let's do the lower looper. They both thread the same way. So I'm going to pull this out and cut it. And I probably should have used a darker thread, and I'm going to pull just to get that excess thread out here. So I'm doing the lower looper. All right, so I still have my needles threaded. I still have my upper looper threaded. So all we're going to do is lift this up. Now we want to lock these chambers. So if you turn your hand wheel, there's a mark over there that you can line up, but you'll also hear it. I can't get my hand out of the way, but you can hear that? These chambers are now locked so that that air is going to go through there. Now, the difference between this and some other sergers on the market is ours have lever reflex. If you're going to do the lower looper, you have to put the knob in a position. Then when you're going to do the other looper, you have to move that knob into a different position. So that's an extra step that you have to do, but not on ours. Ours is actually going to flip it up, lock the chambers, and you're ready to do it. Make sure you have enough thread pulled out. And I do like to use my tweezers for this. I just take the thread. You're going to put it in the hole, and you want to put it down about an inch in there. And then you hit the button. I hope you can see that. My lower looper is threaded and ready to go. Gone is the frustration that we have of trying to get that threaded and, you know, stand on our heads to get under here. It was that simple. The same for the upper looper. You would put it in here, hit it, and it would thread the other looper. So we're going to put this back down. It unlocked those chambers, and I am now ready to start serging. So let me just put this up. Grab a piece of fabric. You notice I didn't pull that fabric, that thread up. And it is going to pick that thread up and sew it right into our seam on here. So let me show you some of the other knobs that are down on here. Remember I talked about that tweak fabric a little bit. So we do have our cutting width knob. And you can move that if you're doing a roll hem. You want that to be on a lower number. If you're doing a fabric that you want a wide seam, you want a lot of fabric in there, you can move that to a higher number. We're going to talk about roll hem in just a minute, but there's a knob here that will allow you to remove that stitch finger. You know, when we do a roll hem, the wide fat stitch finger goes away and we're left with the really narrow one on there. So let me put the wide one back up for now. And then right down here is the button I was talking about earlier for my tweak width adjustment that I was actually turning to adjust the stitch finger and make it independently move of the knife. And then we can lower our knife in here. So if you want to sew with something and not be using a knife, you actually have a little lever here that will put the knife in the down position. So those are the buttons on here. Easy to thread up here. Oh, the other thing, we have color coding up here. Because a lot of times you get over to the needle area and you're kind of like, oh, which one of these slots does it go into? So we have a green box right here, and we have a green box here. So you know when you're threading, that thread goes right through there. Juki's thought about everything with a serger. We've been known for our sergers for as long as I've been sewing, and I'm not going to say how long that is because it's been a pretty good while. And Juki's always been known in the industry for their sergers. So they have thought about everything to make your experience with the serger as fun and simple as possible. So these little color coding symbols will let you know where the thread goes. And we have a blue one and a red one for our loopers and a silver one for the left needle, which goes up here. So it's going to be very easy when you go to thread your needles. So the other thing that we added to this serger that's brand new is our roll hem knob. You go to do a roll hem. You know what? Before I do that, talk about a roll hem. Let me just show you some of the things that I have serged. So here is that decor thread. If you wanted to use this for decorative purposes, it could certainly be your edging for your seam. But if you wanted it as a decorative thread, this is done on a fleece fabric. So this is where that pressure might have come in handy if this was a really thick fabric. And, you know, we do t-shirts, but we also do sweater knits. So here's the fabric. It is a sweater knit, and I did a 4 thread. Oh, that brings up something. Let's talk before I show you the other samples. Why would you use a 4 thread or a 3 thread or a 2 thread? So a 4 thread stitch is sort of like what you would get on your sewing machine with a straight stitch and an overcast. It is going to have that 4th thread in there. I think you can see it. See that one in the middle that looks like a straight stitch? That is basically what that is. It is a straight stitch. So a 4 thread serger or a 4 thread stitch is going to be strong enough to handle your natural fabrics, your linens, anything that you worry about maybe the stitch pulling off of or the fabric's going to fray a lot. You would definitely want to use a 4 thread stitch for that. A 4 thread will also stretch slightly. So if you're not doing something that has to have a lot of stretch like lycra or dance wear or costume wear, you can use a 4 thread. It's going to stretch slightly, but it's not going to stretch as much as the 3 thread would give you. So, so when you're using a 3 thread, we can do a 3 thread narrow or a 3 thread wide. And the difference is where you have your needle. If you're going to do a 3 thread wide, my needle's going to be in the left position, and that's going to give me more room for my stitch. If I'm going to do a narrow, the left needle is going to go away, and I'm only going to use the right needle. And that's going to give me a narrow stitch. And this is a 3 thread narrow. A lot of teachers are teaching how to put zippers in with a serger. and you use a piping foot, which we have available for this serger. And you want to use a 3-thread narrow when you do that because you want to get really close to the zipper, and it's a narrow area in there to stitch. So that's a good place to use a 3-thread narrow. A 3-thread also is for your very highly stretchable fabrics, lycra, dance wear, anything that's going to require a lot of stretch. Then you definitely only want to use a 3-thread so that you don't pop those stitches. Oh, here's actually, this is a lycra that I have, and this is a 3-thread. So see how it stretches really good. If I stretch this much with a 4-thread, I probably would pop that one thread, the 4th thread, because it's not designed to really stretch this much. So there's your 3-thread. Now the other thing that a serger will do, while we're talking about 3-thread, here's a decorative thread on the 3-thread. Really nice way to, if you're going to do a little fleece blanket and you just want to put a quick little hem on it, this is a great way to add a decorative edge to something like that. So a 2-thread. A 2-thread is basically what it is. It is one looper and one needle. It is used for decorative only. It is not strong enough to be used for a seam. People typically use a 2-thread on a scarf edge if they're doing a wedding veil and they want to add a decorative edge to it. You do not use a 2-thread on anything that's going to be 2 seams together. It will not hold and it will come apart. But it's a nice way to save on threads. You know, you're doing a decorative edge. These threads are not cheap nowadays, so it's a really nice way that you can spend less money on the thread and still have that look that you want. So that's what a 2-thread, when you use that. And then the other stitch, there's several stitches you can do with the serger. You can do a flat lock stitch. You can gather with a serger. We have numerous feet. We even sell our feet in boxes. There's 6 feet in a set that you can purchase. But the other one is a roll hem. And a roll hem is where you're going to do that really nice, tight, little bitty tiny stitch on the end of your fabric. Now again, this is for decorative purposes. It's typically done on 1 layer. You can do it on 2 layers. So I'm going to show you a feature that we added on here that's going to make your roll hem so much easier. I have to get I'm getting a little awkward sitting at the side of the serger. So you think, okay, I'm going to do a roll hem. I have no clue how to set this up, and now you're going to have to play with your tensions. And a lot of time when you mention tensions, people just kind of panic and they're like, oh, I'm not touching my tensions. They're fine. We added a roll hem lever. When you set the serger up and you flip this lever up, you're going to get a perfect roll hem. You're not going to have to worry about setting your tensions or setting anything up with your tensions because the serger is going to do that with the flip of this. So let me show you, since we have time here, how easy it is to do a roll hem on here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a roll hem with the right needle in. So we're going to take out that left needle. So I'm going to use the needle inserter tool that comes with it. Now I'm not going to take the thread out. I'm going to leave the thread in until I actually get this needle out. That way, if I accidentally drop the needle, the thread's still attached to it and it'll keep it from falling down into here. So it's a real nice safety feature, and I just leave it on there. So we do up here have an L and an R where we can take out the needle, and I'm taking out the left. So I'm just going to loosen the screw, and this is with a little Allen wrench, and then pull that needle out. And we're going to drop that needle down. All right. Must not be getting it seated in there good. Well, I just put the needle in this morning because I had been sewing without it. There we go. I just didn't have my Allen wrench in good enough. All right, so we're going to drop that needle out. I'm still holding it here. And now I am going to just clip that thread. And I'm going to put my needle up here on my magnetic needle tray. And I'm ready to go. Let me just make sure I've got this one tight in here. Now, anytime you take a needle out, you need to take the thread out all the way. Don't leave that thread in there and think, oh, I'm going to leave it there because I don't want to have to rethread it. It's too easy to thread. And if you leave that thread there, that thread could get tangled up somewhere. I actually take it and wind it back on the spool. You know, we don't want that thread to accidentally be picked up and pulled back into our seam or into some other part of the serger. So just remove that. Now, I have the needle that I'm going to use. I have my lower looper threaded. I notice my upper looper is not threaded right now. It must have come undone. Let me just thread that right quick. I'm just going to pull this out, flip this up, lock those chambers. Put this thread in just about a good inch in there. All right, now my upper looper's threaded and my lower looper's threaded, and I have my needle here. Put that down and I'm ready to serge. So the other thing that you want to do when you're doing a roll hem is you want to remove that stitch finger. So we have the narrow stitch finger. So I'm just going to pull this up and it removes that stitch finger. We're going to use our regular foot. We don't have to put a particular foot on to do this. And also another feature with this foot is it has a tape sewing area here. So if you want to sew tape, there's a slot in this foot that will allow you to put that tape in there. A lot of times when people do t-shirts, they like to put a stay tape in the shoulders to keep them from sagging. There are several different types of stay tape now, but a lot of people want to run just a piece of tape in there and put it in the seam, and that's going to stabilize your shoulder seams. And this foot has that slot already there, so you've got a multi-purpose foot to begin with. So we've set our needle, we've set our stitch finger. Our cutting width is going to be all the way to the smallest that we can get, and I've already got that. So the other thing that we want to change is our stitch length over here. So I haven't talked about these buttons. So one is your stitch length. So the top one is my stitch length. And I'm going to actually put that to about, you can adjust this depending on the thread that you're using. The other one is our differential feed. And most sergers have differential feed today. But just in case you don't know what differential feed is, your feed dogs are in two different parts, and differential feed will tell your feed dogs how to work together. So at normal, they're both working together. When you do it at a higher number, that's how you're going to gather your fabric, or it also will help you stop any puckers with your knit. And what you're doing at a higher is you're pushing that, your feed dogs in the front are working faster than the ones in the back. So you're kind of pushing that knit in to stop it from puckering. If you have it set to the real high number and you're using a single piece of layer of fabric, it's going to gather because those front feed dogs are really pushing and those back ones are barely moving. There's a smaller number on there, and that is for your lighter weight fabrics, your silks, anything really, really light. You know, when we sew on a sewing machine and we're sewing those fabrics, we put our fingers here and we hold it taut as it goes under the needle. Well, that's what your serger's doing. It is taking those back feed dogs and they're going fast. And those front ones are going slow, really holding that fabric back to stop any puckering that you would get when you're sewing those lighter weight fabrics. That's why a serger is so nice if you're going to be making garments, because it will handle lightweight fabrics, medium weight. It will handle those heavy fabrics. You can sew denim with this. So you can really make any kind of clothing you want, have that nice professional over edge finish that you see in your garments. And then you have your cover hem that you can go back and add the top stitching or the nice type of hems that you see. So you can be your own professional designer in your own sewing room for a lot less money than going out and buying the high-end clothing. All right, so back to the roll hem. We set our stitch length at a small number. We've put in our right needle. We've changed our stitch finger, and we've changed our cutting width. Now, normally we'd have to start playing with the tensions. We're going to flip this knob up. I am going to take the single layer of fabric. And every time I do this, I'm like, oh, this is beautiful, wonderful. I didn't have to sit for 10 minutes and play with the tensions to see if my upper tension's right or my lower tension. Look at that stitch. You just saw me do that. Look at the back. What you want with a roll hem is you want that top thread to be rolled under to the bottom and come right to the edge. And you see that right there. You see that it's right on the edge there. It's been rolled perfectly. And I didn't have to touch the first tension. So this is something that we have added to this serger, and it's wonderful. So all I have to do to go back to regular stitching, flip that down, put my stitch length wherever I want it to be for the thread I'm using, flip the stitch finger back up, and then I can adjust my cutting width as needed. And I'm ready now to do a 3-thread narrow stitch. So I'll just show you how easy it was to convert that. And there's a perfect 3-thread narrow. Didn't have to adjust anything, and I've got that perfect stitch. So sergers nowadays, especially the Juki brand sergers, have made everything really simple when you're trying to set it up. They've thought about everything that the consumer wants in the stitches, the ease of use, and all the different things that you might need to do other types of serging with all the accessory feet. We have a lot of accessory feet. Maybe if we do this again, we'll do a segment on the accessory feet that you can use for the serger, and we'll show you all the different feet that we have for that. But I'm sure Sewing Parts Online and Tricia can get you that information if you want to see all of our feet that we have available. So that's a little bit about this particular serger and the cover hem and the differences. Where would you use one versus the other? So this is used with or without a knife, but 99% you use it with a knife to cut off excess fabric and overcast your edges, and also for decorative edges. And the cover hem is used when you're not going to cut your fabric, but you want to add a nice hem to something, or you want to add a nice top stitch to something on there. So a little bit early, but it leaves us some room to answer some questions. If anybody wants to see anything or has any questions about the serger or any serger in general and where you would use what stitch.
Yes, we actually do have several questions. Let me get them pulled up here for you, Luann. All right. Here's one. Can we use the extension tables of non-Juki models? So I'm going to cover that one super quick. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead, because you know what you sell other brands than what we have. I know that ours actually fit perfectly because they have been molded to fit on our sergers. Others might not. You know, all your edges might not fit perfectly. They may work, but it may not be like a really nice tight mold where you're not going to drop any pins or anything in between there. But you can go ahead and answer how you wanted to answer that.
Yes, I was just going to mention that we are also going to be doing a segment with Sew-cial, and they do tables for sewing machines and sergers. In fact, that particular segment is custom tables, not just meant for sewing machines. So we're going to specifically show one on the serger. But yes, Luann is correct. We do have the one for the Juki brand as well. So
okay.
Cover.
And don't forget, the cover hem here is brand new. Like I said, I just got this prototype. Wanted to debut it on your show today They're going to be showing this at the dealers convention in Las Vegas next week, actually. So the dealers will get to see it then. But you have the privilege of seeing it before everybody else does. And we're hoping it'll be available for shipment in just a few weeks.
Wonderful. The other thing that I was going to ask you, you say cover hem, and I've often said cover stitch. Are those terms interchangeable, kind of like serger and overlock?
They are. It's exactly the same. I think most of ours, we call it a cover hem. I've just called it a cover stitch personally for a long time, but it is. It's the same thing.
Cool. The next one we've got is there a specific type of thread and weight that needs to be used for a serger?
No. I typically, when I am doing just regular serging and overcasting, I use like a 40 weight or a 50 weight, which is your natural serger threads. When you're using the heavier the threads, you can certainly, like I said, I use that decor, and it doesn't really have a weight to it, but it's a pretty thick thread. I've actually used the Razzle Dazzle thread that's out there, which is a really heavy thread, and it works. Now, you only want to use the decorative threads on your loopers. You don't want to use them in your needles. And one of the reasons is, in a serger, we only use up to a 90 size needle. So if you think about what a serger does, you've got those needles, and that looper comes behind those needles. Well, when needles grow in size, they grow to the back of the needle. So if I put like a 100 or a top stitch needle in to try to use it on here, I've now made that needle really close to that upper looper, and it may hit. So we don't recommend anything larger than a 90 needle. If you're going to try something larger, please be aware that it may hit. We don't really recommend it. And that's pretty much in most of the brands that are out there. You might could get away with a 100, but I stay with a 90 needle. And like I said, then the threads are typically on your lower looper that's giving you the decorative. If you're, well, that's the cover hem if you're using a chain. But yeah, so, and I actually, that thread that I said was new, that was the organic thread, that's a 30 weight thread. And it worked beautifully. The blue t-shirt that I showed, I actually used that thread. It was a little heavier, and I wanted you to see that hem on there a little bit better, so that gave me a better look for that. So I use 30 weight thread a lot on a serger.
Awesome. Esther's also asking, I want to piece quilts with my serger. How do I get the 1/4 inch seam?
There's a formula out there. I'd have to look it up to give you the perfect. I was set with a teacher one time, and she showed the perfect 1/4 inch seam. I wouldn't do a serger seam on a quilt that has a point that you have to be specifically accurate with a 1/4 inch seam. You're probably not going to get it. But typically this seam from the left needle over is a 5/8 of an inch. So if you do the right needle over, it's closer, but there is a formula out there for doing that. I just don't have it in front of me that I can actually go through it right now. But, you know, I would serge where I don't really have to worry about it being a true accurate 1/4. For, you know, you can do a quilt as you go serger. It's usually done with blocks, so you don't have to worry about points or star points or anything matching.
Wonderful. The other thing that I was going to ask, I had seen somebody comment, can you show the back of the one sample on the decorative stitching where you did the chain stitch?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's always fun to see the back as well.
So here's the front. These are your cover hems and your chain. And when I flip it over, the back looks like a regular straight stitch because on the chain. Because I only have a regular thread in there. I don't have a decorative thread in there. And then this is the back for the cover hem part. So front, back looks like a regular straight. Because this is going to be on the front of whatever you're doing. You're probably not going to see the back of it. But if you do, it looks just like a straight stitch. I actually have a fleece blanket. I didn't bring it in here. It's just blocks that were put together. And I wanted to quilt it really quick. And this was before I got my long run quilter. So I just did a chain stitch in the ditch. I just put a decorative thread in. There were like 6-inch blocks. And so I just did a stitch in the ditch, and that's how I quilted that little fleece blanket. So on the back side, it looked like it was directly in the ditch, and on the front, you had a nice decorative look that looked like a quilting stitch on there.
Yeah, those are such great techniques. Like, I generally just think of using the cover hem or the cover stitch for just hemming. So I love seeing examples like that when you show for quilting and just decorative stitching in general. It's really, really fun and gets your imagination going on all of the things that you can make. So very, very fun.
It's amazing when you start thinking about it. You know, a cover hem can do so many more things than just put a hem in something. A serger can do so many more things than just cut off an edge and overcast it. That's why I say both of these should be in your sewing room. Now, one other question that people sometimes ask is, do you have a machine that will do serging and a cover hem at the same time? Yes, we do sell one of those sergers. However, it is less money and a whole lot easier on you to have a serger and a cover hem that you don't have to convert. If you looked at the value, these two machines together, even if you purchased them at the regular retail price and not a special, would cost you less than buying the serger that does everything. And then when you want to go do a roll hem or a cover hem, you have to change. Now, they've gotten easier, but you still have to do things in here to change. And a lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people will buy serger just for a roll hem. And so they're going to use this color thread on it all the time. And then they have the cover hem there. So if you have space, which sometimes I know is an issue, but these are small machines, so they can sit side by side. So if you have space, it's easier to get independent machines. That way it's set up when you're ready to serge, it's set up when you're ready to do a cover hem, and you don't have to get all excited and upset about having to change it over. It's already done and ready for you.
And they are both assets for the sewing space, that is for sure.
And easy to thread, yeah.
Yes. I see that Pamela has a great question. She said, where are the tension settings on the serger? Mine are in the front of the machine and I did not see them.
It's probably because my camera's not too close. They are the same. They're right here. These are my tension knobs. And I do, when I roll these, I do have the marking, you know, from 1 to 9, I believe. So I can adjust my tensions for my different threads. So they're right here. And it has the lay-in tension, so the thread comes down completely, gets good contact with the tension disc, and lays in there perfectly. So yeah, they're right here in the front too. They're just kind of hidden in the new modern top that we have on here.
Lovely. Where would one go to find the settings for a particular stitch that they need to do?
Repeat that, you cut out. Where they find the settings for the particular stitch. Well, you actually you get your instruction manual, and that's going to have the settings. Once you've used the serger a couple of times, the tension is only adjusted for different weights of thread, unless you're doing a roll hem. And of course, we took care of that for you. We gave you the roll hem knob. You don't have to worry about settings for this. But to set up to where you're cutting with, and all of these are set, that's going to be in your instruction book that does come printed in the serger. And once you've used these a few times, you'll automatically know that when, you know, you're setting your stitch length, you're setting your differential feed, and you're typically using this stitch finger for all your stitches but a roll hem. So there's not a lot of setting changes that you have to do. It's just which needle you're going to take out. And again, we have that color coded up here to show you where the threading goes for that. So you don't even have to look in your manual to find out how to thread a needle if you take one out.
Oh, very cool. Did I see that correctly on the stitch finger? Do you just have a little knob to retract that?
Yeah, it's right here. Now it's down. No, now it's down. So when it's pointed down, the stitch finger is gone, which that's kind of easy to remember. It's down, it's gone. Up, It's in use. Yep. And that just pops up.
Very, very simple. The other thing, I loved your explanation on when to use the 4-thread, 3-thread, and the 2-thread. On the 4-thread, am I correct in saying that it has that straight stitch? So it's not going to be as stretchy?
It does, and I'm sorry, my dog is being my doorbell today.
That's
He's
okay.
standing right out here, and I think somebody's probably in my yard working in my yard, so I apologize for him. But he's doing his job. He's letting me know somebody's out there.
Exactly.
Yeah, so when you're looking, hopefully, excuse me a minute, Montana, stop. So when you look at this, this is your 4th thread. If you can see that stitch right there in the middle, that is your straight stitch. If you can see it on the back, it kind of looks like, it's a little hard to see, but there's a little pinprick back there. You can't see it on camera, but that is like a straight stitch in there that's holding all those fibers together. Whereas if we just have the 3-thread, there's not really a straight stitch. Everything's overcast and wrapped. So it holds really well on a 3-thread, but if you're using like a linen or a natural fabric that really wants to ravel, and you're doing it on a seam, by the time you pull that seam on the other side without a straight stitch, you could pull that apart a little bit. So definitely use a 4-thread if it's going to be in a seam and it's not a really highly stretchable fabric. So it mimics a straight stitch from your sewing machine, but it's not actually it doesn't form the same way, but it holds the fabrics together.
Such good information, Luann. I have lots more questions for you, but looking at the time, it appears that we're going to have you back once again.
All right, so I hope everybody treats their machine treats themselves to a nice addition to your sewing room if you don't already have these. These are great.
Well, they're wonderful.
And
Thank
thanks
you so
for
much
having me. I enjoyed this.
Oh, well, we love having you. Do you want to stick around while we give away the quilter's ring really quick?
I would. Yeah, those are our Juki quilters rings. We do have it in the large one. We also have a little smaller one, and you can buy them in a set, so they can take care of you. If you don't luck up and win it, you can certainly purchase them. They have them there.
Agreed. All right. Well, let's go ahead and pick the lucky winner for that. All right. Who's it going to be? Here we go. I see a couple familiar names in there. Barbara Bell Stringer, congratulations. All right, and I'll show you how to claim that prize as soon as I say my goodbyes to Luann. All right, Luann, well, thank you so much for joining us once again, and we'll see you back in the future, okay?
And you have a wonderful rest of the day. I'm going to hang around and watch some. So
awesome. And go ahead and pet Montana for us.
Yeah, he's barking again. He's my 80-pound guard dog. So
I'm going to be sharing a picture of my puppies. So they're similar in size too, like 80 and 90 pounds. So you have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Bye-bye. Oh, well, that was so fun. I love the cover stitch and the serger. So I'm going to once again go back and watch these segments. They're just full of such great information. So before we move on to the next segment, I'm going to go over some pricing on those great machines and also for claiming your prize. Let's just touch on that for all the winners so far. We have a link here. Just go to linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize, fill out that form, and we will get those awesome prizes to you. Also, let's take a quick peek at the pricing for let's do the cover stitch machine or the cover hem machine. That is normally $1,999, and it's a great sale price already of $799, but that is not the special event pricing. You can get an even better price on that wonderful cover stitch machine. And also, as you notice, it does state that financing is available. So if you've been thinking about it and you're wanting to make payments, that is definitely an option. I am very excited about this MO3000 QVP serger. This thing is so cool. It's normally or retails for the $2,799 and a sale price of $2,299, but we also have a great sale on this machine also. So that too has the financing available and that special event pricing, but all those really cool features with the roll hem thread lever and the knee lifter and that handy dandy magnetic tray on the top. Super cool. they've thought of it all with that particular serger. So just a reminder for the next giveaway, we are going to be doing a stabilizer kit. Do we have an overlay for this particular one, or don't think so? That's all right. I think I've got the box right here. I just don't want to knock everything over. Watch me go. That would be pretty funny. So we've got actually a really, really awesome prize here. I'm going to take my bubble wrap out. I'm going to be popping this later. So there's several different types of stabilizer. This is a great assortment to have in your sewing space. You've got the heat and gone. This stabilizer is wonderful if you can't use like a water soluble stabilizer where it can't get wet. You can use heat to remove the stabilizer. You've also got a power mesh fusible cutaway. So it's going to stick on the one side, and then you have the option of using scissors to cut it away from your design. And this is used in embroidery, which we're going to be covering here shortly with Ashley Dell with Floriani. So she's going to talk a little bit more about why staplers are great and where you can use them too. We've also got the perfect stick tearaway. So it also is sticky, but it also is, instead of cutting it away, you're tearing it away. And then you've got a couple other kinds as well, a medium weight, some wonderful Floriani thread, some beautiful colors. As always, they have fabulous thread. And we've got a couple other kinds. And then in addition to the stabilizer bundle, we also are going to be giving away the embroiderer's favorite tool set. So I'm going to set this aside here. I want to open this up and show you all the goodies that are in this nice little case. So you've got an assortment of some tools that every embroiderer needs. So very, very cool. Just make sure that you're keeping out for the surprise spring word. It can pop up on the screen anytime during Ashley's segment. And then at the end, we'll pick our lucky winner. All right, Brian, are we ready to get Ashley pulled up?
I think we are, but
Okay.
I think we need to make an announcement really quickly.
What's that?
Are you prepared to make an announcement about our segment after Ashley?
Oh, which one are we looking at?
Chelsea segment.
Oh, yes. I'm so sad.
So
Very
unfortunately, Chelsea Swindle was supposed to be with us today at 12 o'clock, but she had a personal emergency and she's not going to be able to show up. So everybody who is watching who knows Chelsea, please show her some love in the comments. Send her your prayers. I don't want to get into personal details. Just know that she's having a personal emergency and she can't show up. We are going to let Ashley do her thing. Ashley, I know you're in the background. I sent you a message. If you need to take up as much time as you want, please do. Once you're done, we're going to pop in and we're going to play some pre-recorded content that we filmed with Chelsea that was supposed to come out later this month. So we do have some stuff prepared so Chelsea can still be a part of SewCreative Live, but I just wanted to let everybody know that unfortunately that segment isn't going to go as planned. But thank you for everybody who still understands.
Thank you very much, Brian. And yes, our thoughts and prayers are with Chelsea, and she'll be back in the future, and we wish her a speedy recovery. So anywho, moving forward. All right, well, let's go ahead and pull up Ashley and we will get started on Total Control You.
Hey, everyone.
Oh, hello, how are you doing today, Ashley?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing?
Pretty good. As Brian said, you can take up more time if you would like. Are you ready to show us a lot of cool stuff?
Absolutely. We are going to show a lot of cool, fun, different things. Just so everyone out there is aware, if I lose lights, like it'll probably take me 30 seconds to walk around the table and turn on that light over there that's not on right now. I live in Ohio and we are in the midst of like high winds, chaos, whatever. So my lights all have flickered a couple of times today, but if everything plugged into battery backup. So we're going to keep our fingers that we don't cross. We don't actually need that light on the other side of the table.
Right.
So.
We'll make it work. Today's all about going with the flow, right?
Exactly. And it happens so often that that's just what we do. We just go with it, and however it works, it happens to work. So
yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, so we're going to talk about embroidery on garments and Floriani Total Control You, and we're just going to kind of smash it all together and show you guys a bunch of different fun things you can do, specifically focusing on garments. You know, embroidery, because, you know, you've got all those great options for construction. I know you all were just looking at those great sergers and whatnot. And, you know, once we get clothes, sometimes we like to make them ourselves like that. And sometimes we just want to take something that already exists. Like this is just, you know, a kid's hoodie I picked up somewhere, and add some great embroidery to the back of it, the front, the sides, the pockets, whatever in the world it happens to be, in order to personalize it and make it our own. And there's a story behind this one, why this horse looks a little bit crazy. And don't worry, I'll be happy to share that with y'all. So I want to show you first and foremost some of those stabilizers that I like to reach for when I'm doing embroidery on garments. And Tricia showed you a couple of those when she was showing you that giveaway box. And I quickly ran over to my collection and grabbed one of those too. So let me pop that up here. Here we go. Here is my one of it. And out of this box, my first two things that I reach into here and find when I'm embroidering on garments are that Power Mesh Fusible Cutaway and my Perfect Stick Tearaway. Now, that other stuff in there, I definitely use that too, but these are my two go-to stabilizers for garments. Now, little refresher course on stabilizers. I know we could all use a little bit of help, and sometimes we need a little more help than others. And don't worry, there are great ways to get help out there. You can always visit the Floriani website and download the stabilizer workbook. You know, we have an app for stabilizer that you can download right on your phone. I don't know, mine's somewhere here on the table, but you can literally like put in what fabric you've got and it'll make a recommendation for your stabilizer. So you can go get those out of your collection or order some if you need more or are running out. But lots of times clothing has some stretch to it. So that is why this Power Mesh Fusible is one of those first things that I like to reach for. So just that reminder, if your item has stretch to it, like my top today has lots of stretchiness to it, somehow we have to stop the stretch that's going on here before we can put our embroidery on there. So my preference is the Power Mesh Fusible Cutaway. I like the fusible because I can iron it to the wrong side. And when I go to get it in my hoop, I don't have to worry about it shifting around on me. So let's see here. I should have, oh, here we go, right where it belongs, a little pile of some ultra cute baby onesies, because let's be honest, like these are so cute and fun. They're stretchy, so they're easy to get baby dressed in, and like they make great gifts, right? What better way than to, you know, personalize a onesie for someone that's expecting a new little one, you know, of all of those great things that you could do, something practical and useful. So we got to stop the stretch on this first and foremost, same way that we would do it on the shirt that I have on here. So you are going to take that and flip it to the inside. So now it's inside out. And I went ahead, oops, there's an extra scrap of fabric there. Scraps of fabric in sewing rooms? Never. All right. So I went ahead and pre-fused my Power Mesh to the inside front of my baby onesie. This goes on with a medium temperature dry iron. And if you ever forget that, remember inside all of your rolls of Floriani stabilizer, there's a little sheet of paper in there rolled up that reminds you what it is that you're doing. So you don't have to go search online and find it all out. And I always recommend when you're done using that little sheet, roll it back up and slide it back inside of there. That way, once you take this outer wrapping off and it's just a naked roll of stabilizer floating around your sewing room, you have a fighting chance of identifying what it is, other than like the licking the corner or all sorts of odd things you could do to figure out what it is. By the way, the licking the corner only works if it's water soluble, and I don't really recommend it. So we've got this fused to the inside of my onesie. Now I fused my nude color on here so that way all of you out there could see it rather than there just being a white square fused on here. And if you're fortunate enough to have a small enough hoop, maybe you've got a multi-needle machine that has the free arm with it, that you can just go ahead and hoop this up, go right ahead and do that. But I don't have any of those. I generally stitch on my single needles. So that means I'm probably going to be working in like my 4x4 hoop, and trying to get this Tetrised into this could be a little bit of a conundrum, right? So that is where my other stabilizer here, that other one that I told you was my favorite, the Perfect Stick Tearaway, is going to come into play here. Yeah, I'm going to use 2 stabilizers to get my baby onesie in the hoop. So I have a piece of Perfect Stick already trimmed here. And Perfect Stick, if you've never worked with this before, this is the tearaway version. You could do this with cutaway too. They're both going to work the same way and how we get them into our hoop. There are 2 sides to this. There is a side that looks and feels like stabilizer, and then the other side, it's wrinkly and it's kind of crinkly and it's scratchy if you run your fingernails over it. It has that kind of like look and feel of maybe wax paper, or parchment paper is probably kind of a better texture to give you. That side is covering up a really great sticky surface underneath here. So we're going to go ahead and get that into our embroidery hoop. So I've got my hoop here. I'm going to just put it down, lay it so that loud, noisy side is face up in my hoop. Pop my hoop into place there. There we go, all nice and in. I'm going to fold this back just so you can see that I am going to tighten up my screw. Oh, my screw's already nice and tight. I think this was probably the last thing I had in here. I did just do some fun other stuff using my Perfect Stick. So there we go. I have my Perfect Stick in here now. I told you this was sticky so we could stick our baby onesie down. Could be a fun day. So in order to get my item in here, I need to expose that sticky surface. So I am just going to use a straight pin, and I'm going to score from corner to corner in my hoop. And then I'm just going to use a pin to kind of work underneath here and pick up these little flaps. Sometimes people tell me they like to score around the outside edge of their hoop too, but look at how easy that just tore away there. And let's get the rest of this off.
Doing that is oddly satisfying, by the way.
Right? I am a fan of ripping things in general. So yeah, it is so super satisfying. I'm with you on that. And then we would go ahead and put this down on our flat surface, and we're going to stick our baby onesie to it. So I'm going to put mine down here. I apologize. I don't have an overhead camera set up today. It was not playing nicely with the rest of my setups. I was like, all right, we'll improvise. That's always how it works. So baby onesie is stuck down here now. So now we're going to need to open up the little area here where we're actually going to put the embroidery in place. And you could open this up a multitude of ways, a combination of clips, pins. Honestly, I reach for my embroidery perfection tape first and foremost. So I am just going to lay this back down flat, because of course you would be working on a flat surface too. And I promise I'll pick it up so you can see it once I've got everything kind of taped into place here. I'm going to tape down at my neckline first so it can't shift. I'm going to roll up the bottom of my onesie so I don't stitch it to the back side of my hoop. If you've never stitched something to the back side of your hoop, that's a real treat. The first time it happens, you're like, wait, how did this even happen? And you'll be sure that you're super careful to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So I've got my bottom rolled up and just kind of loosely tucked out of my way for the moment. Now we got to get the rest of this pulled down and those little army things flopped open. This is a 0 to 3 month onesie, so really teeny tiny. On pretty much the 3 to 6 month and up, I like to pull the bottom of this up, but this one's so small, we got to pull the neckline down. And I'm going to be honest with you, I know that idea of that like newborn preemie size would make some super cute baby onesies. Just buy them. Buy them already pre-done. Don't try to embroider them. Honestly, it's a lot more frustration than what it's probably worth in the end. So let's see. We're going to kind of squish up this little arm and tape it out of the way. And I'll do the same thing over here on the other side. And honestly, buying those little ones, if you're anything like me, my last 2 nephews, they were 9.5 and 10 pounds a piece. They never in the cute little teeny tiny stuff anyway. So 0 to 3 was kind of like the starting point for them. And I think they fit in them for like the first week, maybe. So, all right, I think this one last piece here, we'll get this enough out of the way that everyone can see what it is that I'm looking to accomplish here. There we go. So now we have this open little area here where you can put your embroidery on. Now, do you know where the little hoop trace function button is on your machine? The little thing that kind of like runs around like a little box. You are going to want to use that in here to make sure that you're not going to stitch on top of any of this other fabric that we've pulled out of the way. The other thing that I do recommend you do, remember I used that nude power mesh on here? Turn this to the back side and then hold it up to the light. Oh, you can kind of sort of see it there. Just make sure that that area where you're going to be stitching actually has the power mesh underneath it. Because if you try to stitch this and you stitch off of that power mesh on this tiny little baby onesie, it's probably perfectly fine. You're going to finish it off. We're going to cover up the back side of it. Don't worry, I'll tell you what I like to use there too. And you're going to go ahead and use it yourself or give it as a gift. But if you were using a similar technique on some other things and you stitched off of it, that could be a little bit of a problem. I've been there. I've done it. I put a cute little kitty cat on one of them. And look at that. Kitty cat goes right up off the top of that stabilizer there. So any of this area underneath that little bit of tail curled up or the points of the ears at the top there wouldn't be held in place well for all of time, because that's the whole reason why we're using a cutaway on our stretchy fabrics. We want to stop the stretch for all of time, not just while we're getting it in our hoop and doing our embroidery, but as it's being worn, as it's laundered, etc. So that way the embroidery looks great for years to come. We've all probably had that stabilizer mishap. Usually happens when we're just getting started and we're learning something and you put something on it and you're super proud of it and you give it as a gift. And the next time you go to visit someone, towels are where I see this a lot. It's like wrinkled and crinkled up because maybe you didn't choose the right stabilizer because you didn't know any better. Same idea here. We want to make sure we get the right stabilizer underneath there so this looks great. Now, realistically, this is a tiny little baby onesie. We are going to take and cut off this extra stabilizer. I would probably take this off using, where did I put it here? There we go. I would probably reach inside of my embroidery favorite tool set here and grab this funky pair of scissors in here. These are the stabilizer and lace trimming scissors. They have a little bump at the bottom of them, so that way as you're trimming, the bump helps to keep that above your stabilizer, so that way you can trim it out and you don't have to worry about inadvertently nicking the back side of your project there. So after you've got that trimmed out, you're going to want to finish it somehow, right? Because we're talking embroidery on garments, things that people are going to put on. May not be us, might be someone else. And we want to make sure that that feels as soft as possible against the skin. So how in the world do we make that happen? In this case, I like to go with, where's my one here? I like to pull out some of my Floriani Dream Weave. So this package of Dream Weave has been a little bit loved. I've been using it here making some Easter gifts. But Dream Weave is designed to be a finishing product. You're actually going to fuse this over the wrong side of the embroidery once you're finished doing it. So in this case, let's flip this one inside out here. You can see I have a little bit of an exaggerated size piece here, so it shows up on camera well, of my Dream Weave fused to the wrong side of the embroidery. So this is going to enclose all of those stitches so it feels nice and soft against the skin. Because, you know, it's not really the thread or the fabric choices or the stabilizer or anything like that that makes embroidery itchy. It's a fundamental part of how it's put together. It's those teeny tiny little stitches that are one on top of another, the knots that help to keep our thread from unraveling, that makes embroidery feel itchy. Our skin just feels that difference in texture and tells our brain, this is itchy, we need to itch. So fun little science fact there too. So you're going to fuse your dream weave over the back side of it, in closing all of those stitches, so that way it doesn't have that itchy, scratchy feel to it. And you don't have to limit yourself on using Dreamweave on just things you've embroidered. You can use it behind lots of things, especially wearables that are scratchy. I have a pair of jeans that I bought and I paid way too much money for them, but the inside, like inseam of them, drove me crazy. So I cut little 2-inch pieces of Dreamweave and just fused it over the inside of the seams on the jeans. Now I can wear them again. So think stuff like that too, outside of the box, will allow you to easily be able to do, use that in multiple ways. Now, of course, baby onesies aren't the only combination that you might be doing that on. What about a polo shirt with a left chest logo, or, some kind of placement up here? In that case, I would actually use exactly the same combination of stabilizers. And this one right here is done and embroidered. So ready to go. I've got my pocket full of notions over here. I'm going to show you where this came from. Super duper cute. But right here on my polo shirt, ready to go. So when I flip this one inside out, you're going to notice something a little bit different, because I haven't put Dreamweave over the back side of this one yet. This one, you can see my power mesh is there. And then this kind of light little fluffiness, that is the remnants of the Perfect Stick left behind. I've washed this one a couple of times. It just travels with me so everyone can see how the Perfect Stick tearaway washes. Actually built on the Stitch and Wash foundation. So it's partially water soluble, partially fibers. So it gets really nice and soft in there, which is why sometimes when you see it on the back of a finished item, it might have a little bit of a bearded or a pilled appearance to it. Just know that that's those fibers that are trapped underneath your embroidery stitches, holding them together for all of time. Now, I know someone out there is probably thinking, but Ashley, that's a pretty good size garment. It looks like the shirt fits you. Yeah, it does. It fits me. So why did you use the Perfect Stick to get it into your hoop? Why didn't you just hoop it right up with the power mesh? And honestly, it was a combination of things. First of all, it's kind of close to the placket here, so I wasn't able to get enough space to keep even tension the whole way across. And then you've got the shoulder and the arm seam where those are coming together. So to keep the best tension on this, to get the best embroidery results possible, it just made more sense to stick it down to my Perfect Stick tearaway rather than fighting to try and get all of this hooped nice and straight. So same kind of fabric, just now we're using it for an adult application as opposed to that tiny little baby onesie. Now, if I was doing something just on the back side of this polo shirt here, I would actually fuse my power mesh, and then I would just hoop it all up and put it into my embroidery hoop all as one. I wouldn't necessarily need to add my Perfect Stick tearaway. And I know the frustration of trying to get all of your layers in place and try and get it into your hoop and have it not shift out of place and go crazy, wonky, whatever direction. So let me share with you a few tips to get this exactly where you want it to be. First of all, on the inside, fuse your stabilizer in place. We're going to pretend like I already did that just for the magic of the internet here. Then I am going to go ahead and print myself out a template of the design I'm going to use. And, when you print a template, there's different options out there on how you might do things, how you might choose to go with it. We're going to need a hoop here. If you print on just regular printer paper, yes, you can see what the shape and size of your design is. This is just printed right out of FTCU, which I promise we're going to play in yet, on just some regular paper. So, you could try to, see how this is going to go, but you're probably going to have to get out some pins to pin this in place or some tape, something like that. I like to, rather than just printing on regular paper, to print on some of my template tearaway from Floriani. So this is design positioning paper. So one side of it has that loud, noisy release paper sounding side to it. And the other side, again, kind of sort of feels like stabilizer. This time, we're not making something that's going into our hoop, necessarily not in between our hoop at least, but we're printing off a template of what our design is going to look like on that stabilizer feeling side there. Then you're just going to take your paper scissors, not necessarily your good ones for stabilizer and fabric and that kind of stuff. And I know I just said for stabilizer and somebody's going, well, I always make sure that I use fabric scissors on stabilizer. All of the Floriani stabilizer is made from fiber, right? There's no paper there. You're actually embroidering through fiber, so you don't have to worry about your paper scissors, as opposed to your good fabric scissors. And those adhesives that are on those, not necessarily this one because we don't intend for you to sew through it, but the adhesives that are on like Perfect Stick, which is, the sticky tearaway, or Wet and Gone Tacky, which is the water soluble tearaway, or anything that's got a fusible with it. If we intend for it to be sticky or tacky and for you to sew through it, it's also been engineered with silicone. That's why you don't get gummy needles and those kinds of frustrating things. So we have our little design all cut out here. And I have another one here that I've been using. So we're going to use that one rather than me spending a couple of minutes, putting this on my pant leg and pulling it back off. It's nice and sticky when you first use it. So I do recommend sticking it to something kind of fuzzy and pulling it off a couple of times. Lots of times I just use my pant leg for that, to get a little bit of extra fuzziness on here so it doesn't hold on quite so well to my item, so it's easier to peel off as I'm going. And then I'm just going to take this and I'm going to stick it down to my item wherever we want to put this. So I know this is the back side, but we'll pretend like this was kind of a left chest placement kind of thing. So you could put the garment on, audition where this is, and since it's sticky, guess what? It's going to stay in place so you can get it into this hoop. Now, talking about getting it in this hoop, my favorite way to make sure that this stuff doesn't go crazy all over the place and you're not fighting with this inner hoop sliding all around is to take my inner hoop, the inner one, not the one that's going to attach to your machine, and get some of my Stitch Perfection tape. So I just happened to pull some of my 1/2-inch Stitch Perfection tape off today. This is that 2-sided sticky needle friendly tape. And I am just going to tear off some pieces of this. And honestly, I'm going to put it right on the back side of my inner embroidery hoop. The cool thing is now we're making your inner hoop temporarily sticky so you can stick it in place right where it needs to go on top of that design. Now, lots of times I use this for wearables, especially when I want to hoop something to keep nice, even tension across it. Remember, always tear your Stitch Perfection tape so it's easier to pull off that little release liner that I'm fighting with today. But if you do this, you can stick your inner hoop right where it needs to go. And then you don't have to worry about it shifting when you slide that inner hoop inside of your garment or underneath, that thick, fluffy plush blanket that you're working on. Maybe you're just going to stick that down to start with. But, sometimes we just find we get better results if we can hoop our stuff. There we go. So now I've got this. I'm going to take this and put it down. This hoop is a tiny bit small for this design, but we are just going to fudge it so that way you all can see. Look at that. It's stuck in place right where I need it to be. So you're not necessarily going to pick yours up and hold it up for everyone to see, but now that inner hoop is stuck there. So you can take the outer hoop, slide it inside of your garment and tighten it up, and you don't have to worry about anything shifting around on you. How easy. Stitch perfection tape. You've probably got some of this already around to put in your zippers or turn edges under. I know I always keep a roll close at hand. And then once you have that hooped up, get it on your machine. Use whatever the epic positioning features are that your machine has to make sure this design is exactly where it needs to be. And then before you take the first stitch, peel the template tearaway off so that way you're not stitching through this. This isn't designed for you to be stitched through. It tears and perforates really, really easily. So it would be stuck underneath your embroidery design, not necessarily where we want it to be. Put it back on the little release paper sheet and you can continue to reuse this for the same design over and over and over again. I usually just print one of these, especially if I'm doing like a whole big assembly line of stuff, and just continue to use, pardon me, the same one over and over and over again. So let me slide this one off to the side here so we have a little more working space. You know what? Let's head into FTCU and take a little peek at how I made the template and how, if you're not really sure what stabilizer to pull out, which one you're actually going to need. So this should show, wow, we'll go this way. Here we go. All right, so there is my Floriani Total Control U. Should be open on your screen now, I'm hoping. Yay, thank you. So this is actually that same design that I just had that we were playing with on the back side of the shirt there. This is one of the free monthly designs from a couple of years ago. If you had not heard before, owners of Floriani Total Control U get 5 free embroidery designs every single month. They don't cost anything. You just have your initial investment in the program. And the cool thing is there are no updates with this either. But for those of you just kind of thinking about things, let me show you how I made this template. It was as simple as putting my template tearaway into my printer and then just going to File. And I'm going to go Print Preview so you can actually see what I would see here. And pull up my print preview. Now, page 1 shows you the design in real size, assuming it fits on one sheet of paper. If it takes multiple pages, it breaks it out into those individual pages for you so you can see the design at 100%. Tip, sometimes if you've got a 5x7 and you've been working on it maybe horizontally on your screen, rotate it vertical because it's going to need to go vertical in your hoop anyway, and then it'll print on one sheet of paper as opposed to 2 of them across. So we've got our little centering lines on there so we can see what it would need to be. So when we print this, printing it right on that template tearaway will allow you just to go ahead and cut it out. Now the second page here has our individual color changes. I love the default way that FTCU shows those color changes and actually shows you what part of the design that color is in, as opposed to just giving you those little squares of color. Of course, you can change it to get just those little squares if you want it to be those. But I like this because lots of times I just swap out colors that I want on the fly and go, oh, I like this green and this green and this red and whatever it is together, as opposed to taking a few minutes to recolor everything. Lots of epic things you can change and adjust. And I do want to show you one quick little setting here. You can turn on what we call the Floriani cat symbol. Looks relatively similar to another symbol that happens to be out there, maybe without ears and a tail, for some of you to use on your machines to do your positioning that have the cameras with them. So yes, you can print out that little same looking shape and your machine will recognize it just the same. So you can let the camera from your machine go ahead and scan all of that and get it into position right where you need it to be. enough about the print preview here. Let's talk about what in the world we could actually do and how we could maybe take some of our frustration out of things. Let's take, for example, that sewing notions little pocket that I had on the polo. So I'm going to grab a new window here just so we have a fresh blank screen. And just so you know, this works with existing embroidery designs. You can make your own totally from scratch. And we even have, you know, fun options for you. I'm going to use the You Design It option here. This is a little collection of essentially design packs for the software. So there are 15 of these in total. When You Design It first came out, we gave everybody monsters for free, and you choose your little center starting point, and then you kind of attach things out and around it. So it's like I'm playing with monster paper dolls here right on my screen. Now, I know monsters aren't necessarily everybody's jam. There are a bunch of different ones in here. And as you see, I just hit the randomize button so it could kind of play through these and have some fun. But let's stop that and peek at some of these other ones. As a matter of fact, let's grab that pocket full of notions. Look at all those different ones there. Circle monograms and clotheslines and frames and flowers and kids' pockets and lace. Lots of epic things. All of these design collections, these You Design It packs, are coming with new purchases of Floriani Total Control U at no additional cost to you. They are our gift to you from us at Floriani. We mail those to you about 6 to 8 weeks after you register your new software. So let me show you the pocket full of notions here. This is one of my favorite ones. I know it's the sewing like nerd in me coming out, but here is my fun little pocket. And then I get to choose what kind of notions I want to add inside of there. So this was actually the little pocket that I made. And we're going to click OK here. And it's going to drop right onto my workspace. So now I can, you know, come in and I can change my colors on things if I want. It does bring these in groups. So if you needed to make some adjustments, it is going to, you know, bring the like items in together. So let's grab this spool of thread there. And oh, let's make it the variegated thread really quick. Okay, so we need to change our thread palette. So that is this little select thread chart in the bottom left-hand corner here. And we are going to head to the Floriani. Oh, I want my variegated and mixed colors. So now my little color swatches here have multiple colors in them. And this particular one, I used the pink variegated. So there we go. Oh, I must not have actually clicked on that there. Oh, there we are. So now it gives me a little preview of what this might look like with the variegated thread. Now, we know that the software starts with one color, and what exact color is in your needle might be a little bit different when you start to sew, so your gradient might look a little different. But look at that. Look how cool that little stripe effect is just from how the fill pattern is on it. So it's a great way to be able to audition some of those more unique threads that sometimes we're afraid to use because we're just not sure how it might look. And I know I just chose the Floriani variegated and mixed, but look at how many different color palettes are there. I know that your wall behind you or wherever it is you store your thread probably isn't all one brand like most of mine is back there. I mean, I've got Floriani, I've got Embellish, and I've got Quilter Select back there, but it's all stuff from R&K. So you can, you know, get in here and get the colors it is that you have in your room that you are working and sewing with. Now, if you've got this design and you're ready to go, somehow we need to get it saved to take it to our embroidery machine, right? So lots of times we just go File and scroll down here to Save As, and we're going to go ahead and send it to wherever in the world it needs to go. But if you want to take some of the extra guesswork out of here, choose Save to Sew. This is going to pop up a little wizard here that's going to walk you through the process of saving this design so it's going to stitch optimally for the kind of fabric or the item that you are putting it on. So we have baby onesie there as our default, but look at how many different options are hiding in here. There's a couple, oh my gosh, so many different things. Yeah, there's a few more than a couple here. There's denim in here, cuffs, because cuffs in and of themselves require a little bit of extra finesse. Again, you're not going to be able to get it in that hoop well, so you're probably going to be sticking it down to some perfect stick, flannel, and fleece. A finished handkerchief versus handkerchief linen, assuming that the linen, just in and of itself, you would probably hoop up all in one, but the finished handkerchief, you'd just be doing the corner of it. So there are a ton of different things in here. Pocket top, polar fleece. And I do want to show you that if you scroll almost clear down to the very bottom, because it did take me a little bit to find this, woven cotton lives down here. So if you're thinking about like your quilting weight cottons or those kind of other light quilting weight cotton or just regular woven cotton fabrics, head to the bottom and grab that woven cotton option there. But we were talking about putting that on my polo shirt. So I'm going to come back up to, oh, I don't have a polo here. What did I call this? I don't remember what I called it, but you know what? Let's just go with it. Let's put it on some moisture wicking fabric because I'm pretty sure this is going to tell me exactly the same thing. You always have two options here. I didn't digitize this, or I did digitize it. Choose whichever one makes sense to you. Maybe choose one, see how it adjusts, and you can always go back and choose the other one. I didn't make this, but the reason why I say choose one versus the other, there's this little box inside of the big box here that says new style settings. And there's a checkbox option there to change the density, the underlay, the pull compensation, and all the other settings. So now Walter Floriani is swooping into your FTCU and he is going to adjust that embroidery design to go on the fabric that you have chosen to put it on. So it's going to adjust all those settings, take out extra stitches that you don't need, or maybe add some stitches in if some of them are a little bit too long. So on the next screen here, now Kay Brooks, the K of R&K, is coming in here and she is going to tell you what stabilizers to go grab out of your collection. Ooh, this actually is giving me a little bit different result than what I was necessarily thinking of. But that's okay. Sometimes there's more than one way to do something. It's recommending my cutaway medium fusible from Floriani as opposed to the power mesh. Honestly, kind of comes down to self-preference. Cutaway medium is more traditional fiber-based versus power mesh is a nylon base. So you've got your option there. It's telling you to hoop the item because we just told it that it was moisture wicking fabric. And then it is recommending that I put some topper on the top of there. If that wasn't what you wanted, go back, choose the other fabric that you really had intended on. Like, for example, my baby onesie here. This is going to give me my power mesh, my perfect stick, telling me to stick it down and to retrieve some of my heat and gun. And notice there are little links here to YouTube on these. So if it's 3 a.m. and you have forgotten, how you're going to use your perfect stick, you can click the link and head right out to YouTube and we'll tell you how you're going to use that. Some other options in here as far as recommendations for alternate stabilizers, needles, those kind of things. And when we finish this, it's going to want to save it to our computer. We're just going to drop it right here on my desktop. Notice in that little design section over there on the right-hand side, it tells me all of that information that I just had in the pop-up. And when you print it out, that information is going to be on that first page with the real size preview of your design. Now, when you go to save this, you're going to probably save it as whatever the file format was for your machine. And we saw me just quickly save that and drop it onto my desktop. I have set up my preferences in here, like I recommend you do too, to save this as, a certain kind of file. So mine is going to save as EXP because that is what I most commonly stitch in myself with my machines. But you can set it to autosave your WAF format, your machine. You can change this to any one of a number of different things out there. So it's got that file format in there that you're going to need for your embroidery machine. And remember, you want to save it as the WAF, which is our file format, and your embroidery machine format. That way you don't have to worry about not having the original design to play with, because the WAF file is always going to have the most information possible in there when you've created it here. So there are so many different things that you can do and you can play with, etc. But I want to take a moment and kind of head back out of this and show you some other stuff on other wearables, right? Because that's not the end all be all. Knit fabric isn't the only thing that we embroider on. So I held up this little jacket earlier. So this is some sweatshirt fleece. So this was a ready-made sweatshirt and it's got some stretch to it. So my stabilizers of choice, honestly, were exactly the same thing that I had used on my baby onesie, except I took a little extra step here. You see this big piece of white that's fused directly to the inside of the jacket? That is some of our Dreamweave Ultra. So Dreamweave Ultra isn't necessarily something you're going to go pull out of your collection for every single piece of embroidery that you do. Dreamweave Ultra is designed for embroidery on all kinds of fabrics, but specifically things that are ultra dense. Have you ever had that embroidery design that you've done the math on the stabilizer and you've got, a primary stabilizer and maybe a floater or maybe two floaters because maybe it's got 30,000 stitches in a 4x4 area. And oh my gosh, there is so much. And you start to embroider and it's looking good. And the more stitches it puts down, suddenly it's like your project is coming up out of the hoop. Not like the hoops coming apart, but the project is just growing and getting bigger. That happens when we put so many needle penetrations into the item we're embroidering on that the fabric itself can no longer hold together because we're just fracturing it and breaking it apart. So if you take a moment and you fuse some Dreamweave Ultra to the back side of the project before you add your stabilizer, this is going to be an extra layer of defense to hold everything together so that way your fabric is less likely to get that cupping or doming effect to it. So I started with my Dreamweave Ultra because this cool little horse design, I think this was like 37,000 stitches in like a 4x5-ish area. So it's a pretty good size design. It might be 4x6. I don't have it in front of me. But I knew I was going to need something to help hold the sweatshirt fleece together because this was a really dense design and I didn't want it to get that great big cupping thing going on. So prepared it with my Dreamweave Ultra first and foremost. And then I went ahead and fused my power mesh in place. Again, use whatever color makes sense. I used the nude just so that way you could see the little bit of it. And then, depending on the positioning of this, etc., you could just go ahead and hoop it up as normal. You might need a floater or two underneath there. This particular one, I actually wasn't sure where it was going to fall in relation to these little sleeve edges. So I went ahead and stuck it down to my Perfect Stick Tearaway. So right there's 2 layers of stabilizer, one with my power mesh, one with my Perfect Stick Tearaway. Why can I use the Perfect Stick Tearaway and I don't have to change to cutaway? Because the power mesh that was the first thing we attached was the right stabilizer for the project. And then on this particular one, this fabric did have a little bit of lofty fluffiness to it. I know there's no way it's going to show up on camera, but it has kind of a light little fluffy texture to it. So I elected to go ahead and add some topping before I got stitching. My topping of choice on this one was my Heat and Gone, because I just told you that it had that kind of fluffy appearance to it. So I wanted to make sure that the fluffiness stayed underneath my stitches and didn't try to pop up between them as I was going. Now, I'm sure someone out there is going, Ashley, why in the world is your horse pink and blue? And are those highlights in lime green? Yes, they are. So I told you I was working on Easter gifts, and I asked my 5-year-old nephew what he wanted, on a sweatshirt for Easter. And he told me he wanted a horse. And I said, okay, no big deal. What color horse do you want? I should have known the answer was going to be rainbow. It was rainbow. So I channeled my inner like Lisa Frank Tula Pink and went kind of crazy off the wall to come up with these colors here. So that is why we have a pink, blue, and green horse on the back of this little jacket, because that's what he wanted. So that's what he's going to get. And, I don't have to pay attention to the recommended colors for the design. I can make this work however I need it to be for what it is that I'm doing. So same stuff, same stabilizers there that I pulled out originally. There was an option in there to do a cuff in Save to Sew. So what about putting embroidery on the cuff of, a shirt? First of all, leave the cuff attached to the shirt. Please don't cut it off. This is just a whole extra thing, but it's way easier for me to handle rather than, having a whole shirt flopping over here too, as I'm trying to show you. Unbutton your cuff. And then I just take, this was a non-stretch fabric, by the way, hooped up my Perfect Stick tearaway, and then I can just stick this down in place and do all of my embroidery. And when I'm done, pull up the edges and tear it away there. So it's a really great way to be able to do some quick embroidery on things like that and not have to, fight with it. Sometimes, you get odd things that you want to embroider on. Like, have you ever seen people embroider on socks? They're super duper stretchy, right? So are you going to fuse a little piece of power mesh behind and then stick it down to your Perfect Stick tearaway? You might. You might also just swap it for Perfect Stick Cutaway. It's like Perfect Stick, but it's built on Cutaway Medium as opposed to the tearaway base. So you've always got options, and Save to Sew and FDCU is a really great way to figure out where the starting point is. You might make an adaptation or a substitution based on what you have on hand, especially if you're like me and you're a procrastination sewer that's usually sewing in the middle of the night right before something needs to be ready to go. In order to make it all work. I've got a few other fabrics here of things that I want to share with you. Specifically, I've got one big one over here. So pardon me while I move some things around. So this is crepeback satin. Oh, I know it's pretty, but the thought of sewing with it probably gives some of you the heebie-jeebies. For me, I have done a ton of work with crepeback satin. I have made lots and lots of costumes. Costumes are garments. They're just a little bit more playful than what we go with every day. And this particular piece was made to be kind of a replica of Brad's Blue Robe from the Rocky Horror Picture Show that came out in '75 for anyone who's like, wait, how old is that? Yeah, it's old. It's okay. But it's got all of this beautiful embroidery on the back side of it. And of course, trying to source something that old, for a replica isn't necessarily going to happen. So I had to come up with a combination of stuff to make this work. Well, crepeback satin's beautiful, right? But it's slinky and it's slippery and it just wants to go everywhere as you're doing it. And if you've ever sewn with it before, you have to have the right needle for the job, or something like a satin, a silk, a taffeta, even organza, thinking about fussy fabrics, you can wind up with runs in the fabric, right? So I start by preparing the fabric first and foremost to be able to take this embroidery. And I did a little bit smaller piece just so it was more manageable, as this is going to slide on the floor on me anyway, which is what I was trying to avoid. I did just a quick little monogram here on something. So on the back side here, you can see that I've got my Dreamweave Ultra fused to the back first and foremost. Why am I fusing Dreamweave Ultra when I'm not doing an ultra dense design? Well, because this fabric is really delicate. So I'm just looking to add extra stitch count to the fabric so it holds together well. And then in the case of this particular one, I stuck it down to some Perfect Stick in order to hold it in place. And I'm not so super sure how it's going to show up on screen here, but this, honestly, it looks really nice. There's a little bit of pulling around the edges of the design. So while it's a stable fabric and it's been prepared correctly, the Perfect Stick, did give it the ability to walk and wander just ever so slightly. I've actually found over time, trial and error, that while the Perfect Stick works good, and yes, it's the right stabilizer for what you want to do. And if you weren't necessarily needing the sticky component of it, you could swap out to say like Stitch and Wash fusible. But I actually prefer my Power Mesh fusible behind it. And this is going to sound really kind of counterintuitive. Satin, some silks, taffeta, crepeback satin. I find most of them can endure at least a little bit of heat. Of course, always try a little thing on the side first, but I actually prefer to fuse my Power Mesh to the back and then hoop the entire item as opposed to floating it. That is how I get such great results on these, because I mean, look at these butterflies. Like, these are really pretty dense. Sorry, this one's been folded a little bit. But they're pretty dense and there's no pulling or puckering around the edge. 7511 chrome embroidery needle is what I prefer to do these. 75 gets a nice light fabric. I don't need any thicker or heavier thing. If you are going on something super finicky like organza, you might, back it off and go maybe with like a 70, not necessarily an embroidery needle, but you might go with like a 65 or a 70 from a needle size, just to make sure that you're not disturbing that weave of the fabric so much. But for me, I find that my 7511 chrome embroidery needles work pretty well for this kind of stuff. Now, denim. I didn't forget about you. I know that, coming back into style are embroidered jeans again, and some of you probably have them on your list of projects to do. So denim, again, same idea, depending on if it has stretch or not. If it has stretch, you're going to need to stop that. In this case, I've got some black Power Mesh fusible fused to the back side here before I went ahead and did all of the embroidery on this one. Now, this one is kind of a work in progress, got some fun thread there and just kind of an all over texture. I'm going to cut this down to make a little clutch bag with it. But, other things like this was a fun one I did a few years ago. Yep, that's me. But in embroidery, I did that with our Sketch-a-Stitch software. But again, it's on denim. Little bit different denim this time and pretty dense work here in some of this. So again, I've prepared the back of my fabric with my Dreamweave Ultra so that way it doesn't go anywhere. This one, I just went ahead and fused my heat and stay on the back of it. You might remember there was some heat and stay in the box that Tricia showed us at the beginning of, part of what you can win. This is great for solid, dense designs on stable fabrics. Other things you've got in there, just so you know, that tearaway medium, this is my most common floater that I pull from. And, the Heat and Gone. I use my Heat and Gone probably more frequently than I use my water soluble topping, because if I've taken the time to put topping in place, I'm probably really looking to make sure that everything stays. So, we've played with some different options here. We've played with FTCU. Let's see what else we can do there. Let's actually head back over in to FTCU again. And that should give me what I need. Might take just a moment to pop back over on your side there. There we go. So there are so many epic things you can do inside of here. FTCU is our full-fledged digitizing suite. Oh my gosh, Ashley, digitizing? Well, yeah, I mean, digitizing doesn't have to be that crazy complex. Starting from a blank screen and using the tools to individually make something stitch by stitch by stitch. Digitizing can be as simple and as easy as, grabbing something that you have for an existing design, or maybe something that you've started with. Oh, here's a fun little snowman. Oh, our snowman, I do not think needs to be pink variegated thread. For anyone wondering, it is definitely an interesting look there, but let's go ahead and swap this back to, let's go to my color spectrum so I don't have quite so many colors here. And oh, it brought everything in that way. So you know what? New design. I must have load to palette match turned on here. And let's get rid of those stitch points. Oh, there we go. There's the right button. And we'll turn on 3D just so you can see it the way we intended it to be. So digitizing doesn't have to be as crazy as starting from scratch. It can be as simple as bringing in your, an existing design and, deciding, maybe you don't want, everything from the arm. So maybe you're going to select your design here. We got to ungroup this so we can start to play with it. Tip, if you bring things in from the browser over here on the right-hand side of the screen, everything comes in grouped. So it's really easy to move around. If you do file open or use the open button in the file menu, it comes in ungrouped. So when you try to move things around, you got to remember to select everything if you want to move it all as one big group. So we could go in here and you know what? Maybe you only want to get rid of one arm there. So we could just select that. And you know what? I'm just going to come over here and, I don't need any arms at all today. We're good. So there, my arms are gone. Maybe I want to make an adjustment to where this little happy, expression is on his face. I can kind of move it around and get it to where I need it to be. Oh, now I got to readjust my eyes a little bit there. So let's ungroup my eyes. Oh, they're all together because I merged this into an EXP to go to my machine. So it's okay. I can, let's just get rid of it. I don't need the extra there. Let's delete it and let's start over from scratch. So here, quick and easy little shape. I'll grab a little circle here. Okay, it's going to be the very last thing that appeared. It's yellow. Oh my goodness. It's artwork right now. We're going to change the color so you can see it. And one quick click. Now it's embroidery. So now I made myself a new little eye here. And I could copy and paste it and have the second little eye. I just digitized something there. Yeah, just from zero, totally from scratch to start with. It's not as scary as the word sounds, but you can play with things however you want. So I want to tell you a couple other fun things. So remember how I told you that, all of the U Designants right now are coming included when you purchase.
Ashley?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Will you back up? I have a question for you. What is digitizing?
Oh my gosh, digitizing. Digitizing is literally making embroidery stitches. So seriously, let's digitize a star really quick. So it could be coming into something like a shape library. So we've got a built-in shape library here. And I could scroll and choose a star. I'm sure there's one in here. There we go. Let's go the pointed star. So this right now, the slow redraw tool is totally empty. This is just a shape. It's just a piece of art. There are no stitches here. But digitizing is transforming something that isn't stitches into embroidery stitches. So in this case, if we just want this to be a solid filled in star, I can use my solid fill options down here at the bottom, and one quick click, let me turn on 3D so you can see it, that's now stitches. We just digitized something. Kind of cool, huh? And I know lots of times people start getting into software because you want to digitize something in particular. So up here at the top, we've got the digitizing wizards. These don't require you to be a wizard. They're going to do it all for you. We've got cross stitch, we've got a photo stitch, we've got an auto artwork, we've got an auto digitizing, and the advanced digitizing. Let's use the auto digitizing wizard here. You're going to go find a design, or a picture rather, not even a design. We're making a design. We're not there yet. I am a little ahead. You're going to go find that picture that's on your computer that you want to digitize. Now, you'll notice lots of these are nice and clean and simple. The cleaner, the simpler your picture, the better the results will be that you get. Let's do this little fairy wand here, since we were kind of talking about, you know, magical wizard options. So this one is just you selecting it. Next screen is you telling the program what size you want it to be. If your rulers are in inches, your size here will come up in inches. So just so you know, it's just a right click on the ruler and you can change from inches to metric and back and forth. So let's make this, about 4 inches tall. So it's going to auto change my width for me also. We're going to go next. And now it asks how many colors are part of this design. Frequently, I find people are like, the white is not part of the design. You're right, it's not. It's the background color, but it's important that it's here right now, because this is just showing us a really super simplified version of this. You can add and remove colors here if you were missing some or you needed some extras. We're going to stick with 5 for right now, and I'm going to go next. The difference from the first screen to the second screen is that tiny little black outline that goes around those. And when I click this, lots of times people are like, but I don't want a black outline there, Ashley. I know. It's just the program showing you the color separations that it is seeing. So that's important at this point that you see that. If you don't like how it separated the colors, you can slide this little tolerance slider over here and hit update outlines, and it will change things. Now, underneath that picture there, see how there's a little checkbox to fill the background area, color area with stitches. If you needed this background color to be stitches for some reason, maybe it's a white background and you're digitizing a dog and there are whites to its eyes, click that, because otherwise all of the white, it's going to think you don't want. Here, we're totally good to go though. We get to make some choices on this next screen. They call it judgment. Kind of love it personally. Minimize your color or your jump based on if you're on a single or a multi-needle. When do you want to lock your stitch? I lock my stitch always, because even if my machine isn't going to trim, I still want the stitch to lock, so I can go back and trim that little stitch myself. And then I can trim never, always, or only at a certain distance. I like to program the distance of 5 millimeters. Now, your embroidery machine might override this depending on what your settings are, or it might just tool along with it. Sometimes we can change that on our machine. Smaller than 5 millimeters, I'm going to let it go ahead and, not cut that jump stitch, save myself some time. So we're going to finish. There is my cool little fairy wand, digitized from 0. So yeah, you can take pictures from scratch and digitize them to get them in here. So that's what digitizing is, the quick and easy way. So where I was heading was, as we're building all of these things and we're doing things and we're accumulating embroidery designs, sometimes it's helpful to know what we actually have. And that is where Floriani My Design album can be really, really helpful. So this is a completely separate program. Now, the cool thing is, if you already have Floriani Total Control U, or maybe if you don't, you can get just My Design album. This allows you to watch the folders where your embroidery designs are at on your computer. And in other words, you're giving this program permission to peek inside of things. I know Windows doesn't ask for permission for everything. It just does whatever it wants. But My Design album is going to ask you where your embroidery designs are at. And you're going to scroll through, whatever on your computer, and you're going to click where they are. So I opened some of my Floriani designs, and I specifically opened my Forever Tattoo design collection, and I told it I just wanted it to play with the PES designs. I like PES because it retains color information. So when I'm looking for designs, I like to be able to see them this way. So I'm going to click OK, and it's watched that folder, and it's gathered up those designs and brought me in a little thumbnail of them. They come up in this little area over here on the left-hand side, the pending area, so you can see what you've got. And once they're in here in pending, you can click on it and you can see things like the size, the number of stitches, etc. And there's an option down here to edit keywords. So if you've ever wanted a program where you can kind of catalog your designs and assign them keywords, this is the program for you, because you're going to assign keywords to this. So let's see here. I cannot talk and type at the same time. I do not have that talent. So anchor, rope, you could add in anything you want there, just to separate those by a comma. And we're going to click OK. And now it says keywords, anchor and rope. And then I'm just going to take this design, because this is in my pending right now. Oh, hang on, we got to do something first. Over here in the bottom left-hand side by embroidery, click that little plus button, and you can see a bunch of pre-built in categories here. So if you don't like a category, you can add additional ones there. And to go ahead and categorize these, you're just going to grab this, click, hold, and drag this to a new place. I'm going to put this in transportation for right now, since it would be part of a boat, and a boat is a means of transportation. And now it is in the transportation category. So it dropped out of that little pending folder, and it is there. So the thing about My Design album is you don't necessarily have to spend hours and hours giving everything keywords. You can tell the program where your designs live, and then you can just drag them into those categories, or you can make your own new ones to make it easy to find things. You can print out, a sheet that looks very similar to, oh, it's on the floor over there, the sheet that I used as the template to print on my template tear away right from here to be able to get there. Now, when you first start setting this up, you might be tempted to click on that folder where all of your embroidery designs are and tell it this is where everything lives. And I'm going to tell you from experience, your computer is going to run really, really slow, because essentially it's going through and it's learning where all of that stuff is at. It's not moving things. It's not making extra copies. It's just finding out the best routes to get to them. i.e., this kind of becomes like the GPS for your embroidery designs. Where do they live on my computer? How do I find them? And it will allow you to be able to easily get to them. Yes, you have to put some work in order to make it work for you. But the cool thing is, once you've got the work in, you can back up your catalog. You can even back up and save all of your designs somewhere else if you need to. The idea of our computers crashing can be really scary. So wouldn't it be nice to be able to easily just make an entire backup of all of your embroidery designs and save it to an external hard drive in case you ever needed to go back and find it again? My Design album will let you do that. So you can get just My Design album, or if you're electing to get FTCU and become a brand new owner of it, we at RNK are including my design album with those You Design It collections that will ship to you in roughly 6 to 8 weeks after you've, registered your software online. So that activation process, super simple, pops up a little activation wizard after you download and install. Type in your information at the top, select your program down at the bottom, type in the activation code and hit activate. It's just going to ping the servers. No physical dongle that you have to plug in anymore. It's just a virtual one that's going to live right on your machine. There we go. I think that's got me about to my end of my time there, Tricia. So that worked out well.
That was great. That was wonderful. I'm not going to lie. My brain's going, whoo, there's so much information, but you explained it very, very well. I am very excited to play with this particular software, that's for sure. But we do actually have quite a few questions if you're available to stick around for a little bit longer.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Okay. I see that Brian popped one up. Is it easier to digitize PNGs or JPEGs?
Honestly, whichever one is going to be cleaner. Lots of times our PNGs have a little bit better color separation to them than what our JPEGs do. But at the end of the day, as long as it's a good file, you're going to be totally fine.
Wonderful. Let's see. Does Floriani Stabilizer come in pre-cut sizes?
So we do have some pre-cuts available. We call them our hoop and go stabilizers. I want to say they are 10 by 15 or 15 by 20. Those sizes might be off ever so slightly. If you go to rnk-floriani.com, that's where you're always going to find your different sizes that stuff comes in. Or if you're like, wait, does Floriani make a fusible water soluble? You can find that on there too. And I'm sure those hoop and go sizes are listed there. I see that next question is, can you import an SVG to be embroidered? Absolutely. You can bring in your SVGs. Remember how I just went to the shape library and I grabbed that star? SVGs are artwork. That little star was artwork. So you just file, open your SVG, and then click on the little parts of it and make them into whatever style embroidery you want. I just played with the fill options at the bottom. There were run stitches. There are all those fills. There are light fills. There is applique. There's embossing. Oh, so many different things there. So yes, your SVGs will absolutely play nice there. And you can go in reverse too. You can take an existing embroidery design, change it to artwork, and then save it as an SVG too. Of course, always keep in mind copyright and that we may not own the rights to do something like that. So be careful when you're going in that direction too, of course. How many computers can you register it on in case you need a new computer? I'm just going to go ahead and read them out and go for it here. So right out of the package, you get 2 installs. So you can register it on your laptop. If you have maybe like a Surface that you travel with, because remember, we are going to be on a Windows-based operating system here. So my Mac users, don't fear, Parallels or Boot Camp and your copy of Windows and you're good to go. Parallels would be my preference there just because you can seamlessly swap back and forth between them. But you're going to get 2 activations right out of the package. So you could have it on 2 of your own computers concurrently. It also does mean that if that computer that you have right now that you have it on, it dies and you don't have the ability to go into the help menu and hit deactivate, you're still going to have a fresh license for when you get the new computer. Now, if something goes totally awry and you need an additional activation for some reason, you can put in a support ticket, explain to us why you need the activation, or you can grab the 1-800 number and give us a call in Knoxville, explain to us what in the world happened, and usually we'll get you hooked right up with a new serial number or an additional activation. We are pretty good about taking care of you. The cool thing is you buy FTCU one time and it is yours for life. We're not going to ask you for update or upgrade fees. It is yours. And we put out 2 major feature updates a year. So what else do we have for questions going on there? What machine do I use? Oh my goodness. I use so many different machines. Seriously, looking out, I wish I could turn it around, but my studio is a disaster, so I'm not going to do it. But I'm going to tell you, there's a Bernina over there. There's some baby locks tucked under the counter. There's a Viking on that table. There's a Brother on that one, and there's a Janome over there right now. So I am pretty brand agnostic. I am more about the features that the machine has and the support that I get from my local sewing store in my choice of what I'm going to sew on. Because honestly, if you don't have the support behind it, it's kind of frustrating because I don't want to totally learn all of this stuff from zero again. I know my basic sewing directions, but I want to be able to, take a class or call someone and be like, why doesn't this feature work? So lots of times you're buying, not only the machine, but whoever you got it from too. Are there classes for the software? Okay, so there are lots of different ways that you can learn how to use FTCU. You can head right into the software club, which is free. All you have to do is request registration once you get your serial number for FTCU. And inside of there are lots and lots of videos already pre-recorded that you can watch. I recommend watching on a secondary screen like a tablet or a phone, so you can watch it on that screen. You can try it on your computer. And when something goes awry, you can pause, rewind, and try it again. Remember, undo is your friend, as is the new page button when you're just getting started. So there's lots of free resources out there. I know there are resources on YouTube otherwise, and we even have workshops that are available for purchase for those kind of things. And sometimes odd questions and whatnot pop up. You can head right to the support forum. Again, also free. Post your questions there, learn about things, learn from other people. Sometimes, we find it's just super quick things. Like last time I was here, I talked about designing quilt and I kept losing my quilt blocks. I just kept hitting save as, not save to my library. And it just took someone saying, are you saving it to your library, for me to realize what was happening. So yes, there's lots of different ways you can learn about the software.
That's fabulous. No, I'm very excited to look at those YouTube videos, but I'm also thinking we have to have you back for a solo event because I think there's a lot of information that we can cover.
So much stuff we could cover. Absolutely. I'd love to come back again.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate that. Do you want to stick around while we give away this awesome gift?
May as well.
All right, let's do it. All right. Who's going to win that stabilizer bundle and these great embroidery tools? We're going to get sound effects. S. Sanders, congratulations.
Yay.
All right. Well, I will show them how to claim their prize. But Ashley, thank you so much for joining us. And we appreciate all the information and you taking your time. And hopefully we'll see you back in the future.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, that was awesome. So let's talk about what she was showing. So we've got these bundles that are wonderful. I'm going to just show you so you can kind of see real size here. The bundles that I'm going to show you, you're essentially going to be purchasing just these three and getting the Heat and Gone and the Stitch Perfection tape for free. So she showed you all sorts of good stuff that you can do with each of these stabilizers. So they're just all a great asset to your embroidery studio. So let's take a look at what the bundle is. If I can find my wonderful overlay over here. Got to scooch up. There we go. Okay. So this particular bundle, as I mentioned, you're just buying those three and you're essentially getting the Heat and Gone topping and the Stitch Perfect tape for free. The MSRP on these items is $186.95 and there is an awesome price of the $89.99. So that is a fantastic bundle. And we also want to talk about FTSU. So with that software, it comes with the 15U Design It collection and the My Design album. That right there is a $2,700 value on its own. And then for this event only, you'll also get that Floriani favorite embroidery tool set that we actually just gave away. So you'll get one of those too. So the Floriani Total Control U software normally is $4,299.99 on sale for $2,999.99. And as you can see, there is financing available on that. And we do have the special event pricing for this software. Again, when I was mentioning yesterday about there's certain items that you really, really want to call about, there is a fabulous, fabulous special event pricing for this particular software. So if you've been considering getting this for your area, just give us a call and we can definitely help you out with that. So we are going to move on to our next segment, but before we do, I want to talk about what our next giveaway is. So this one's going to be a little fun. I just have to move some of my stuff. Sorry, guys. We got all the stuff and things.
While you do that, can I come on and answer a question really quickly?
Yes, you sure can.
Okay. So Ronnie Gagnon wants to know how to claim the prize. It's in the link tree that we put up in the ticker after every giveaway. You just go there and you fill out the form. I believe she did fill out her form, but she forgot to put her surprise word, and she was worried that that meant she wasn't going to get her prize. Ronnie, don't worry about that. That's mostly to help us stay organized when it's time to get them all ready to ship out. We did receive your claim, and you are going to get your prize. So I just wanted to pop on and let you know.
Yeah, and if you realize that, oh, I forgot the word, go ahead and resubmit the form. We'll notice that it's in there twice, and then we'll also remember the conversation. So
yeah, and
totally
just
fine.
for everybody to know, anybody that wins one of the larger prizes, I can't remember what the value threshold we use is, but if it's over a certain amount, we'll call you and have a conversation with you and verify and stuff. So we'll make sure
we'll reach out
that all your address information is correct and that it's going to the right person and all that stuff.
Yeah. And just a recap on that, to claim the prize, you can go to our link tree. That's the link tree /sewing parts online. Click claim your prize, fill out that form, and it will go into our list. All right, so I'm going to grab our next prize here. I have to grab it because it's always fun to show. Look, I'm going to pull it over here.
Here, I'll come help you.
Brian's going to come help me get some stuff
Might
out
as well
of the
grab
way.
this stuff.
Can you see me? I'm going to put the thread guide down just a smidge.
Hi, everybody.
It's all right. I can move the rest of it afterwards. No problem. All right. So our next giveaway is going to be a Janome 793 PG Serger. So this is going to be a wonderful machine that's going to cut your edge of your fabric and finish the edges with that overcast stitch and give you a beautiful professional result. This is an absolutely awesome machine. It is valued at $469. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun giving this away at the end of the segment. Just remember to keep an eye out for the surprise spring word. It can pop up at any time, and then we'll pick the winner at the end of the segment. So as we had mentioned before, unfortunately, Chelsea is not going to be able to make it today, but we'll have her back in the future. So we're just saying some prayers for fast recovery for her. But we've been really lucky to get the opportunity to have Chelsea in the studio with us. So she's already recorded several things that we were going to share later in the month. So Brian's going to pull up a video and we're going to play actually probably a couple, huh, Brian?
Looks like we have
Three. We have 3 wonderful videos from Chelsea. So even though she's not here live, we're going to get to spend some time with her. So Brian, are we ready to pull up the first one? All right, sounds good.
Chelsea Swindle with She Sews Seams. Have you ever wondered how they get those cute little thumb holes into the cuffs of some of your tops? Well, I'm gonna show you today. It's really simple and it only takes a few minutes. Let's get into it. The first thing we need to do is take this piece of fabric and make sure that your width is going this way. And the reason for that is because when we fold it in half, this is going to be how your wrist lays on the fabric when it's finished. So you want your stretch going across your wrist. So this is the length and this is the width. This is important. For my wrist, I'm comfortable with a 10 by 10 inch square because I like a longer wrist cuff, but if you want a shorter wrist cuff, you can shorten it this way. If you want a tighter wrist cuff, you can shorten it this way just a little bit. Step 1, let's find the center of our square. Now that we've folded it in half, this is a 10-inch square, so at the 5-inch mark, I'm gonna put a little dot. From here, I want to go 1/2 inch to the right and mark it with a line, and 1/2 inch to the left and mark it with another line. These are gonna be your sewing spots that we are marking right now. The next step is to go to the ends and we're gonna come in, I'm gonna come in 1.5 inches You can come in as far as you want. This measurement right here is how far up your thumb hole is going to start on the cuff. So I like to do it a little bit further in. You can change this measurement as you're comfortable. So I did 1.5 inches in and a 1 inch centered mark in the middle. To make this easier, I've shown you right here with these purple lines exactly where I'm going to be sewing. So I'm going to be sewing on the ends and in the middle, but I'm skipping this middle part because that's going to be where your thumbs go. I'm going to sew these little sections with a 1/2 inch seam allowance and a basic straight stitch. Start with a back stitch and then slowly work your way towards that mark that you made. And back stitch at the end. Do this for all 3 sections. The next step, once you've sewn your 3 sections, is to open up that seam and press it down. You can use your fingers or an iron, or you can use the seam roller for this part of the project. Just make sure it's nice and flat. Now we're going to take the left side with this seam open and fold it to the right. And what this is going to do is sandwich this part of your wrist cuff into the fabric, because we don't want to sew this middle section. We only want to sew through these 2 layers. And I'm going to sew between these 2 stitch lines. So let's go back to the machine and I'll show you how to do that. For this seam, I don't want to hit this fabric that's folded under, so I'm going to do this just a hair short of 1/2 inch, just a little bit over from my original line. I'm starting right at the beginning of this line and I'm going to sew to this line. Start with a back stitch and then do a straight stitch the whole way down. It's helpful to keep your fingers right on this fabric so you can feel the part that's inside the seam that you don't want to be sewing. Take your time on this. So now you've got this line right here, and the next step is to take your cuff and turn it the other direction, because now we're going to sew the other side of our thumb hole. So repeat the same process exactly as you did it before, making sure that these are stuck way down into your fabric so they don't get sewn. Load it back in and make sure that you start with a back stitch. Do it just a hair away from where you stitched your first set of stitches. Once you've completed those 2 steps where you sew across this empty space, it's time to turn your thumb hole cuff out and see how you did. Let's see. So reach in there, turn it right side out, zhush it around a little bit, and look at that. You made a thumb hole cuff. Kiss your brain. Nice and comfy, ready to go onto a shirt.
I'm still laughing over the kiss your brain. That's so great. I love the little thumb holes. Who else loves the kiss your brain comment? That was so great. All right. Well, that one was fabulous. She also has another one coming up where she shared her upcycling. She goes to thrift stores and she grabs some sheets and she is able to get a ton of fabric out of sheets. So she broke it down into what she gets out of a king sheet, a queen sheet, and a twin sheet. So we'll play that one next.
Hi, I'm Chelsea with She Sews Seams. As some of you may know who follow my accounts on Instagram, I am a huge supporter of budget-friendly sewing. And one of my favorite places to get budget-friendly fabric is at the thrift shop. When I go thrift shopping, there are lots of different sections to look through, and each one of them contains its own little treasure. My favorite section of the thrift shop is the sheet section. You would be amazed at the amount of fabric that you can get out of just one flat sheet. Today I want to show you all of the different measurements that go with the standard sizes of twin, queen, and king-sized flat sheets, so that when you go thrift shopping and you find a treasure in that sheet section, you'll know exactly how much yardage you'll get out of that sheet, so you know what kind of project you can make with it. I'm going to start with the twin size flat sheet. This is a basic size of a twin flat sheet. You've got 96 inches this this way and 66 inches across. If there is some kind of cute and fun trim on that sheet, this is the yardage that you will get of just the trim alone. So 1.83 yards on a twin size flat sheet. Most standard cotton fabrics that you'll find in the quilting cotton section of the fabric store are sold in 44 to 45 inch width. So that's what I accounted for when I made this chart. So let's say you're folding your sheet over to create 45 total inches folded, and then you'll have a little tail of 21 inches. The reason I did this is I wanted it to be based on a typical pattern measurement that you would see on the back of a pattern. You will get 45 total inches across this way and 2.6 yards total across the length. So the total yardage for a twin flat sheet will be 2.6 total yards plus this extra 2.6 yards of 21 inches of fabric. You can do a lot with this. I see little girl dresses coming out of this, pillows, all kinds of fun projects. Now let's look at the queen size sheet. A queen size flat sheet is going to be 102 inches long and 96 inches across. You'll get 2.6 yards of any sort of fun and beautiful trim that you find in that thrift store. And then on this one, we're actually going to fold the right and left sides in towards the middle. And this will create a 48-inch width of fabric, which is also still within your standard measurements of what you'll typically see on a pattern for 44 to 45-inch fabric. That said, you'll get two sections of that are 2.83 yards long, which gives you 5.66 total yards of fabric to work on a project. Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing.
Lastly, if you find a king size flat sheet, you have won the day because you are getting, when folded in on itself, 51 inches width of fabric for both sections and 6.2 total yards of workable fabric, y'all. And when you think about it, if you go to a thrift store, you're typically paying maybe $5 or $6 for a sheet. Even better if it's half price day. So that's a lot of fabric for a very little amount of money. These finds at the thrift store are fantastic if you are wanting to test out a new pattern, but you don't want to spend a lot of money on the fabric. Definitely go with a flat sheet from the thrift shop. You will be amazed at the creations that will come out of it. Not to mention all of the fun trims that you can find as well.
That is such a great savings tip. I absolutely love that she breaks it down like that, because then you really know what you can use. The other great thing that you could do for sheets, I like to use it as a backing on a little quilt. So that works out well too. The next one, this is a fabulous tip because if you've used a serger, it's intended to hold well, right? Those seams are really nice and sturdy. And sometimes it's hard to unpick them when you make a mistake, but she's got a fun little tip on how to easily do that.
Kelsey with She Sews Seams. Have you ever been sewing on your serger and you realize 5, 6, 7 feet into the project that you serged the wrong thing? It happens to me all the time, and I used to make a mess out of my sewing space trying to rip these tiny little pieces of thread out one at a time. Well, I want to show you a quick hack today so that you don't have to do that anymore. So the first thing to understand when you're about to do this hack is you need to know which is the top side and the bottom side of your serging. When you're serging, these two horizontal lines will be showing up on the top side of your fabric. If it's missing this horizontal line, that's the bottom side. So for this hack, we're going to be working from the top side. To do this, I like to use two different tools. They both work equally well, and they both are available on Sewing Parts Online's website. This is called Dual Seam Fix, and it comes with a short side and a longer, thicker side. For this, we would want to use the short side. Another option would be to use these awesome 3.5-inch embroidery scissors. They both do the job equally well. What you want to do is take your seam ripper and take it to the top horizontal line and rip through it. Then find the bottom horizontal line, and you're going to rip through that as well. Go ahead and repeat that process about 8 or 9 inches down your fabric. Pull out a little tail that you can grab with your fingers, lay it flat on your board, and you're going to hold your fabric down while you pull that stitch out. Repeat this process for the bottom half as well. Okay, here's the magic. Y'all ready? And now your fabric is free to start serging again and have a second chance at doing it the right way.
Isn't that a great tip? So whoever wins this Janome Serger now knows when they make their first oopsie, they know how to pull up that seam. All right, so the next one that she has recorded with us is sewing a t-shirt, and she makes it look so easy. She has so many little tips in this video, so I hope that you enjoy sewing a t-shirt. We have a special guest, Chelsea Swindle with She Sew Seams.
Hey everybody!
She's gonna show us how to make a t-shirt.
I can't wait to show you this t-shirt. It's really easy and really fun.
Let's get started.
I'm making this one for my son. He's a size 3T, and this pattern is available on their website in both adult and child sizes, so go and get you one. There's 5 main pieces to this pattern. We've got a front piece, a back piece, 2 sleeves, and then you've got your neckband. I've already cut the pieces out, and I want to give you just a quick tip before we jump into this project. When you start sewing a front and a back and sleeves and you get everything sort of in the mix, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between the front piece and the back piece. My little hack for this is I take just a little wonder clip and I pin it right to the middle center of my front piece. The reason I do that is because I'm not going to be sewing in this middle section at all during the project, but it's a quick and easy way for me to remember which is the front and which is the back of my shirt. If you really want to know the difference, the quick and easy way to tell is usually on the front of a t-shirt, the neck is going to scoop a little bit, and on the back of a t-shirt, it's going to be a little bit higher. But if that's something that's a little difficult for you to keep track of and you're just beginning sewing, just clip the front and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. The first step of this project is we're going to take our front piece and our back piece at the shoulder seams, and I'm just going to clip them with wonder clips. I prefer to use wonder clips when I'm sewing on my serger because if you cut through a pin with your knives and your needles, first of all, it could break your knives and your needles, but second, it could be dangerous if that comes up into your eye or in your face. So I recommend that you stick with clips when you're sewing on a serger. Just a quick note, I'm gonna be doing this entire project on my serger and my Coverstitch machine, but if you don't have those items in your sewing space, it's no problem. You can do this entire project using a zigzag stitch on your regular sewing machine. Just make sure that you use a ballpoint needle when you're sewing knits. So I'm gonna load my fabric right into my serger. I'm using a 5/8 inch seam allowance on this project. I'm gonna sew right across these shoulder seams. As you can see, we're now connected right at the shoulder seams. So the next step is we're going to move on to our sleeves. So we're going to be putting a little memory hem into each of our sleeves, and what that is we're going to fold the fabric up with the length of our seam allowance, which for this project is 1/2 of an inch, and then you're just going to lightly press it. So for knit fabrics, especially this double brush poly that I'm using, I keep my iron at a very low setting. It really does the job even without a whole lot of heat. So again, we're going to use the 1/2 inch measurement, and I just make sure that it's marked the whole way across. You can finger press this type of fabric down pretty well, or just leave this on the end so that you know that it's marked well. Take your iron and just lightly press that little section. And that's creating a memory in the fabric, so it will be folded at an accurate measurement all the way across when we go to our cover stitch machine, which is the next step of the project. So when you cover stitch, you're actually going to be doing it sort of on the blind, which makes it just a little bit interesting when you're first learning how to do it. So the way that that memory hem is going to come in handy here is I've got that marked very well on this side of the fabric. And when I cover stitch it, I'm actually going to be cover stitching it from the right side of the fabric. When a cover stitch goes into a garment, the top side is going to be just usually 2 to 3 parallel lines, which is the pretty side. And then the back side is going to be where you have sort of the knit look of your thread. I've got this all loaded up and ready to go, so let's take off and see how it goes. Just make sure you take your time when you're cover stitching, serging, really any type of sewing. You need to take your time. Watch your measurements, keep an eyeball on where your fabric is lining up on your presser foot so that you have a nice even hem going in the whole way across. So as you can see, we've got a beautiful little 3-line cover stitch on the front side, and then it caught my hem on the back side, and it looks nice and neat. So we're just gonna repeat that for sleeve number 2. Make sure when you're cover stitching that you don't pull on your fabric because that will create bubbling along your hem. Just let your feed dogs and your machine do the work for you. All right, it's time to attach the sleeve to the shirt. Now, the way that I like to do this, if you are just beginning sewing and its sleeves make you feel a little nervous, because if you look at this, it doesn't look like it's gonna fit, right? So the way that I like to think through this is lay your sleeve out with the garment the way that it's going to look when the garment is sewn. Right now you can see, like, if these were attached, this would be a sleeve on a shirt. So what I'm gonna do is lay this out. I marked my center point and I'm gonna match that up just by turning it this way onto my garment. And that's my starting point. I'm going to start by clipping right in that spot. The next step is to just work your way down one side and then work your way down the other side with your clips. You'll be surprised, it's almost magic how the sleeve fits right into that armhole. So I've got one side done and now I'm gonna work down the other side. Once you have these matched up, it's time to serge that seam. So just pick up your piece and you're gonna start at one end and load it into your serger, and just go ahead and use the same seam allowance that you've been using for the project. Okay, we've got one sleeve attached. Now it's time to sew our other sleeve. We've got our sleeves attached to our garment now. The next step is to sew your side seams and your underarm seams. So to do that, we're gonna start by matching up the edges of our sleeves using Wonder Clips again, and we're gonna nest our seams at this point. What that means is we're going to put one seam going this way and one seam going the opposite direction. It helps the fabric to lay flat right into the groove of the seam below it. The next step is to sew down our side seams. Now listen up, because this can be a little tricky. When you stack these two sleeves together that have the memory hem already built into them, that's a lot of fabric to try and keep matched up. So the way that I like to begin this serge is by lifting my presser foot, lifting my knives and my needles, and sliding this section in as far as I possibly can to make sure that those two edges stay even. Another quick tip for this is to clip it on the outside of your sleeve. That will help keep those fabrics lined up as you start to sew. When you get to those nested seams, make sure you realign things and hold on to that seam outside of your presser foot as it goes through, just to keep things nice and steady. At the corner, you'll turn just a little bit and then keep going. Here's a quick tip for when you finish a serged seam, but it's like an underarm seam where it could be visible to the world. We want to finish that thread out so that it doesn't come unraveled and so that it doesn't stick out with its little threads once you cut it. So what I like to do is take an embroidery needle with a large eye, and I load my thread into the needle, and all I'm going to do is sew it right back into the serged threads. Then you're just gonna trim it down, and when you turn it out, you'll see that everything matches up beautifully and you have no threads flying away at the seam. As you can see, we've got our sleeves on. Now it's time to attach our neckband. At this point, you're gonna wanna turn your shirt right side out and go ahead and pick up the neckband piece that you cut when you first cut your pattern. The first step of this is we need to create a circle, because right now it's just a long piece of fabric. So what I'm gonna do is just sew a quick seam right across this short end, and that's gonna create a circle for me. Our next step is we're going to attach our neckband to our shirt, and to do this, we need to talk about quarter points. So what is a quarter point exactly? Well, basically all we're doing is we're going to fold the neckband in half so the wrong sides are touching and the right side is facing out. And I'm gonna start where my seam is and just let it hang from my finger. And that's gonna tell me exactly where my first quarter point is going, and I'm gonna mark it with a clip. Let that hang from your finger and pull down on it, and that's going to give you your second quarter point. After that, hang it from your finger again from this middle part. Make sure your fabrics are even, and match up your two clips. This is going to be your third quarter point. And then easy peasy, your last quarter point is right at the bottom. Why do we do this? This circle that makes up my shirt neckband is actually bigger than the circle that makes up my neckband that I'm attaching. What that means is when I attach my neckband, I'm going to have to stretch it a little bit to make it fit the shirt. And what that creates is a bit of a cinch right around your collar so that it pulls in like a shirt should. What we also need to do then is mark our quarter points on our shirt. I like to use my shoulder seams to match up first, and that'll tell me where my 2 quarter points on the front and back are. Then I'm gonna match my front and back clips together and clip it on the sides. Now, this is not going to be where your shoulder seam is usually, so don't just assume that your shoulder seam is going to make up a quarter point, because that will not evenly distribute your stretch across the whole neckline. Once we've got the quarter points marked on our shirt and our neckband, all we have to do is match them up. So this is when that clip in the front comes in really handy, because I know exactly where the front of my shirt is. I'm gonna pick it up by the back clip. This is my back of my shirt, and I'm going to match that with the seam that makes up the back of my neckband. So we're gonna match those 2 clips up, remove 1 clip, and then clip it all together with 1 clip. Work your way around the neckband and do that for the other 3 quarter points. Now that we've got our quarter points all marked and all connected, it's time to serge that neckband. Make sure you're following your seam allowance that was set for the project, and the one thing I need you to do when you do this is commit to your measurement. So when you're sewing around a neckband, don't change it up. Make sure your eye is straight on that lined up part and that you stick with it the whole way around. Otherwise, you'll have a neckband that has a narrow part and then a wide part, and it can just look like a mess. So make sure you commit to your measurement. I know I said earlier not to pull on your knits, but in this case, we have to pull on that neckband just a little bit to make sure that it's fitting within each quarter point. And remember that we mark our quarter points because that's going to evenly distribute the stretch between each of those clips so that we have a nice, even and smooth neckband all the way around our shirt. Remember at this part when you have a nice long tail from your serged threads that you want to sew those back in using my embroidery needle method. You just load it into the embroidery needle and pull your threads through and then sew them back into your serged stitches, just like that. Let's see how this neckband turned out. Did I commit to my measurement? This is looking pretty good. I think it's turning out cute. We're down to our last step, y'all. We just have to hem the bottom. So let's take it over to the ironing board and I'll show you how to do that. I'm gonna use my iron to press this hem up 1/2 of an inch all the way around, and then we'll take it back to our cover stitch machine, run it through, and then we will be done. You want to make sure that when you're pressing that you're using an even measurement all the way around your garment. Because remember, when you go to cover stitch this, you're going to be cover stitching it from the right side of your fabric, which means that you won't be able to see if your measurements are perfect or not, which could create kind of a wonky looking hem. That's when these seam gauges come in so handy. They have every measurement that you could think of, and it tells you exactly where it falls on the gauge. I love this tool in my sewing room. Now that our seam is pressed up nice and neat, let's cover stitch. Now I'm just gonna run a quick cover stitch around the edge of my garment, and remember, commit to your measurement. If your fabric is running right along the edge of your presser foot for this step, let it do that for the whole way around so it's nice and even. The last step is to just trim any little threads that may be sticking out from anywhere in your project. And also make sure that you go back through and double check that all of your seams were caught perfectly with the machines that you were using and that you have cleaned up any little loose strays that are flying around. Ready for the big reveal? There you have it, it's a t-shirt. I think this is gonna look really cute on my son. I can't wait for him to try it on.
Is here with us. Oh, I said, who else is here? Or let's try it again. Who else feels that Chelsea has been here with us? So unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it live unexpectedly, but we were able to still get to hang out with her. She has such wonderful tips. I do see a question on here. Are her videos on YouTube? Yes, they sure are. You can find her under She Sews Seams on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. So I would highly recommend following her. She's fabulous. Also, the machines that she's using in that video, the cover stitch is the Janome 1000 CPX, and the serger is the Baby Lock serger. And that's going to be the Celebrate. And I thought I had seen another question.
Yeah, somebody asked what a cover stitch was.
Oh, so a Coverstitch is a great machine that allows you to do professional hemming on your garments. And also, if you tuned into Luann Hartley with Juki, she showed a Coverstitch machine as well, and she showed using it for decorative purposes. So you could do a chain stitch, and you can also quilt with it. So if you didn't check out that segment, I would recommend watching the replay, and we have a lot more information on it. And actually, I can show you the overlay for the Coverstitch that she just shared. So the machine that she had featured was the MCS 1700 QVP Coverstitch machine. And that normally is $1,099, but it's on sale for $799. And that is not the event pricing here for SewCreative Live. You can actually get it at a better price. So if you are in the market for a Coverstitch machine, this little Juki is fabulous. And actually, the Coverstitch machine that I had just shown, that Juki, is the one that Chelsea has at home. So she also loves that machine. So we are going to move forward with talking about a couple of things that Chelsea was going to talk about today. But Brian, would you mind pulling up the big board for me so we can show that off? Yeah, well, he's sharing the screen. She had used the Wonder Clips. Those are those little clips that hold your fabric. Those are a fun little accessory to have in your sewing studio. Also, I had my stork scissors ready for her because every time she visits us, she uses these stork scissors. So I was going to be like, Chelsea, they're yours. But she also loves those. But she was going to feature the original big board in her video. It is fabulous. You're able to set this big board on top of your existing ironing board, and it just gives you a really nice amount of space. So if you're needing to do a large amount of pressing, it comes in really, really handy. And in addition to that, she was going to show the Chi iron. Do you want to pull that up as well, Brian? And we've got a few different options, but she was going to be using this particular one, and it does have special event pricing for today, for the rest of the event. All right, and I think there were a couple questions about claiming your prize for those of you that are just joining. Anybody that has won anything, you can go to our link tree, which is just linktree/sewing parts online, and then you can click claim your prize, fill out the form, and submit that form. So if you're wondering what the giveaways are, at the beginning of every single segment, we are announcing what the giveaway is going to be. And then throughout that segment, we display a surprise spring word. And it can pop up at any point. And then once you see it, you put it in the comments. It'll start with a hashtag and then be some type of flower. And then just put that in the comments. And then at the end, we select the winner. So at the beginning of this segment, we had announced that we are going to be giving away this wonderful Janome Serger. So if we want to go ahead and pick the winner, we can do that right now. Who is going to be the lucky winner? Who's it going to be? It's always fun to get a Serger. Any machine, really. Jessica, congratulations. And also, if you caught Chelsea talking about how to rip out a serge seam, now you know if you make a mistake, it's easy to do. I'll take that off. Okay. A couple other things that are coming up this afternoon. We have a new guest, Miriam Coffey with Janome. She's got a couple of machines that she's going to be showing us. So we're super excited about that. Not only to see the demos, but to have Miriam here. This is her first time joining us. And then after her, we're going to have Cait Conquers, and she is going to be talking about upcycling, and she's very, very talented. We're actually going to have Alex pop on and visit with her because she knows her. So after that, we have our friends coming back from Arrow. Harley and I believe Valerie are going to be demoing some wonderful Arrow furniture, and we'll talk about how to make your sewing space extra, extra special. So are we about ready to pull Miriam up?
I think we are, but before we do, I just want everybody to know what the giveaway is for her segment.
What would I do without Brian? Thank you, Brian. All right, so during the next segment, we are going to be giving away the Janome 2030 DCT. That is a computerized sewing machine, and it values at $700. Do we want to pull that up on the website and take a quick peek at some of the features? That'd be fun. I put him on the spot. Sorry, Brian. I like seeing the features. 2030 DC.
Maybe we'll show it after.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Just know that it's a wonderful sewing machine. It's a value of $700, and we're going to be excited to give that away at the end of this segment. So let's go ahead and get Miriam pulled up and talk about some Janome machines. Hello, Miriam.
Hello.
We are so excited to have you. As I was saying, this is your first time coming on. So do you mind telling us a little bit about yourself?
Of course not. So I'm Miriam Coffey. I'm an education specialist with Janome America. And I've been sewing and making stuff. Well, I haven't been making stuff my whole life. I've been sewing, a self-taught sewer. I think I started at like 18. But I've always loved making things, and textiles have been my lifelong love. Been obsessed with satin since I was like a baby. So making things, sorry, that was my dog. I also have a adorable little toy poodle who he decided to make his, normally he's super quiet, but of course, as soon as you go live, stuff like that happens. So
it's totally fine.
If you heard that little changing. So yeah, so I just love sewing, and I really actually love teaching because I love sharing knowledge and making other people's lives easier, because there's no reason for more than one person to struggle. If you can share the knowledge, and you make someone else's life easier, then do it. So yeah, that's basically a quick little thing about me.
Wonderful. Well, we are very excited to get started. If you do have any questions, Miriam, just let me know. I'll be in the background and I can pop on when you need me.
Sounds great. So today I'm going to actually be talking about two machines, and I am going to apologize for now because I'm going to actually have to move my camera when we go to the next machine, because I had multiple cameras set up, but they kept echoing. So I figured that moving the camera might be a little bit less disturbing than a constant echo. So we're going to start off here with the 1600P, which is one of Janome's straight stitch machines, which means this is going to give you the most beautiful straight stitch ever. So if you like sewing garments, or if you are a piecer, especially paper piecing, paper piecers love this machine because it has that nice little opening right there in the center, and just put your line right there and you're good to go. It's a very simple machine, but it does have some pretty cool features to it. I like to think of this machine kind of like a featherweight on steroids, because it's going to give you that same beautiful straight stitch quality, but it has some of those big girl and big boy features that we all love, including my favorite, which is our scissor function. I like to think of this as my deal breaker. I don't want to sew in a machine that doesn't have scissors. I know, kind of spoiled, but why not? So the scissor function is going to cut your top and bobbin thread. And then when you start sewing, it's going to pick up that bobbin thread again. So it also has a programmable needle up, needle down, which is right here. It has this beautiful 9-inch throat space. It does also sew, it's super fast. So you're going to get done with your projects even faster because it sews 1600 stitches a minute, which is super fast. But you don't have to sew that fast, so don't worry if you're not a super fast sewer. It does have this controlled speed bar right here. So when you're at your little turtle, you're going to sew at a reasonable speed. You go all the way up to that running hair, and you're going to be going 1600 stitches a minute. And this baby really can move. So I'm going to do just a quick little demo of it. It does come with a little knee lift here that allows you to lift your presser foot up. I'm going to just lower my foot because I don't have the presser foot in. And then I'm going to, let's just move it up all the way to the straight stitch. We just have a short piece of fabric, but we'll do a quick little, just a quick little seam here. As you can see, she really moves. And then I just cut my thread. And then if I had my knee lift, I just lift my presser foot up and we'd be good to go. It does also have the ability to have a thread cutter for your foot pedal, which is really nice. So instead of having to move your hand to cut your thread here, you could just move your foot over and cut with the foot pedal controller, which is really nice. Does also have the optional extension bed too. You've got your presser foot pressure up here, your reverse stitch length, and your beehive tension right here. So as you can see, it's pretty basic, but just like basically all of our Janome machines, it does have the diagram for how to thread your machine. It has a separate bobbin winding motor, which is really nice, as well as a needle threader. So it has basically all you really need in it, but it's a really sturdy, durable machine. Basically, if you can fit it underneath the foot pedal, you're good to go. So that's basically it for this 1600p. We're going to move over to our next machine. Unless anybody has any questions, we can move on over. Are we good? I'm going to take that as a yes. We're good. Okay. I'm going to move camera and move position. So I do apologize for moving the camera. And if it don't, I hope no one gets seasick or anything. All right. I think that seems pretty good. Let me sit down. Let me weave around all of these tripods everywhere. Oops. And here we go. All right.
Perfect.
So we have our next machine is the 14,000, which is a combo machine. So it has kind of the best of both worlds. So it has sewing and embroidery. And what's so great about it, it has, let's actually wake her up because she was sleeping. So there we go. It comes with 4 hoops. Let's see, let's grab the hoops here. So we have the smallest hoop here, which is our FA10 hoop, which is 3.9 by 1.6. Actually, while we move this, I'm going to show you the extension table. So it actually has an extension table that sits right here. So you've got a much larger workspace. I didn't have it set up because it makes the table a little crowded, but we're going to move her over there. And the next hoop is the SQ14 hoop, which is a 5.5 by 5.5, which is kind of a really good basic standard hoop. And our next is our SQ23, which is this guy right here, which is 9.1 by 9.1 inches. And last but certainly not least is the GR hoop, which is right here, which is 9.1 by 11.8. So this is a really nice size. You can do some really cool embroidery on this. I've done some really big stuff for the back of a cardigan or a jacket. You can really, or even embroidering the front of a bag. You can do some really cool stuff with that really big hoop. But the other really thing that I love about this particular machine is that the embroidery unit is in the back of the machine, so it doesn't take up this table space that a lot of machines that have the really big embroidery units that take up half your table, or if you have a small, all of your table. So the embroidery unit is in the back here, and all you have to do is pop a little lever right back here, and now I'm ready to embroider. I have to switch my embroidery mode to, and now I'm in my embroidery mode. So it's super easy to get from sewing to embroidery. On the embroidery side, there's a lot of really cool features. First of all, it has 350 built-in embroidery designs, as well as onboard editing. You have the ability to rotate, change colors, enlarge 20%, decrease by 20%. You can do all kinds of really great stuff on here, as well as you can also use some of our apps to design things and make them bigger and then bring them in through a USB port, which is also very convenient. It has all kinds of really great stuff. Let's actually pull up, while we're here, we can pull up some of these designs. So let's say this little flower thing here, actually it's yellow, so you can't really see it. So let's actually change colors to make it easier to see. So now you can see this little spirography flower. I could rotate this. I could 4-corner it. So actually, move that. Let's delete that. Delete, delete, delete. So now, if I could 4-corner this, Now I have 4 of them. I can rotate. I can do all kinds of really cool things with this. So this is really nice if you're doing multiples of things. If you're doing like labels or something like that, you can do that by doing the 4 corners, and then you've multiplied them, spaced them out evenly without really any effort. So there's really a lot you can do on the embroidery side. You have your, actually in the back here, you have the ability to add an additional thread stand with these 2 little screws in the back. So if you have the bigger large cones, they'll sit in the back here. Another thing that I want to point out on this machine is the great lighting. We have some beautiful LED in the center and by the needle, and my favorite, which is very exciting, is the additional lighting in the front by the head of the machine. It's also adjustable here, so it's shadow-free sewing, which is fantastic. And another thing that I love about this is the door opens for the head of the machine. So if you're embroidering or you're sewing and a thread breaks, I can just pull my thread from here, and then instead of having to unthread my entire machine. Also, I don't know if anyone else has had this happen, but I've had a thread break and it kind of wraps around your take-up hook. And that can be a giant pain if you can't get into that area. By having that open, it's a really simple but super useful feature. So let's see, let's move on to some of the sewing stuff. Let's switch back to our sewing mode. So we're gonna go and we're gonna switch back. As you can see, it's really that easy. It's just a couple buttons to touch to go from sewing to embroidery. So now all I have to do is close this, and now I'm back to sewing. Super easy, super fast. You don't have to worry about storing your embroidery unit somewhere else, which is very nice. Another thing that that I love about this machine is, one, this has extra storage, because you can never have too much storage when it comes to your sewing accessories or just in general. It also has, one of my favorite features is our quick release stitch plate. So this machine actually comes with 2 different stitch plates. It comes with your regular zigzag stitch plate, and then it also comes with your straight stitch plate, which you'll use for embroidery, free motion quilting. Also, if you're working with any fine fabric that has a tendency of sucking down into that opening, change to your single hole stitch plate. It's going to avoid that completely, as well as if you're working with, half square triangles and you're starting at that little point, switching to this stitch plate is going to help immensely. So the other thing about this is it actually has a little sensor in here, so your machine knows whether or not you have the zigzag plate on or the straight stitch plate. So if I wanted to change that out, all I would have to do is press this little lever. It pops off. I could take this out. This is also really great and really fast to clean your machine, so you don't have any other excuses to not clean the inside of your machine, because all you have to do is press one button, wipe around, and then you're good to go. So if I wanted to change stitch plates, I would just put my straight stitch plate in here. Let's move our thread, pop it into place, and then it's telling me to make sure that I have the right foot on, because you wouldn't necessarily want to use the wrong foot if you were sewing on something else. Another thing I want to point out is you can see how this, because I have my straight stitch plate on, it has grayed out everything on my screen that would damage the machine. If I had my zigzag plate, I could do all kinds of stuff. I have, because it has, 400 decorative stitches, plus the ability to override all of them and turn them into favorite stitches and change the width and the length. So really you've got hundreds and hundreds of stitches, because when you change the width and the length of them, they turn into different stitches and they look completely different. So it's really endless, which is great because you can do some really cool things with decorative stitches. A lot of people don't really use them, but you can actually, if you just use a little bit of creativity, think outside the box a tiny bit, you're going to be able to do some really cool stuff. And we do have some cool videos on that on YouTube as well as Facebook on decorative stitches if you guys have more questions about that. But we're going to switch stitch plates again because I do want to be able to see everything on my screen. So super easy, pop that off, switch back to my zigzag because I want to see everything on my screen. And then get our thread from getting caught there. Push down on that little bullseye. There's like a little bullseye right here. And we are good to go. I'm going to slide this back. Perfect. And this also has, not only does it have a lot of stitches and a lot of built-in embroidery designs, but it has tons of feet that it comes with, so many accessories that it comes with. It has, I think it's like 25 plus feet that it comes with, and a lot of them are quick release feet, so it's super easy to change your foot out. So if you want to go from your A foot to your 1/4 inch foot, you could just switch it out. Super easy. It's got your automatic presser foot lower, which is super nice. And as you can see, I didn't want to pull them all out because it would take too much time to go over each of them, but it also has your button holder with a stabilizing plate, which is a great button holder, by the way. Tons of stuff for couching, all kinds of beautiful slots, including one of my favorite feet, which is our AccuFeed foot, which is basically a more advanced walking foot, because you do have the ability to control your top feed dog. Unlike a regular walking foot, which you can't do that with, this particular, on all of our machines that have the AccuFeed, you have the ability to either speed up that top feed dogs or slow it down depending on what you're sewing. If you needed a little bit more pull on the top or a little bit less, you have that ability, and you're not at the whim of the speed of your needle, which is pretty awesome. Plus, the bottom of this is actually interchangeable. So I have a stitch in the ditch, a 1/4 inch, an open toe, a straight stitch. There is like 5 or 6 different feet, or actually kind of soles, that are interchangeable. And you just pop that in, super easy. You can even do that on the machine, so it makes it really easy to switch back and forth. And I just love this. I actually almost keep mine on all the time, because I even like piecing with it. It's really, really convenient. And then it comes with the narrow one, which is smaller. It gives a 1/4 inch, so it's a perfect 1/4 inch. It's really great for attaching bindings, all kinds of stuff. Really,
Miriam?
I'm a huge, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to ask,
Oh, yeah.
would you mind removing that sole closer to your camera?
Yes.
Because we've had questions about how to do that in the past, so it'd be really helpful to see it.
Is this a good angle?
I think so.
Is this close? Okay, so it's super easy. All you have to do, so this is the base of the AccuFeed, and I'm going to hold this stable, and then I'm going to pull this back. And if you look closer on the foot itself, there are little prongs on little metal prongs on either side of the base that are going to interact with the little slots on either side of the actual AccuFeed attachment. And then to insert that is you just line the slots with the prongs and then push forward, and like that. And then I could switch to another base. And maybe I'll show it. Is that a better angle? So you pull that out. Those are the prongs. All right, these are the slots, prongs, and then like so. And then you would, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, it can look a little bit intimidating, but it's actually very easy to use. I've got it for my Memory Craft 8200 QCP SE, and it's a fabulous, fabulous foot.
It really is. I know it does look, because it is kind of big and a little bit bulkier than obviously the snap-on feet. So it can look kind of a lot, especially because it looks a little bit different than the, like a regular walking foot. And this is what actually attaches to the back of the machine. There's a little slot here. And this is one that you do have to actually use your screwdriver to loosen this off, and take the ankle off. But there's tons of information about our AccuFeed feet, about the whole system, the individual bases. There's a lot of stuff, but I love the AccuFeed system. I use it all the time. Like I said, I kind of almost keep it on almost all the time on my machine. So yeah, if you haven't played around with your AccuFeed, or if you're curious about it, there's tons more information. Unfortunately, we don't have as much time. We're always, so there's so much to cover. But I hope that helped a little bit more. Was that clear? Could you see that well enough?
Yes, that was very helpful. Thank you.
Awesome. Fantastic. Are there any other questions that anybody had up until now that you want to go over before I keep going on another section?
We do have somebody asking, is this a 5.5 millimeter machine? It's a 9, correct?
9. Yes, it is 9. Yeah. So that is the width of the maximum width of your decorative stitch. So I could do the maximum width of my zigzag or any other, or even lettering. There's 9 millimeter like little alphabets that you can stitch out. So all of the Janome machines, they come in either a 9, which is normally on the larger machines or the higher end machines. Then there's a 7 millimeter, which is kind of the like mid-range machines have those, or they're a little bit smaller. And then the really tinier ones or entry-level ones can be 5 millimeters. So I really love having a larger decorative stitch, or the ability to move your needle. So actually on this machine and a lot of our 9 millimeter machines, you actually have 91 needle positions. So you can really get your needle exactly where you want it to go. So if you've ever been sewing and you're like, oh, I just wish my needle could be a little bit over because you want it like top stitch in exactly the right spot, you're going to be able to get it on this machine because you really have like so many needle positions. And unfortunately, if I could move the needle over, but you're not going to, it moves in such tiny little increments, you're not going to really see it a whole lot from this angle. I wish my second and third cameras were able to work, but you can, yeah, it's really easy. So let's see if I can actually, so I am actually moving my needle over, but yeah, it's a little, probably can't see it from that angle, but it is moving over a little bit. But you can actually see on the screen, it has the display of the foot that you should be using, as well as the stitch that you have. Not only will it display where the needle is on, but it also shows the width. So if I wanted to make it the stitch length shorter, you might be able to see that now it's completely changed, and now it's basically would be whole. That's on top of itself. So it would be basically doing a satin stitch here.
Miriam?
Yes.
We have a little GIF that we can show how it moves.
Oh,
I'm just going to
awesome.
pop that on really quick.
That's great. That's so convenient.
I love that. Yeah, those 91 needle positions are super handy.
They really are, because like you really, there's so many times where I'm like, oh, I wish I could have moved that over when I was sewing on a different machine. But when you have that ability to just move that needle exactly where you want it to go, instead of having to change feet or having to do or move your fabric or anything like that, or eyeball it, being able to move your needle makes your sewing so much more accurate and stress-free. Because honestly, if we're not having fun here, well, what are we doing? Because this should all be fun and an expression of, joy. So because that's what sewing is for so many of us. So if you're not having fun, then get a different machine that will make things easier.
Love it. We do have more questions, but we'll save them for the end so we don't interrupt your presentation. So you can continue on.
Okay, so let's see. Let's go over some of the other. So, it also has, speaking of things that make things easier, it does have has your quick set bobbin. So it has a clear case so you can kind of see where your bobbin is, but it also has a bobbin sensor. So it allows you to, so you don't have to worry about running out of bobbin thread when you're in the middle of something, because it's so frustrating when you're sewing a long seam and then you realize 4 inches in you ran out of bobbin thread. This is going to let you know if you're going to run out, so you don't have to worry about not sewing something even though you actually sewed it. And it has a little thread cutter here, so it's really easy to change your bobbin. So let's see if I was to put this in, and also on all of Janome machines, well, except for the 1600p, you want to put your thread with the tail on the left-hand side. You want it to have it P for perfect piecing. You're going to set that in. At 6 o'clock, there's a little lever latch that you're going to go over it, thread it under, around, cut your thread. And all I have to do is put my case back on and start sewing. So you don't have to worry about pulling that bobbin thread up, which is a giant pain. So you can makes changing your bobbin super fast. There's tons of information actually about our stitch plates. We have tons of patented patented markings on all of the machines that, or all of our stitch plates that have, let's see, it's this way, that have all these really great angles and markings that help you line things up. And again, there's tons more information, and we could spend, a whole hour just talking about the stitch plate because there's actually a lot of information out there. But all of these angles, actually, when you are using, like, let's say a 120-degree angle, if you're doing like hexagons, when you line up your fabric with those markings, it's going to give you a perfect 1/4 inch from the end, so you don't have to worry about marking 200 hexagons when you're sewing them together if you just line them up. And there is also sewing applications in here, which is, I like to think of it as my kind of manual built into my machine. And let's actually pull that up. Let's see. It is the t-shirt icon right here at the bottom. So let's say I was doing an applique and I didn't know what stitch I wanted to use or what settings. It's going to have all of that information right here for me. It's going to show me the foot that I want to use, kind of basic stitches. And then obviously I could overwrite all of those, which is really, really nice. Another thing that's really cool about applique on this machine is for anyone who has sewn a corner when you're appliquing and you have to count the stitch where you are in the stitch rotation because you don't want that stitch to come off the edge. All you have to do on this is when you sew to the edge of your corner, you're going to rotate. And actually, you can do a really cool feature on this, which is our auto pivot. So when the auto pivot is this little button right here that has a little foot pedal with a little needle sticking down with the foot hovering above. What that does is when you're sewing and then you stop sewing, it's going to stop with the needle down, and then it's going to lift your foot up, so it allows you to pivot. So when you're doing curve piecing, applique, actually even chain piecing, it can be convenient. It's really the abilities for auto pivot are endless. Again, I could talk about that forever. But when you have your auto pivot on, you sew to the end. It's going to lift your foot up, but leave that needle down so you don't have to worry about losing your spot. And then you can start sewing again. But before you start sewing, you're going to hit this little button right here at the top, which has a B on it, and then what kind of looks like the play symbol on your remote. It basically stands for begin again. It's going to start your stitch at the beginning of the stitch rotation. So even if where you were in that stitch rotation would have stitched backwards, it's going to start over. So you never have to worry about stitching over or stitching outside of your applique when you're doing any sort of 90-degree corner, which is so nice. And it, who wants to count or pay attention to your stitch rotation when all you have to do is press one little button and you're golden, which is, I just love. So that's a little bit about the sewing applications. Again, tons of information on the sewing applications. It has all your presets, so you don't have to worry about it. So if you're doing a zipper, it's going to ask you if it's a concealed zipper or a lap zipper. So it's going to show you the stitch that you want, basically the order that you want to do it in. So it makes it really a no-brainer. So you don't have to worry about either looking it up online, finding your manual, or having to make notes. It's all going to be in your sewing applications. And that's where you get it all with that's also where your decorative stitches are, your utilities and your alphabets. So this is kind of your home menu that's going to give you all of that information on this machine. And it makes it super easy to either go to, let's say, quilting, and then I'm going to go to my 1/4 inch piecing, and then it has all of my default settings for this particular stitch. But I do also have the ability to overwrite all of them and then favorite stitch them, which I love because it allows me to save whatever changes that I have made that I prefer. So let's say when I'm doing a 1/4 inch, the default for this is 8.3 needle position and then 1.8 stitch length. I think that's a little too short, so I normally do mine at 2.0. So I would bump that up. And then I actually like a little bit of a scant 1/4 inch, so I would do, let's see, 8.6, and then I can save that into my machine so that every time I come to that stitch, it's going to be where I like it, when I like it. And then I can also go back to my default if I wanted, and then rewrite it as many times as I want. It's endless. And you can do that to all of your stitches. So that's when I was saying, even though it technically has 400 stitches, it really has endless as soon as you change all of the needle positions and lengths and width and all of that, you can get, endless information or endless stitches, which is, great, because you really can do some really cool stuff with that. Also, and then you've got that's all done with your set mode. It also has an automatic needle threader, which is awesome. Again, your scissors, automatic presser foot lifter, your needle up, needle down, a locking stitch, reverse, and start stop, which so you can sew on the machine without having to have a foot pedal, which can be really great if you break your leg and you can't use your foot. Or if you go on a sewing retreat and you forget your foot pedal, which I have done, but you can still sew because you can use your start stop and then the speed bar as the control of how fast you're going. Plus, there are actually a lot of people that like to sew standing with a taller desk. And the foot pedal may not be able to reach, so you can use your start stop for that. So there's lots of reasons why that can be really convenient. So do we have any other questions? Oh, there's also, while I was looking up here, there's also a separate bobbin winding motor, and then a little extra storage up here as well, a little thread cutter. And yeah, I could keep going forever, but I know we're, I think actually over time, but do we have anything else that we want to cover?
Actually, we are still fine for time. You have a half an hour yet.
Oh, we do? Okay. I was thinking that we had that I was like over time already. So
no, you're doing great.
Okay.
We have a
I
whole
was
bunch of
trying to get all this information in. So okay. I'm always worried about going over time.
You're totally fine. And we do have a bunch of questions. So if you're ready for some questions, I will dish them out to you.
Yeah, I'm totally ready.
Does it have a knee controller?
Yes, it does. So it has a knee lift here, which you can use to lift your presser foot up, as well as if you don't want to use the knee lift. Oh, the knee lift you can also use for variable zigzag on here, which is actually a Janome exclusive feature. I don't have a sample of it here because there's just not enough space, but what the variable zigzag does is let's actually go to our sewing applications. Let's see, I think it has quilting, variable zigzag. So what this does is, and you can do this free motion, or you can also do it with your feet dogs up. When you start sewing and you put pressure on your knee lift, when you push your knee over to the right, it's going to, the amount of pressure that you do is going to create the width of your zigzag. So this is really great if you are a kind of like an art quilter or like a thread painter where you do landscapes, so you want to add texture to something. This is so great. Like I have done some really cool little landscapes with this, where I did kind of like improv-y sort of mountainscapes and then created some cool texture in the grass or in the sky or even in water. So this gives you like some really good texture when you're doing thread painting or anything along that lines. And it makes it a lot easier than having to move your fabric a whole lot more, or which then if you're pushing it too much, you can break needles. So the variable zigzag actually is a really completely I think, used feature on a lot of our machines. But yes, so it does have the knee lift. Long answer to a short question.
Also, it's asking you, what is the harp size, please?
Oh, this is, the throat space is, I just drew a blank. I think it's 11.3. I think that is.
I think you're correct. I'm almost certain it's 11. But just for reference, we do have all the specifications on our website. So anybody that's viewing, if you have any questions about a specific machine, feel free to pop onto our website, put in your specific model, and it will list all of those details there for you, including what comes with it. And believe me, this particular machine has a lot of accessories that are included.
It really does. Yeah, like there really was not enough space without like worrying about knocking everything over. So that's why I didn't even worry about opening the bag. But yeah, there's like over 25 different feet that this comes with alone. And that's not even including all the like spool caps, because there's like 3 different spool caps it comes with. It's all kinds of like a lot of goodies with this machine, a lot of goodies, because I love accessories.
All right, let me find another one for you. Okay, here's a good one. Possibly a dumb question. Linda, there's no dumb questions. How is a straight stitch machine different from a regular basic machine?
Okay, so a straight stitch machine is only going to sew straight. You're not going to be able to move your needle at all. So like this machine has 91 needle positions. The straight stitch, the needle is stationary. So on the 1600P, I can't do a zigzag. I can't do a stretch stitch. All I can do is a straight stitch. So a lot of, let's say like a basic machine normally has some other stitches with it, like your zigzag, like maybe a buttonhole or stretch stitch, blanket stitch, you know, all of those kind of like basic utility stitches. When you have a straight stitch machine, all it does is sew straight. Like does the one thing and it does it like fantastically, but it doesn't do your zigzag or any other sort of like utility basic stitches that are on a lot of the like entry level or smaller basic machines.
Yeah, and the 1600P-QC that you had just shown, that is a semi-industrial straight stitch machine.
It is.
So anybody that's looking for a machine that does really great piecing, quilting, bag making, home decor, garment sewing, it's a great machine as well. So
yeah, basically like if you can fit it underneath the foot pedal, it will sew under it. Like we've done like 12 layers of denim, like some pretty intense sewing on this. Like I've had people that make sails. I've had people buy that or done sort of more industrial sort of side of things. That 1600P is fantastic for that. But it's also great for if you are a quilter and you just piece. Normally, I do suggest if you have a straight stitch machine, you also have another machine so that you do have a zigzag and, you know, blanket stitch and some other stitches, or you have the ability to move your needle. But the 1600P is just a great machine.
Just depends what you need it for, right?
Yeah. It's just like it's kind of like one of those things, like when it does one thing, it does it like fantastically. And that's what the 1600P is. Like that's why it's kind of like I said before, it's kind of like a featherweight on steroids, because you know everyone talks about how like the featherweight has such a great stitch quality because it's like a basic mechanical machine. This is kind of the same thing, but a lot bigger and does a little bit more. It has a little bit more of the features that a lot of more modern sewers want, like those scissors, like I mentioned, which is my favorite.
I love the thread trimmers too.
I know, so simple, but like so wonderful.
Agreed. Here is a great question for the Memory Craft 14,000. Can you backstitch with the AccuFeed?
Yes, you can. Yeah. And you can do decorative stitches with it. You can do almost really any, I mean, other than free motion, you can do basically anything with your AccuFeed. And to backstitch, all you would do is hit your reverse button, which is right here at the base. So you could just put your AccuFeed on, and then while you're sewing, hit that reverse, and then it will stitch backwards.
Wonderful. Linda's asking, how many stitches and decorative stitches does this machine have?
400. So 400 decorative stitches, 350 embroidery designs that are built in, plus multiple alphabets. But yeah, all of your decorative stitches are up on here, as well as if you want to see them on the machine, you hit your home screen, the home button down here, which is kind of like your main menu. And then this little center button is your decorative stitches. And then there's different categories within the decorative stitches. And you can see them all stitched, placed out here. So let's say I wanted to do an heirloom stitch, and I can scroll down to see and keep going to see which stitch I like. And then I could select any of those. I like this stitch. I use this stitch a lot. And then again, you can always change the width and the length of the stitch and get a completely different stitch. So like, as you can see, this has this display here. This stitch that I've created by just changing the width and the length of it looks completely different than the original. So technically 400 built-in stitches, but then once you change them, you know, the possibilities are endless. I'm sure there's some math that you could figure out, but that's not me.
Love it. Now, there's also like 13 options for buttonholes too. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, 13 automatic buttonholes. So let's go back so we can go to our home screen and go to our buttonholes. So this is, again, it's going to show you the foot that you want to use. And then it shows the different buttonholes that are built in on your buttonhole. And I'm going to grab the buttonhole because there's some pretty cool, this is actually, I know a buttonhole foot doesn't seem too exciting, but there's actually some cool stuff about this one. So this is the buttonhole foot, and actually goes this way. And this is where it's going to attach to your machine. So it's just going to snap on here. It has this big plate thing, and that's a stabilizing plate. So you actually would put your fabric in between. Let's put some fabric here. So our fabric would go in between here. Let's see. Slide that in between. So this helps stabilize our fabric and keep it in place. I do still obviously recommend using a stabilizer, a little bit of a stabilizer, a tearaway, or even spraying this with like Terio Magic, and that will give it some more stability. And then the Terio Magic would wash away, or use a wash away stabilizer on the back just to give it a little bit more stabilizing. But this kind of keeps your fabric from moving all over. Keeps that, you attach that to your machine, and then here, this is actually where you put your button in. I'm going to use my hands this way. So this is where you actually put your button in this little slot here. So this is how it's going to actually know how big or small your button is. And then once you do your little test of your buttonhole, it has this cool little screw right here on the side that has an L and an S right there. And that is going to, that means larger and smaller. So once you stitched out your first test stitch, if actually that may help so you can see it a little bit better. If I turn the screw to the right, then it gets a little bit smaller. If I turn it to the left, then it gets a little bit larger. So if I stitched it out and I thought once I did the little test, if the buttonhole was a little bit too big, instead of manually changing the button because you can't make it any smaller, I can just make some little adjustments here, and then you'll get a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger. So let's say I was using like a covered button that has some height to it versus a flat button. I may want my space to be a little bit bigger, so I would turn towards the L and make my buttonhole a little bit bigger without having to manually move this, because if you do, that's a little bit bigger of a change versus the smaller, more detailed change that you can do here. But yeah, you've got tons of buttonholes, and you also even have the ability to sew a button on using the machine versus having to sew it on by hand. And there's actually a special foot for that as well, which is pretty cool.
Very neat.
Any more questions on the button holer?
On the button, actually, if you could just do a brief description of why it's beneficial to have multiple buttonhole options.
So one, it can just be kind of aesthetics. So kind of like if you like the look, I personally like the look of the rounded one versus the one that has like the 90-degree edges. And then there's also some of these buttons that have kind of like a beaker sort of shape where it's narrower at the top and then like a bulbous like circle at the bottom. That's really good if instead of having to make those adjustments, that can be really good to have if you have a really big like decorative button or a big thick button that like a big rounded button, especially like cool old vintage buttons. That allows you to have a larger opening without having to have a larger slit, which then would be maybe visible on your button. It's on the garment itself. So there's a lot of reasons for those sort of things. And then there's also some that are better for like lighter fabrics, like thinner fabrics. And then there's some that are better for thicker fabrics. So it's really kind of what you're working on, whether or not it's a delicate fabric. And also in your manual, it does actually describe each buttonhole. If if you wanted to know specifically, like, is this one for lighter ones or heavier ones, it does all have that information on it, which is really nice. And there's even more down below. There's tacking stitches, which are really cute. So if you're making jeans, and you know how they have this little bar tack right here at the top, you can make that larger, smaller, so that you're just, or anything, really anything that has a lot of pressure on it, this is going to do your bar tack on the top so that you have that extra stability there. So really, it's all about the type of fabric you're working on, the type of button you're using, also the aesthetics, whatever you like, the look of it the most. So really, it's one of those things that you have, the machine gives you tons of options, because, if you have a really nice garment, you may not want to see just a, big basic one. You may want the curved, more delicate looking one if you're working on like a chiffon blouse or something along that lines, versus a buttonhole for your jeans.
I'm a big fan of having all those options. That's great.
I know.
Well,
I'm
let me
a big
keep on
fan.
moving here. I was going to say, we've got quite a few questions here. Look at this.
Okay. I love questions.
Oh, Brian said this one's for us.
Okay.
Is the special prices good at our local dealer in case we would happen to need classes or services, or is it only online at Sewing Parts Online? This is special event pricing for SewCreative Live, so it would just be with us. And I'll go over the pricing after we're done here. All right, the other one, are you familiar with the dime hoops, Miriam, the snap hoop monsters?
A little bit. I'm not an expert by any means.
No problem at all. We've got a question here just wondering if they're compatible with this particular machine. So anybody that is wondering that, under the Snap Hoop Monsters, we do have a compatibility chart that you can use to check and see if this machine would work with those hoops. So you're welcome to take a peek at that or reach out to our customer service and we can definitely help you. And let's see. Oh, here's a good one too. How does this machine work with denim? And does the foot lift for extra thick fabric?
Yes. So it works great with denim. It's not necessarily an industrial machine. Like, I'm not going to put like 30 layers like I would necessarily on the 1600P, but it still can go through a lot. It still has a lot of pressure for needle pressure on it. So it's still really sturdy. So you can sew. I've sewn some really cool denim bags with this, or I actually really did this awesome folded flower-ish thing with ombre denim. And at the end, you were sewing through all kinds of thicknesses, because it just went on top of itself, kind of it was like a folded star thing. So it can go through a lot. So it's still pretty sturdy, even though it's not like an industrial machine. It's still a sturdy. I've sewn leather on this. You can basically sew anything.
Awesome.
Oh, and the foot does also lift higher. So you can hold it up a little higher. So you can fit, I can fit my whole fingers there. So there's a fair amount of space there. So you can fit some thicker items underneath that.
Wonderful. How about maintenance? Do you have to oil this machine, and is it possible to clean the tension discs?
Yeah. So to clean the tension discs, I normally just use I'll open up and then I just kind of like thread it through back and forth. As far as cleaning it, again, you'll just open up your stitch plate and pull out your stitch plate, pull out my bobbin case, and inside, down in your bobbin area, there is, in the very center, it's kind of like a target. There's a little gray wick, which is where you're going to put 1 drop of oil in it. Depending on where you're living, it may vary a little bit. So if you're living in a very dry area, like in Arizona or something like that, you may need to oil a little bit more. If you're over where I'm in Atlanta, which is very humid. So I don't have to oil it quite as much as if I lived in a drier climate. So I kind of oil it sort of Depending on how much you're using it, that always does kind of change a little bit. If I'm using it all the time, or let's say if I'm doing with like minky a lot or some cuddle fabric, and I'm getting a whole lot in there, I may oil it a little bit more because all those fibers can kind of dry things up a little bit, and also just cause a little mess in there. So really just kind of 1 drop of oil. I do it kind of like every 6 months or something along that lines. Really not that often. And then just like 1 little drop in the center. It actually, the wick kind of looks like lint. And we have had people pull it out thinking it was, they're trying to clean their machine very thoroughly, and thinking it was lint. And ooh, my earbud just fell out. Thinking that it was lint, but it's actually there for a reason. It's very important. So don't pull it out, but do drop oil on it every 6 months or so. And then you just put your bobbin case back in, and you're going to hear kind of a little click, and it kind of should wiggle a tiny bit right there. And then slide your foot in, and then you're good to go. Everything looks a little bit more harder to do when you're doing it at a weird angle.
That's so true.
So if it looks a little cumbersome, it's really not. It's just doing it in a weird angle can kind of make things look harder than it really is.
That definitely makes sense. But that actually leads me into the next question. Sharon is asking, how do you put the bobbin in? So since you're doing that at the moment, if you want to just talk that through.
Yeah, so to put the bobbin in, and this is actually on 99% of our machines, excluding the 1600P and the HD, all of our straight stitch machines, they're kind of in a category of their own. But if it's a drop-in bobbin case, you're going to put your bobbin in with the tail on the left-hand side. So it should look like a P. So the tail is going to be the base of the P, and then that's going to be the head of the P. You're going to put that in, and then you're just going to drop it in. And then down at the front, there's a little metal hook, kind of at 6 o'clock. You're going to put your thread underneath that hook, pull it around, and then cut my threads. There are also arrows, a little diagram to show you how to do it, on the stitch plate, and then also on the bobbin case here, which does have some little, it shows you the where the tail should be, and then the diagram of it going underneath that little guide. And then just pop this on at an angle, and then you hear the snap, and then you're good to go. So it's really simple. And then I don't have to pull that bobbin tail up to start sewing. I can just start sewing like this. And I'm not going to do a buttonhole, but I am going to go back to just, wait, should I go back here? I'm going to go here to my utilities, and I'm just going to go to my straight stitch, and I'm just going to start sewing. So I can, actually, one of the cool things is I can either, there's a couple ways you can lower your foot. If I was using my knee lift, I could control it with my knee lift. I could also lower it with my auto presser foot, or I can actually just start sewing, and it's going to lower it for me. And then I can stop it, use my scissors, and then it's going to actually lift my foot up so I don't have to do that. And then it just pulled up my thread tail there at the beginning, and you're good to go. So it's super simple to change threads, to clean your machine, and having that ability to lift your presser foot up in a variety of different ways can be very convenient.
Wonderful. Cheryl Squirrel is asking how big the free arm is. She has an issue with her free arm being a little too large for most things. I see at the front of the machine that there's a little ruler so we can get an idea if you maybe don't know exactly how large it is.
Like the width of it?
I'm guessing she's, yeah, I'm thinking from left to right probably.
Well, here, let's, we're going to do some creative measuring, because there is a little ruler here on the front of my, so that looks like it is 3 3/8 maybe, not quite 3.5, at least according to the front of the extension table.
I like that. We're improvising.
Yeah, I don't know how super accurate that is, but that looks around a 3.5 inch distance, I would say.
Wonderful. And Marie's asking what model this is again.
The 14,000. So that's the sewing and embroidery combo.
We've had a couple of people ask this. Again, if you don't know offhand, we have the specs on our website, but do you happen to know how much this machine weighs?
I believe it is like 32-ish. I could also be totally wrong. So the specs on your website probably would be the most accurate, and reliable, but I would say it's like mid 30s-ish. And it's the embroidery, once you take and you don't want to carry it also with the embroidery unit attached. You do want to take your embroidery unit off anytime you move it, because it can jostle things, and that can mess up that connection. So you would just disconnect the unit before you carried it. And my guess would be around like mid 30s.
Perfect. Let's sneak in a couple more I see here. We've got, what's the biggest hoop that you can use with this machine?
That's the GR hoop, which is 9.1 by 11.8 inches, which is right here. So it's a little bit bigger than a piece of paper. So you can do a lot of stuff on this. It's great for big embroidery, like for the back of a jacket, back of a cardigan or bag. I've done some like kind of whole embroidery, like because there are some cool sashiko designs in here, which is very lightly stitched designs. And I've stitched a bunch of those out and created basically yardage and then pieced that into my projects. So basically I get to be my own fabric designer, which is really cool. So you can do all kinds of stuff with that.
Right. Well, I think we have time for one more.
Awesome.
Kathy's asking, she's saying, so the knee lifter doesn't replace the foot pedal?
It's kind of, no, it doesn't. It's in addition to, like, you can do either or. It's one of those great things about Janome is it may have a lot of like auto this, auto that, but you have the ability to basically override any of it. So if it has the auto lift, you can use your knee lift if you don't want it to lift up automatically. If you want to lower it with the presser foot, you can do that. It has auto tension, but you have the ability to override your auto tension to change it if you may need to for whatever reason. So that's one of the things I really love about Janome is that it gives you options. It gives you the options to override whatever they've given you basically so that you can really customize it to whatever you're doing, because sometimes we do some weird things, also known as creative things, and you may not necessarily want the auto this, the auto that, and being able to turn that off or override it gives you the ability to do exactly what you will need to do at that particular moment for that project. So yeah, it doesn't replace it. It's kind of an addition to.
Perfect. Well, thank you for answering all of those questions. I kind of threw them all at you.
No, I love questions. It keeps my brain moving. It keeps me agile. It keeps me on my toes.
Love it. Well, we filled up the time. You were at 1:30 before you answered all those questions, and now we can go ahead.
I figured out what it was. It's the time zone. My time zone different. I was seeing that we were ending at 2, but it's ending at 3 at my time. So that's what threw me off.
No problem. Well, before I go into pricing on these awesome machines, do you want to stick around while we give away this Janome 2030 DC?
Of course, yeah. Love giveaways.
All right, so let's go ahead and give this one away. Okay. I love giving away the sewing machines. These are so fun.
I know.
Let's see who the lucky winner is. Awesome. Oh, Sally. Sally is so lucky. She has joined us with some of our other SewCreative lives, and she is so lucky. I need her luck. This is awesome. Congratulations, Sally.
Let us know what your secret is.
I know, right?
Maybe it's positivity. Maybe it's that like lucky girl like thing where you wake up and say, I'm so lucky, and talk. Maybe she does that. Let us know, Sally. We all want to know. Congratulations.
That's so awesome. Well, thank you so much, Miriam. We'll definitely be having you back. Actually,
Awesome.
we're going to be seeing you with some Elna machines, right?
Yes, I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, we will see you tomorrow.
Awesome. I will see you guys. Thank you guys so much.
You're very welcome. Have a good day. That was fun. Love those machines. So let's go ahead and talk about the pricing on them. We've got the 1600P-QC, and that is the straight stitch machine. That's 1600 stitches per minute, a nice throat space of 8 inches or 8 7/8 inches. There we go. Has that knee lifter available and your speed control. This is great for piecing, quilting, bag making, home decor. As Miriam had said, it is a straight stitch machine, but it does it very, very well. The MSRP on that is $1,599, on sale for $1,349. And that is not the special event pricing, so you can give us a call and we can get you an even better deal than what's displayed on the screen. And again, financing is available if that is the option that you'd like to go with. We also have that Memory Craft 14,000, great sewing, quilting, embroidery machine. I see a little oopsie on my overlay there. It says quilting and sewing machine. It is also embroidery. The MSRP on that is $9,999, on sale for $6,999. In addition to the special event pricing, which is not displayed on the screen, I mean, you get an even better price than the sale price displayed. But right now, there's also a free bonus bundle available that you can select at checkout that's worth $706. So that is an amazing bundle. And as I mentioned before, there are tons of presser feet that come with this particular machine. And then my favorite feature on this one is probably going to be that one-step needle plate conversion. You can easily pop off the zigzag needle plate, put your straight stitch plate on. You also have that big throat space of 11 inches, 400 built-in stitches. You can do so much with this particular machine. So we are going to be pulling up our next guest here shortly, but before we do, just a reminder that the next surprise spring word is going to be displayed during the next segment at some point. You don't know when, but it's going to be a giveaway of $50 Sewing Parts Online gift card, and we will select the winner at the end of Caitlin's segment. So we are going to take a brief break, so maybe grab a snack, get some coffee, whatever you need, but we're going to do a little switching around back here, and then we're going to come back and pull up Caitlin and have Alex join us right here. All right. I hope everybody has grabbed their snack or their drink. I just wanted to come on here and introduce you to Alex if you've not yet met her. She is new to our marketing team. She is amazing. We're so happy that she's here. Also, if you were watching Chelsea Swindle's little videos, she did all that happy editing. So she's great. So I'm just going to let her take it away and chit chat with Caitlin, and I'll be back.
Thanks, Tricia.
Bye, Alex.
So I am extremely excited to introduce Cait. She is a super talented upcyclist, and not only is she talented at what she does, but the videos that she has on TikTok are hilarious. I could sit there and binge watch them all day long. She's Cait Conquers on TikTok, and she's started a YouTube channel recently as well. So I'm excited to see what she does with that as time goes on. But what she does is she turns thrifted finds into more updated pieces while still keeping the uniqueness and the character in them. And we're going to let her talk about her journey with upcycling and teach us some tricks that she might have up her sleeves. And like I said, I highly recommend running to TikTok, following her. You will not regret it. She is incredible. So Cait, I'd love to bring you on.
I'm here. Hi, Alex.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? Did you fix your sandal?
I did not fix my sandal. So yesterday, on day one of the event that's going on right now, the moment that I came into the studio, my sandal broke, and I was like, well, this is perfect. But thankfully, the day was a little luckier than my shoe. I think it went great yesterday. So yeah, I'll fix that later.
But I'm very excited to be here and talk about upcycling. I have some basic, like really basic, what is upcycling, how to shop your closet, what you're looking for in upcycled pieces, and all that good stuff. But first, I'll introduce myself completely. Hi, I'm Caitlin. I currently live in Hawaii. My husband's in the military, so we move a lot. We will be moving to San Diego soon. I've been sewing for about 10 years, but I started with quilting, and I thought clothing was very hard to sew. I never wanted to do it ever. I loved quilting. But during the pandemic, during lockdown, I really started getting into sewing clothes and upcycling and posting my stuff online. And that's kind of where I got my start in that world. And now we're here. We're here.
So exciting. Do you mind if I show some videos, some examples? I kind of went through your TikTok and had a really fun time watching all of them and found a few to share. Can I share some?
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome. I'm just blown away at the talent. And I mean, one, I know that it probably takes hours upon hours to do what you do, but also just coming up with the ideas of what you do. So I'll just let you tell us, whatever tips that you have, or just tell us some things about upcycling.
Okay, so I feel like the most important thing with upcycling is learning how to visualize your project. And I think that's where a lot of people get hung up, is that they don't know how to see the finished product. So that is, I'm going to start out and say that's the most important part, is you need to start trying to visualize and imagine what something could be. So upcycling used to be really commonplace. Our grandparents' age, or, people have been around for a while. They used to use things like, say, if you got a shirt, you wore the shirt, you handed the shirt down, you mended the shirt until it couldn't be mended anymore. And then the shirt became rags, and it was used until it literally fell apart. But nowadays, that's not really commonplace. People are just constantly buying new and throwing away. And I think that's why it's really important that upcycling and thrifting sticks around as a trend and more people dip their toes into it and start shopping used or shopping their own closet. I really am excited to see that progressing, going back to how we used to do things, which is really cool. So let's see. So you all know what upcycling is, taking something old and making it new. So the best thing about that is that you don't have to shop for it. I personally love to thrift, but if you're just getting started, you can go into your own closet and look at what you already have, you know? So what you're looking for when you're looking for something to upcycle is you're looking at, number one, the material. You know, is this going to be easy for me to work with? Do I have the capability to sew with this material? You're looking to see if there are rips or stains or anything like that, and if you can fix it or work around it. You're looking at the anatomy of a piece. So say you have something in your closet and you think you might want to make it into a romper or make it into whatever else. You have to look at the seams. You have to look at all the different parts of it and see if you can take it apart. Is it possible? You're looking at all kinds of the fastenings, the way that it opens. You know, you have to take into a lot of things into consideration when you're choosing something to upcycle. But once you get used to learning those things and learning what to look for, it becomes a lot easier. Let's see. I'm nervous. Alex?
Listen, Caitlin, I'm nervous as well. Okay, I've never done this. This is so we can be nervous together.
Funny that you say you're nervous because I always thought, I was like, Alex should be a YouTuber. She should be, you know, I always thought that you were the personality. So I'm excited that you get to do stuff like this.
Well, I appreciate that because I think that about you as well. So that's great. So
go ahead.
Sorry, go
ahead. Well, back to upcycling. Let's see. So we talked about, you know, how you're choosing a piece. If I am thrifting a piece, I usually look for things that are unique embroidery, a pattern or color that you wouldn't necessarily find otherwise. So, you know, I'm going through this long list. It sounds overwhelming, but like I said, when you start really getting into it and thinking about it and looking at everything, it becomes second nature. I feel like I've gone through my list, Alex, already.
Well, I think that it's just really interesting to even, you know, kind of go inside of your head and figure out, okay, like how do you get, because we all see the end product, and I'm just so interested in, you know, how you look at something that's already made and then think, I'm going to make that into this. So what do you enjoy more? Do you enjoy the thrifting part of it more or the actually creating it more?
So it's kind of the in between, actually. So going to the thrift store is a fun hobby for me. But it's really the planning stages of the project. So it's like not just going to the thrift store and getting the thing and not necessarily finishing the thing, but that in between part, that really creative engineering part where you're trying to like do puzzle pieces. You're trying to take it apart in your brain and put it back together. And I think that's, you know, that's the most exciting thing for me. That's like my ADHD special interest, is that specific part, that analyzing and recreating. Because, you know, when you get to the doing of the thing, it sometimes gets a little long and you get a little like, why to start this thing?
Right.
But yeah, so definitely the imagining, the creative process is my favorite part.
So, you know, and I know like you've done this for 10 years now and then really gotten into upcycling the past, what did you say, 2-3 years since the pandemic started? And so what would you do differently if you were to start over now as a beginner, knowing all the knowledge that you have now? What would you do differently than that you wish you would have done when you first started?
Be fearless. Like, don't be afraid of messing up. That's the biggest hang up. And I feel like that's the most prominent question that I get. Like, how do you get over the fear of messing something up or the fear of it being terrible. And really, you just have to keep doing it. You have to just get over the fact that when you first start, it's going to be terrible. Everything you do is going to be bad. And that's okay, because that's how you learn and that's how you develop new skills, is by first doing them very poorly. So I would have started clothing sooner. I would have started sewing sooner, and just really dropped all of that and just made things, even if they were terrible, because that's how you get better. That's my note.
Exactly.
I love to tell people that. Just start sewing. Just start doing it. Start taking stuff apart. You know, what's the worst that could happen? If it's from your own closet or it's thrifted, you know, it's a couple dollars, or you're going to get rid of it anyway. So might as well try it out.
Yeah, I love that so much. It's kind of like going to the gym, you know, like we hold off going to the gym for so long, and then 3 months go by and you look back and you're like, where would I be now if I had started 3 months ago? You know, it could be the same thing with upcycling. Like, you know, Tricia has on her board over here that says fail forward. And one of the only ways that we can get better at what we're doing is to fail at it first. And that's how we learn, and, you know, try to get as much failure in as possible so that we can get to where we want to be. So I love that.
Absolutely.
So do you ever, well, actually, first of all, what do you sew on mostly? What machine do you use?
I actually have just a single stitch quilting machine. It is a Brother Novell 1500S. It doesn't have anything fancy on it. I have a separate machine for a zigzag stitch. So I'm very low key, even though my Brother machine is an excellent quilting machine. And it is a workhorse, and I love it. And I've never had any problems with it in 10 years. I've never even taken it to the shop. I barely clean it. That's probably terrible. But it's excellent, and I love it. It never gives me any problems.
Well, that's awesome. Do you have any like dream equipment that you want to own and so on?
Not really. I feel like I'm a creature of habit, and what works for me. And learning new technology kind of scares me a little bit. So I'm like, I can do it with just this one stitch machine, so I'm just going to keep doing it. I mean, I'd love something eventually probably to do embroidery, because I know a lot of people who do that, and it's really, really cool. But for now, I'm thriving over here. I love it.
Right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Are there any other techniques that you are wanting to learn or you're currently trying to learn right now?
As far as sewing, I really want to learn how to do tambour embroidery, which is like with like beading. I really think that would be cool to learn. And for quilting, I just learned a new technique with quilting hexagons, which was cool. I don't know if you saw, I'm making a dress completely out of tea towels for those of you who, you know, don't follow me. So I did a corset top out of the tea towels, and a technique I used was to machine sew hexagons, which was really cool and really fun to learn, and it came out awesome. So.
Oh my goodness. One of my favorite videos that you did that I kind of wish that we put it up because it's so neat is where you took recyclable Target bags and made a whole dress out of it. I could not believe that. Like, Target should have paid you for a whole ad for that. That was insane.
That was really, really fun. And I feel like my best projects are the ones where you just follow the crazy thread. Like I always say follow the serotonin because of my ADHD, but really one day I was looking at Target bags. So here in Hawaii, we have a plastic bag ban. So we have to get reusable bags, and I never remember to bring them into the store. So we had a lot, and I was looking at them, and there's the Target on the front, and I kept thinking about how cool it would be to cut up that Target and make different designs with the curved arches. And I couldn't get out of my head, and I was like, I just got to do it. I got to get it out of my head. And it turned out awesome. It was so much fun. Like I said, I love that creative process. I love it. I can't get enough of it. But yeah, that one was really, really, really fun. And it's super wearable. Like, you could actually, that was the big thing, is that I didn't want to do necessarily plastic or any other kind of thing, because I wanted it to be wearable, like actual clothing. So that was such a fun challenge. It was awesome.
Well, keep doing more because I love those. So do you ever sell any of your pieces? I'm sure you've got quite the collection at home. I mean, where do you even put it all? Do you sell it? What do you do with it all?
So I actually have a really big closet right now, but where we're moving to in Southern California, I will not have a big closet. So a lot of it has to go. But for the most part, I've kept everything for myself because I'm sewing it to my body, kind of like that. Everything I have now is sizeless. And it's just, so it's kind of hard to sell that. I feel weird selling it when I have made it for myself, you know? And also, I don't usually sell things that I sew because I don't want it to turn into that. You know, I sew for me, and I like to sew to teach, but I don't necessarily want to sell things that I make. That's a totally different kind of job, you know? So yeah, I have it all. Everything you've seen in the videos, this is in my closet.
I have to say, I just love, that's one of the qualities that you have, is that you're insanely talented, but you're so humble about it. And it's just really refreshing. And I can see how much passion you have behind what you do. And that, I feel like it makes it even more exciting to watch your journey with everything. So, but I also want to ask, what is one of your favorite pieces that you have upcycled?
Just recently, I did this dress. It was a white wedding dress I got at the thrift store, and I dyed it pink, and I added flowers to the bottom. And that was like a marathon sewing project. One day, I think I was in the craft room. I was here, I think it was 14 hours. But it was so much fun because I had the time to just sew, to just do it. And it turned out really amazing. And it was... I had developed my own technique for putting the flowers on there, and it was just really fun creatively, and it turned out really, really cool. I felt like a fashion designer almost, you know. In upcycling, sometimes you don't feel necessarily like a designer, but that time I did.
So I hate to interrupt, but everybody in the comments is going wild about the concept of the Target dress. So I'm going to pull your TikTok up really quickly. I can't play any sound because of the licensing, but we're going to watch the video really quickly if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Yay!
Okay. Let's do it.
Here we are. My daughter's filming me here.
Oh, no way.
She was late to school that day. Don't tell anybody.
You know, she's doing a great job, though.
She's doing an excellent job. Oh my gosh, I was so nervous.
Oh my goodness.
So this corset top, the channels for the boning was actually the straps from the bags.
Oh.
That's insane, Cait. You're so talented.
Oh, thank you. This one's just so much fun. It was so much fun. The people at Target were so nice to me too. I was so nervous. Yay!
Blown away. That is just wild. So did Target ever reach out to you for that?
So they did. They slipped into my DMs twice, actually. I feel like this might go somewhere. But the way that it was kind of like a form letter, and it was like, if you would like us to use your content, reply yes. And it was kind of not very personal. And at that time, I was very protective over the content that I was putting out. And I said no. I have regrets about it because if they would have shared it on their socials, it would have been pretty big time. But I don't know. Maybe missed opportunity, but I still have fun.
I don't think you missed an opportunity. Your talent is so big that if you did something else like that in the future or even reached out to them, I don't think that they would hesitate to be like, oh no, you turned us down once. We ain't going to talk to you again. I don't think that'll happen.
No, I mean, that would be nice. You never know. You never know what could happen.
So I guess I'll just ask a couple more questions. I'm just,
Alex,
my mind is like,
help me out, Alex, because I had this stuff that I was going to talk about, but I get really nervous when I'm talking to my own self. So I really do appreciate it. Oh, Karen Miller says, am I self-taught? Absolutely. My mom sewed. She sewed my entire childhood, but mostly Halloween costumes, and mostly the week before Halloween. So like the emergency sewing. And I always thought that looked terrible and boring and stressful. So after I had my second baby, my mom actually bought me a sewing machine, and it sat in my closet for 2 years. I didn't touch it. And then one day I decided I wanted to quilt, and I learned everything that I know on Pinterest, blog posts.
wow.
Old school, picture, paragraph, learn how to sew from a blog. So everything I know, I just learned myself.
That's amazing.
Oh, what is the oldest clothing you have recycled? So I am a vintage clothing collector, so I try not to touch anything it's a sticky area. I do alter some vintage clothing to fit me, but I don't like to change the character of certain pieces. But probably the 60s. I've altered some 60s dresses to just to fit me, not necessarily to change them completely.
Yeah, I've seen some of those, and they're so stinking cute. And I love that you keep the integrity of the outfits and just like their natural character, and you just spruce them up a little bit. I think that's really cool.
People get nervous when I show some of my vintage clothing because they're like, "Oh my gosh, don't cut it up!" And I'm like, "I won't." I try not to destroy, his historic clothing. Do you teach classes online? I teach on my Instagram and my TikTok and my YouTube. I like to put out videos all the time, little small tutorial style videos, basically showing what I'm already doing. So like I'll take it step by step of when I buy a piece, like if I'm using a pattern, how I'm altering it, and then the end product. And usually they're in very short 60 seconds to 90-second clips. So
awesome. Sorry. I don't know why I said sorry.
Where do I get my ideas? They just come into my brain. I know that's lame to say, but really, I feel like that's one of my strongest suits in sewing is that I'm very imaginative, and I like to just picture all the possibilities. So most of the time, it's just looking at a piece, and every piece is going to be different with what it inspires me to make it into. Oh, my TikTok is at Cait Conquers. Are you supposed to be reading those questions to me, Alex? Or
Caitlin, you and I are new to this. We're just doing what happens. What was that? Oh, yes. Oh, do you want to do the giveaway? So people have been putting in the words. The word is, are we doing that right now? Okay. So the giveaway that we're doing is a $50 Sewing Parts Online gift card. So let's go ahead and see who won.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, 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 dun. It is Mary. Congratulations, Mary. She has won a $50 Sewing Parts Online gift card, and we cannot be more excited.
Congratulations.
Well,
Mary.
Caitlin, this has been a joy. I'm just, again, still going to be watching your TikTok and your YouTubes, and I'm so excited for everybody that if people have not heard of you, for them to follow you because you were just such a joy to watch. So I highly recommend, like we said, it's Cait Conquers, that's CAIT on TikTok. And thank you so much for hopping on with us. We've really enjoyed this.
Thank you. I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate your support, Alex. Because I needed it. And like she said, if you want to find me online, everything is at Cait Conquers. So come and hang out with me. Come sew with me. I love friends. So
Awesome. Well, I think we're going to just take a little quick pause for a second so Tricia and I can, oh, there's Brian.
Here's my arm.
There's Tricia and her floating arm right there.
Hi, Cait.
Cait, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure having you. I hope we can have you again. And I want you to know that we have a project that we are going to try to accomplish next week that is inspired by you. I'm not going to say what it is, but just know that we are going to try to do our first group upcycling project. So we'll tag you in and everything because we want to make you proud.
yay! Well, that makes me very, very excited. And also, I want to know. Now I'm going to be
It's a
thinking,
secret.
oh, somebody's going to spill the beans. Alex?
Yeah.
Alex? No?
Look at me.
All right, Cait. Thank you so much for joining us. Aloha.
Aloha!
All right, so I'm going to put up an overlay really quickly. We're going to reset. Tricia's going to take her spot back, and then we're going to bring Arrow up, okay?
See y'all next time. Well, me. Well, that was too fun to watch. I was sitting in the background, had my coffee, watching all of the fun chatting. It was so cool. Yeah, we are definitely inspired. We were talking about upcycling earlier, and I am one that usually wants a pattern. And so listening to her talk about grabbing different mediums and going to town, I'm inspired. Now I want to try grabbing some upcycling items and getting creative. I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Next week is going to be a blast. What do you think, Brian?
I think so.
It's going to be awesome. Well, before we pull up our next guest, we want to just let you know what the next prize is going to be. This one is awesome. Thank you so much, Arrow, for donating this. It is the Storage Cube Craft Organizer. It values at $249. Do we have an overlay on that one, Brian? I think we had one. This thing is so great. I love it. Space to store a bunch of stuff as well as your thread. And you can use the top, put a little pressing mat or a little cutting mat on it. Works great. So make sure that you keep an eye out for the surprise spring word. And we're going to have a whole lot of fun because I'm excited to pull up Arrow and talk about amazing sewing furniture. So let's pull up our friends.
It sounded like something going up and down.
Hi,
Hello,
Tricia. Harley's off into Never Neverland.
Off in Never Neverland. I was busy watching the live.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're watching. We've had Harley here several times, and I'm really excited to now have, I believe it's Valerie, correct?
Yes, correct.
Wonderful. Well, since this is your first time joining SewCreative Live, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I have been here with Arrow for 4 years. I am the e-commerce account manager, so I get to work with your team on a daily basis, which are really a great team to work with. And I just love being here and help promote our product.
And she's really good at it. She knows all the ins and outs. She goes to consumer shows. So I can just kind of sit back and look pretty. Right?
I don't know.
Tricia laughed.
Oh, well, we've got some awesome furniture to show you today. And you know that I love the Arrow furniture, especially my Aussie, but we've got some great things to show and see which one works in your space the best, right?
That's very true. And, Tricia, one of the questions I like to ask sometimes is who is sewing on their dining room table?
Yes.
Because there are a lot of people out there sewing on a dining room table or one of those plastic tables they get at one of the warehouse clubs, and their machine bounces up and down and their stitches go kind of this way straight-ish, right? So we're going to talk about the benefits of sewing furniture, why you need it so you can sew in comfort and sew longer. And it looks good. It functions amazingly well. And some people in the audience might go, what is sewing furniture? So we're going to explain what it is, why you need it. You are a living testament to it, Tricia.
Yeah.
So, your sewing room, in air quotes, is no longer a dining room.
No longer a dining room. And guess what, Harley? You're the one that convinced me that I am no longer calling it a dining room. It is my sewing studio. I'm embracing it. It is not going back to a dining room.
Yes.
Well, you'll have to show us some pictures, Tricia. We would love to see how that looks.
We actually do have a few pictures. We have some pictures. And I wanted to share a TikTok that I just found it so funny. So I was loving my Aussie and I wanted to share it with the world, right? So I was taking some videos at home and just put together this little compilation of using my Aussie. And it is crazy. Just that one video has what now? 2.4 million views, I think. So hopefully that little video has helped sell some Aussies.
Well, it certainly doesn't hurt. And your team there at Sewing Parts Online, I had a nice chat with some of the folks on your team earlier this week. And we've made some changes in trying to help people. I've seen some questions about, hey, I have an L in the machine. Is it going to fit? So we've been working with your in-house product team to make sure that you guys have the right information when you talk to the customers about how to do it. I think there were some website changes made in the last week with Jeremy to really make your whole buying experience better at Sewing Parts Online.
That's fabulous. If you don't mind, if we can show that TikTok really quickly, and then I'll share a couple pictures of my very well-loved Aussie and my no longer dining room. That's kind of a mess.
That'd be great.
Real.
But I gotta hurry because I'm going on a date.
I know Harley's going to show this, but it is so easy to move if you need to. I absolutely love that about the Aussie. Very, very easy to store. But I'm going to pull up the other one.
Cabinet next. That's our second cabinet we're showing this afternoon.
That is perfect. And then I wanted to just show a really quick picture of this one. So this is what it looks like, right?
Wow.
But look at my little friends. Aren't they so cute?
Sewing buddies.
The theme today has been the puppies making noises in the background. So although they're not here making noises, they have to say hi.
We have a dog in the office today who whimpers when you pet her. She just whimpers very loudly. So
Like she's never seen anybody before and just loves all of your attention.
Unloved. She's so unloved. Not.
All right. Well, we've got a lot to show, so I'm going to let you get to it. And if you need anything, Harley, just let me know.
Thank you, Tricia. We'll throw back to you here in a bit. Again, as Tricia said, my name is Harley Thomas. I'm with Arrow Sewing. I work with the e-com dealers, and I'm lucky enough to get to host some of these live streams, or co-host, because I hate doing them by myself because I always forget stuff, Valerie.
You do forget stuff.
I do. And
You're all about the fluff. I'm all about the serious.
No, that's not totally true. Unless it's a puffy vest, and I like it a little
There you
fluffy.
go. There you go.
And I like it a little soft too. I'm a soft kind of guy. We're going to talk about furniture and sewing furniture and why you don't want to do it on your kitchen or dining room table.
Or those folding tables? Absolutely no.
That's a no-no.
Big no-no.
And we're going to start out with our #1 selling cabinet. But as part of a promotion this month, which is going on for the next few days, if you purchase the cabinet we're showing now, the Kangaroo and Joey, we're going to show something called the Aussie. They have Australian names.
They do.
You would get the opportunity to get a free Kiwi, which is this little guy over here. We're going to go over this too as we go through it. So it's a $700 value, $699 value, free when you purchase this set.
Yeah.
So with that, we should probably get into kind of the sewing cabinet. We'll talk about the size. The most important thing is probably the opening size. Will your machine fit kind of question? And yes, inserts are included for an extra. You can purchase those. Absolutely.
And those are custom made to your machine, to your cabinet that you currently have, or if you purchase this one.
So yes, you can get those here at SPO. And this particular cabinet has, we call it an A7 opening, but it fits 95% of the machines out on the market. It won't fit the large.
The Luminaire, the Solaris, the M7, just making sure you're measuring your machine to make sure it's going to fit in there, to give it that nice space. You want to accommodate that handle in the back and any sort of cords that you have coming out of your machine.
And thank you, Ethan. Ethan's got a close up on the machine right now. So this machine opening is 23 3/4 inches from left to right. And then front to back, it's 12 1/2.
Yep.
So the important part is, do your knobs fit? There's a knob over here, right? And your power cord's going to come out. It just needs to fit in this well. If you want an acrylic insert, you want to have about 1.5 inches of space on each side all the way around. And it is a game changer. When you have this insert, you can actually sew and it goes right through, right? Right, Valerie?
Nice flatbed sewing. You don't have to worry about your material pulling or dragging or anything like that. And the other thing too is your hands are not, and your wrists are not going to catch this lip right here in the front. It's just going to give you that nice smooth surface.
You know, and while he's got a close up, let me do this. Let me pop it up a little more.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. If you didn't have an insert, or you were on your kitchen table, or dining room table, you'd be sewing. Your wrists are constantly up at an angle. Oh, Ethan, can you go back to that beautiful close-up view for me, please, sir? So your wrists are constantly at an angle. If you're sitting in a chair and you're sewing, you're always up. Your wrists are always up.
You don't want that.
And you'll get more tired and you can't sew as long.
Carpal tunnel sets in.
When this is in a flatbed position, it's smooth, it's flat. And then we add the insert, and you are totally set, totally smooth. That is the advantage. And you saw the machine went up a little bit. It goes up and down, and we'll show that part too, but I'm going to let Valerie go through some of the specifics because I will start forgetting them. I can tell you it comes with a lifetime warranty, comes in 3 colors.
It does. The colors, this is our newest of the color to this line, is our gray. So such a beautiful cabinet. I love this gray that we've added to this cabinet. Has a beautiful quilt leaf that opens up in the back. The one thing I really love about this one is it's got 2 support legs that come across in the back right here. So it is nice and sturdy. This can be an additional cutting surface. You can have another sewing machine sit over here, have a friend come over, teach a grandchild how to sew.
Ooh, a grandchild. Teach a grandchild how to sew.
You know, I go to a lot of consumer shows, like you mentioned, Harley, and I have a lot of ladies that travel together and they say, oh, I need a place for my friend to sew. This is a great place for their machine to sit and for them to set up. Looking at the front here, it does have a nice left panel here to cover up to give you that extra workspace. The nice thing about it, it kind of pops in like a table leaf, and it's got these 3 pegs that you can put on, and they just attach right in the front. Soft closing drawers, and then this is the Joey caddy right here. So this caddy right here is a freestanding unit. What is this? Good place for storage of chocolates.
That's mine.
Oh.
Don't take it.
Full view soft closing drawers. I can't get this one. There we go. And the bottom one, look how big that bottom is on this cabinet right here. So we've got an iron, we got a little caddy, accessory tray. And the nice thing about them is they all do lock. So you don't have to worry about small hands or anybody getting in there.
I normally need some nice shears to cut some paper or some wire.
Ooh, that is a big no-no. Those shears would be getting thrown at you.
I know.
The entire cabinet, as well as this caddy, as you can see, are on heavy-duty locking casters. So with this caddy, if you are going to put it in a position, you're going to want to make sure you lock it into place. Otherwise, when you're opening these drawers, it's just going to follow you around. So as you can see, the heavy-duty locking casters underneath there.
They roll so easily on the carpet.
And when you're not sewing and you want to have a nice organized space, the Joey just nestles in right underneath the kangaroo there.
However, I want a nice big work surface.
Well, then you easily pull this out. You can turn this to the side, put that on, and those just lock in there.
And since you are way over on that side,
Yep.
there's also a quilt leaf on this side. You may have seen me put it up. So it folds down this small. It extends out about another
Extra
18 inches.
15 inches, yep.
And then we take the Kiwi. We can take the Kiwi, who also has 4 soft close drawers and some thread. So these thread spools can come out. You can actually put them by your project, should you want to do that. For quick change, soft close drawer. But if you take this, you put it here. We're going to flip it open. Dun, ta-da.
So the nice thing, like Harley's showing you, this is going to extend your workspace. And when butted up to the cabinet, it is the exact same height as the cabinet. So you just have a lot more area to work on.
Ooh, I'm going to sit and roll into the middle of my station.
Your sewing headquarters.
My sewing headquarters. You know, we've called it a lot of things. We've called it
command center.
Command center. I hate to turn my back to the audience, but I can cut. Oh, where's my iron?
Oh, your iron is right here.
Yeah, it's a sewing nest. It's my she shed, kind of. Oh, look at that. See, I've got my ironing station right here. I am set.
So you can press, you can cut, you can come and
press,
sew.
So I've got room here. I can keep my coffee over here if I want, because
Your
this is going to be
computer with your
filled with my
patterns.
quilt.
So especially for garment sewers, if you're a garment sewer, if you look at this cabinet here, look at all of this space you have on the top. I had somebody tell me once that this is your beginning, your during, and your after real estate workspace. So just think of all that extra space you have right there for your sewing project.
Ethan, do we have quilt blocks in here by chance to show the audience? Okay, we'll show you something else too for the after part.
Yes.
Which is really cool. But what is the size of this work surface? Ethan's got this great shot how big it is. I mean, I can't even.
So this completely open is about 6 feet by 3.5 inches deep.
6 feet.
When it's
by
all
3.5.
Yep. And then when it's all closed up, when all the leaves are down, it's 4.5 feet by 2 feet.
And
so,
we saw Tricia do her Aussie. We'll show that too next. But this one folds down the same way.
Yeah, this one is nice. And then, we did talk about how it had the lift mechanism in there. So I'm just going to show you. Actually, I'll go from behind. Then we can take the quilt leaf down.
I'm going to move the chair out of the way.
So this has a nice 3-position hydraulic lift like Harley was showing you earlier. So the platform here can come all the way up to the top. And so you have it into your free arm position. You can attach your embroidery arm, put your accessory tray on here. If you want to do an extra project to get around, if you're doing sleeves on a garment, you bring it up here. Then you have your flatbed position like Harley showed you with the acrylic. And then we also have the storage position.
I can put it all the way down?
You can put it all the way down. And then look at this. So like Tricia showed you on her Aussie, we have this beautiful cover that sits over the top.
I could do my beading.
You could do your beading. You're all about your beading. And then you just put up your quilt leaf here and you have this beautiful work surface. Look at all of this space right here on the top. But I think what we can show you is we have a little extra that you can add onto this cabinet. These are our Krista quilt blocks. So this, think of it as a gate or a fence on your quilt leaf. So when you're sewing, your quilt is not going to fall or drag. It's just going to kind of push up here in the back. So it comes in a set of 2 per box.
It's a great little add-on that you will love because it keeps your quilt from falling off the back. It doesn't pull. And as you can see from the picture, you're sewing over here. Most of your garment work and your quilt work is on that side. It kind of keeps it from just falling off the edge.
Yeah,
you could push it against the wall, but
if you have it more
still
out, and then the other thing is you don't have to worry if you have an animal in the house getting the pet hair all over that quilt that you've been working on. So it just kind of keeps it all up here in a nice little bunched area.
These are called quilt blocks. I think they're only like $99 for the set.
Yep. And then they just clamp on and easily to remove. So you can get 2, you can have 4. It just depends on what you're sewing, what you want to make sure you're covering so nothing is falling
We
on
do
the
have folks
ground.
buy 4 quite often. They buy 2 sets.
They do sell. Buy a lot of sets.
How
too.
small did this thing get?
So this
is the Kangaroo Joey, by the way.
It is. It is 4.5 feet by 2 feet. So we can show them how compact this gets down.
You know what else I could share while you're doing this?
Yes.
I'll do some color fill. How's that?
Sounds
So,
great.
The Kangaroo product line from Arrow has a lifetime warranty, so which is amazing. You don't have to worry about any manufacturer defects for the life of the product. We have top-notch customer service. If you have questions, you put them together yourself. It's not a terrible project. It's kind of fun. A lot of people have fun putting them together. We have Sarah, who will be on the show tomorrow, actually rewrote every manual we have.
And she did such a great job. It's so easy to follow.
We get great compliments on the assembly instructions, unlike some other people's furniture.
Yes.
So what happens is you place your order with Sewing Parts Online, and then Sewing Parts Online sends us the order, and we ship it out of our warehouse in 24 to 48 hours.
We're based here out of Wisconsin, so centrally located in the United States, so things get out pretty quick.
Couple days either coast.
Yep.
Shows up FedEx ground magically on your doorstep. It's great. The biggest thing is, does this size fit your machine? And that's the biggest thing. And odds are it's going to. Again, the size of that opening is 23 3/4 by 12
and a half. Yep. So again, not like your Luminaire, your Solaris, the new Elna 920, anything with those larger throats are a little bit too big. We do have other cabinets available, but this is just a great cabinet overall.
And the nice thing I like about this cabinet is if you are, let's say we're all busy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have that much time. So you may go somewhere or have somewhere to go. Tricia's running around a lot, right? So let's say Tricia has it all put away. And let's say she has 20 minutes to sew. She might want to sneak in 20 minutes. She literally can just come to the machine, pop it up as I break the machine, put it into flatbed, put her insert in, and she can start sewing. She can pull out the Joey if she wants, put up the quilt leaf, but she literally can be sewing versus going to the closet, dragging out her machine, finding a plug, getting her craft box, because all my project boxes are in my Joey.
Yep.
And you can be up and sewing in no time at all. You might gain an additional 10 minutes of project because putting it away, you save time there too. So that's amazing. I think we're showing a little video there, right? Right, Ethan? Of kind of how the whole project shows. She's sewing on a Kangaroo and Joey also. And one of the great advantages of Sewing Parts Online,
Great group.
it is going to come to your house free. Free shipping is wonderful. Yes, Sharon. Heather, lifetime warranty on the unit itself, on the furniture.
And Peyton,
So-
you'll have to work with Sewing Parts Online about shipping outside of the U.S., but typically we just normally ship with inside
Typically in the contiguous
the
48
States.
U.S.
Yeah.
So cut the insert to fit different brands. Yes, the inserts are made to fit any brand of machine. So
Don't matter how old, how new, we can go back and get all inserts made.
and the folks at Sewing Parts Online will be able to help you with that. It is a custom insert, so it takes a few weeks to make, but we will get it to you, and you will have your insert and be able to just have all sorts of fun. Ethan, I think we're going to switch out to the next cabinet, right? Okay, Ethan says switch out cabinets, so we will. So this is Kangaroo Joey that we just showed you, and it's a beautiful thing. See how easy it rolls on the rug? Or we could lock the casters.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Do what?
Lock the casters?
No.
That's a pain. You can't move it.
Mm-mm. Okay, we're doing a little radio silence. Or am I muted, Ethan? Can they hear me? No? Dave says he can hear me. Dave is our warehouse guy. Actually, Dave's more than the warehouse guy, but I hear you, Dave.
This is such a great cabinet. I'm sitting here looking at it, envisioning how it would work in different rooms and everything. But even if you move the Joey off to the side and then had that little drawer pushed in, you could have another hydraulic chair if you wanted to and have your Serger up. Or you could just roll over.
So we're going to get this next cabinet up here, Tricia, for the audience. Ow, that's my foot.
Don't hurt yourself, Harley. Don't hurt yourself.
You know,
he's not doing the heavy lifting,
Tricia,
Tricia.
I've got Valerie doing all the heavy lifting. Come on now.
Such a
Let's
gentleman.
just be honest here.
You
Come
know,
on.
That's what she wants us all to think anyway.
I love it.
Oh, man, I'm ready for a break. Where's a chair? Oh, wait, I've got chairs here. That's
Do we
wonderful.
want to show it closed?
Let's show it closed first. Yeah.
Okay.
Ethan wants it back a little further, probably. Okay, Ethan,
We
we're
can
going
do
to be
the
ready when you
unveiling then,
are.
just like show how easy it is, like how Tricia. We should have had Tricia. You should have timed yourself to see if we can do it faster.
There you go.
Tricia, I don't think we can do it faster than you. I don't think. I think
That's
you
called
are,
picking up videos.
you're the speed queen of putting it together. All right, we'll finish up this pre-recorded video, then come back to us live. Live on
love the
Sewing Parts
Kiwi,
Online.
The Kiwi's wonderful. That's such a
The
great
Kiwi
promo
is an
right now.
awesome deal. And, you know, for $6.99, it's a good value at $6.99. Free?
Free. And then wait till we open this cabinet.
Oh, Tricia, are you ready? Should we get ready to
I'm
open
very
this?
excited. I'm
one?
very excited.
This is the Aussie.
Tricia's favorite.
It is one
Wow.
of our largest work surface cabinets that we have. So if you have large projects, so I'm going to try to move the Kiwi out of the way a little bit because it's going to be in the way.
So this cabinet locks up. I don't know if Tricia showed that to you guys, but that is an awesome feature to be able to lock this up. As you saw in her dining room, it looks like a piece of furniture. So you don't have to worry about if you have guests coming over.
And we're 4 feet by 2 feet. So it's pretty small when it's closed.
Yes.
Oh, I just made it. One person can easily open this up. Got little hooks on the edge.
And what are those hooks for, Harley?
They make it extra secure so it doesn't move. You're just testing me, aren't you?
Just, making
Just trying to
sure
keep
you're
me
on your
honest.
game here.
It also comes with the blank filler plate, so you can use this surface for whatever you want to do,
Look how big
or it
that
comes
is.
out.
That is a massive workspace.
How big is it, Valerie?
It opens up to over 100 inches across. This is the Aussie cabinet here.
AUSSIE.
Yep. So when it is completely open, is 8.5 feet. 8.5 feet by 4 feet. And look how easy that is for
All
that
by
machine
itself.
to come all the way up, all by itself.
This is a bigger machine than the one we had on the last cabinet, just to show you. Same size opening,
Correct.
just a larger machine.
And then when it's all closed up, like you saw, is 4 feet by 2 feet. So again, one of our largest opening cabinets that we offer here at Arrow Sewing. This one comes in a white or teak, and you'll also get that free kiwi that we showed you a little bit earlier in the gray. You'll get the free kiwi with this cabinet as well during our specials.
Now, this
So-
cabinet's white.
This one is white.
We had a gray kangaroo, and the kangaroo and Joey we showed previously comes in white,
Yeah.
teak, and gray.
Gray, yes. And this one is just white or the teak finish.
So 2 colors, lifetime warranty on the cabinet, great customer service, free shipping within the contiguous US. Too big for your space. Sometimes we're going to show you things that fit anything. That's the best part about it. We have cabinets to fit anybody's space.
Large or small?
Large or small. You know what else? We missed it on the last one.
What did we miss?
They get something else free with this cabinet.
Oh my
every
goodness.
time. Oh my
Every
goodness.
time.
Where? Wow.
What? No way.
Wow.
It's gone.
I can't believe we don't have it. Hey, Tricia, do you know what we're missing?
Pockets.
Pockets.
Look at that. Pockets came flying into the rescue.
You know, it's pockets. It's worth it to have pockets. So
he hangs out with me in my sewing studio, by the way.
does he help you sew? Pockets in the
Definitely
dogs?
does.
I was going to say,
My
have your
puppies
dogs
and my
stolen pockets yet as a toy?
No, they're friends.
They're friends.
Well, that's good.
So this is the Aussie cabinet. It's got a ginormous amount of workspace. So
You should open up that kiwi and show them how
got a bigger quilt
big
leaf.
it is.
Oh man, it's so much space.
Look at all of this.
What will I do with it all?
So again, the Aussie is for your large areas that you're able to fulfill. Just an expansive workspace. I mean, this caddy right here, as you saw earlier, it can either come out, you can, or push it in, you can bring it out, you can have it as a freestanding unit.
Wow.
If you don't want to have that leaf out, then you want to have access to your drawers or your serger, you can put it in that way. But if you want to have a larger workspace when you're sitting in there sewing, you can just hook it right here on this door and look at how open that is in your sewing area. This caddy has like I showed you, a little storage here for the serger and 2 drawers here, soft closing.
Yes.
Valerie, may I interrupt for just a quick second?
Yes, you may, Tricia.
Yes.
So with the caddy attached to the door, I absolutely love that for one specific reason. If for some reason you have your machine down and stored, but you still want a space to sit, you can move over to that other section, have your chair there, and then maybe you have a big cutting mat or something, or you don't need your machine at that point. You just have a huge table to do your arts and crafts or painting,
Over here,
whatever you'd like to do. Where Valerie is, because
where Valerie is, yes.
Yeah, so like you can keep your machine stored, but then you can swing over to the left and still have room for your legs, because we had somebody asking, well, what happens when you store your machine, but you don't have any room for your legs if you still want to sit down? But you have plenty of room here to the left of the machine.
You do. You are absolutely correct. Yes,
so
it is. It's a fabulous, fabulous cabinet. It is a ginormous amount of work surface for you if you need a lot of workspace.
Harley, can you pull back the kiwi a little bit so they can see those 3 little cubbies over there that they can store their thread or rotary
back this
cutters,
way. Absolutely.
scissors? You're good with the leg there. But look at that. You got a little bit of storage. You get storage with the kiwi. You get a little bit of storage here. You can put your serger in there. You can use your serger right here up on top. So a very versatile cabinet in your workspace.
So this again has the 4 drawers and the big bottom drawer.
Yeah, store an iron in there, a small serger. They're all soft closing. And again, all of these cabinets will come to you unassembled, very easy to put together. We have phenomenal assembly manuals and a top-notch customer service team to help you through any step that you get stuck on.
Yes, which is, and we'll ship it out quickly. Sewing Parts Online, they have very knowledgeable people on the phones if you need to talk to somebody. You can order it online. You can call them up. It's all fine. It's all good. But this is a far cry from sewing on your dining room table.
Absolutely.
Such a better experience. Again, flatbed sewing, your wrist doesn't hurt, all that stuff. I'm looking at the time going, We have so much more to cover.
We do, but we still have a lot of products, even a new product.
We do have a new product.
We have a brand new product.
Now, I saw a comment that people need to wait. Ooh, there's like a star on you or a flower. What does that mean?
Oh, I don't know.
It's a buttercup.
That is our surprise spring word. So everybody that's watching, make sure to put that word in the comments and you're going to get entered in for the giveaway.
They have to be watching.
I shouldn't have said anything that I could have had a better chance to win. Darn it.
It's totally fine. We'll announce it.
But again, this is the Aussie sewing cabinet, our almost largest opening cabinet for your workspace, and closes down to a very small footprint. Very easy to store on heavy. A lot of
yes, they are.
Casters. All the casters on here do lock. They're heavy duty, nice metal ones.
Can we put it together? Can we knock it down faster than
I don't know.
Tricia? I doubt it. Tricia was really good at it because she had a date that she had to go on.
Oh, she was all dressed up.
I know.
Very beautiful.
Oh, I crashed into the.
Thank you. It was a fun date, by the way.
Excellent. There we go. Okay. So now it's tiny. It's like, it's kind of like a clown car.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a clown car. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Everything just keeps piling out.
So again, this is the Aussie by Kangaroo Sewing Furniture. And this, for a little bit longer, not the entire month, it's going to end very soon. You get a free Kiwi with it, a $699 value.
Comes with that pressing mat, the cutting mat, the 2 removable thread holders. Such a great addition to your sewing space.
And pockets.
And pockets. That's right. We can't.
Let's see. What did we not cover? We talked about heavy duty casters. Talked about lifetime warranty.
Shipping.
This Aussie comes in white and teak. And this is a wood grain. Yeah. Hey, Tricia.
Yeah.
Do folks have to call in for a special price on these today?
They sure do. Would you like me to show pricing on it right now, or do you want me to wait a sec?
If you want to show pricing, it might make people go, I don't need to wait any longer.
Yeah. Lovely. All right.
But if you'd like to do that, we'll get set up for the next item.
That sounds perfect. I will show those pricing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so let's talk about the Kangaroo and Joey first. This particular cabinet is normally $2,499. Now we can display the sale price of the $1,799, but we have, as Harley mentioned, special event pricing for this. We have an even better price available. So give us a call and we'd be more than happy to help with that. Also, in addition to getting a fabulous price, take a peek over on the right. You're going to get that free Kiwi cabinet. There's so many awesome uses for that. We all know that we have extra notions or extra fabric and all sorts of stuff and things that are hanging around our sewing space, and more room, the better. That is actually one thing that I absolutely love about the Kangaroo and Joey, those 3 drawers, on the actual Joey, and then the other additional drawer where you have so much space to save things. So this particular cabinet works really, really well if you just need a little bit more storage. But as Harley had mentioned, I am in love with the Aussie. My husband did surprise me after Christmas. So I came home, and I can attest to Harley's comment about being easy to put together. My husband was just about done with my surprise when I got home, but he said it was very easy to put together. So the other thing that I took out of Harley's demonstration was, he said, the sewing experience. I love my sewing experience now because this Aussie just makes it super, super comfortable and easy. I can pop in there, and I prefer to have my caddy right next to my machine. So in that middle section, I would say, and I have my serger on the left-hand side so I can easily swing over. But it's just a wonderful, wonderful cabinet. The MSRP on that is $2,499, and the sale price is $1,799. Again, that is not the SewCreative Live special event pricing, so you can give us a call, and we are happy to get that pricing for you. And this particular cabinet also comes with the free Kiwi multi-use cabinet. So how cool is that? You're going to have such an awesome sewing studio. And for those of you that are just popping on, I'm going to show you my real life here. So ignore my messy studio, but you can see that I've got my machine set up. It is not in the flatbed position because I don't have my acrylic table at home yet, but actually just got it. So I am going to be putting that in the flatbed position. I also have my Juki that I have actually put the acrylic table on there. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes.
But let's go back over to the Aussie for just a really quick second. When Valerie had shown the caddy, the caddy turned towards you where you could have your serger or extra items in the drawer. I haven't done that yet. So I am going to put the leaf down. I am. That was really cool. It's like you don't even think about it till you see it. So there's so many different ways that you can use this particular cabinet. I love it. Love it, love it. Are you all ready, Harley?
We are. Judith is talking about chairs on us now. So now we got to talk about chairs.
Lovely.
Which we will do. Hi, everybody. We're back. So I'm Harley Thomas with Arrow Sewing.
Valerie Tribble with Arrow Sewing.
And we're going to talk now about 9, 10, 11 more things.
Yeah, you can do math.
11 more. Tricia, 11 things. We're going to go over 13, 14, 15 things this show. That's a lot, by the way. Let's talk about Eleanor. Eleanor, dear sweet Eleanor. Eleanor got her name because Eleanor starts with E and L, and an elevator
can go up
and down and starts with an E and an L. So we don't want to keep Bev J waiting any longer. So the Eleanor is a fully push button motorized adjustable height sewing table and serger table.
How high this, and it keeps going.
It keeps going. It'll just keep going up.
Down right here at my below my hips.
Baby,
and
look at it go. Look at it go.
This is a great bar top.
It's just going.
Taller than a bar top.
It says right now that we're over 48 inches.
Yeah, look at this. It's a great leaning post.
So it is a great leaning post.
This is nice.
So the leaning post, we could call it the leaning post, but it's not.
It's not.
I'll bring it back down to like a more normal.
Okay, I guess.
Sorry. So
whoa.
This particular table, the Eleanor, it comes with an adjustable. It comes with a removable leaf on the left-hand side.
Yep, just to kind of extend your workspace.
We'll get it down too because we want it to.
You keep pushing it up though.
I know I keep
hitting
letting go of the button, pushing the wrong button, and that's.
But just think of it as this height right here, perfect for cutting.
Perfect for cutting.
Perfect. I mean, you get a little cutting mat, you set that on top. This is a great cutting surface. And
Put it
with
back
this
down
little
like
extra
sitting.
space, and then you can put it back all the way down to sitting. If you're getting a little tired standing on your feet, sit down, pull up a chair, and sit there and sew or serge.
So adjustable height. It's got plenty of room for an opening. I want to say this opening. I'm not going to try to chance it from memory.
Oh yeah, that's.
I'm going to look at my card. Yes.
It is 22 3/4 by 10 1/8.
So that's 22 3/4 from left to right.
Correct. Yep.
And
then
then
10 3/8 inches from the back to the front.
So plenty of room for lots of different machines. And Ethan, I think we're going to talk about this too, because with our traditional sewing cabinets, they're in a well. So you can sew and you've got nice flatbed sewing, and you can accomplish that here too. Sometimes you might have to shim the machine up just a little bit, but it's pretty close to flatbed sewing right out of the box. However, when you use a serger, you need an open front. This table provides that opportunity for you to use it as a serger table if you want. So it's kind of a multi-purpose table. Ethan, do you have that photo of it being with a serger on it? So it might behoove us. We'll talk about that for a minute. So there it is, a beautiful picture of Eleanor with a serger. There's a kiwi on the side. So the Eleanor table, adjustable height, comes with a 10-year warranty. It's part of our Arrow Classic Sewing Furniture line. And it adjusts in height from something that's crazy to something that's even crazier.
28.7 to 48.4. Natalie just put that up there for us. So that is correct. It goes.
Well, that's good because when I went up, the digital thing said 48.4. So it's got a digital readout that tells you how high you are.
Exactly. Yep.
There are optional casters available for purchase. So you can put casters on it if you want, or have
portable.
or it's got self-leveling feet. You can level the feet out, make it work. So you can use it for sewing. You can use it for serging. You could bring this all the way up to the top and use the entire surface for.
Watch your fingers.
I know. I didn't loosen it on that side very well. I didn't loosen this side at all. That's what I should have done. I got it all too tight. There we go. There we go.
Got it?
I got it. Now I got to go back. I got to go all the way up on both sides. It'd be easier if I was standing in front, but I don't want to turn my rear end to the audience.
There we go.
I'm saving you all, believe me. Okay, so now we got it flat. So now you've got this nice, great work surface that's flat. And as they all want to see, they want to see it go up and down. You guys want to see the table go up and down again? One button. Has 4 memory stops. Look at that, it goes up. Right now it says I'm at 38.8 inches off the ground. Pretty neat.
And if you order the Kiwi, you know, the Kiwi comes with this free cutting mat. You can have like a little cutting station right here.
Because you can buy a Kiwi.
You can buy a Kiwi all by itself. You don't have to buy
I
a
think
big
I'll buy
sewing
itself.
cabinet.
I think, you know, it might have it on sale for $4.99 or something like that.
Something like that. But yeah, I mean, this is a great little work surface.
No, it's a wonderful, wonderful addition to our product line. It does provide this flat area you can do your sewing, or I'm going to try this again, all right? Go down, lock it in place. There you are. You're all set to go. There's a little knob here on the side to make sure it's super tight. Are you looking at me?
Level. No,
I'm plenty level. It's level. So there you go. Valerie, how do you work with me?
I don't
Sometimes
know.
I don't know either. You think I'm not level?
You're not level.
Here, I'll just raise it up higher.
Level-headed.
Level-headed. Tricia, good save. Thank you. Remind me, I
You're
just send
welcome.
you pockets for that one.
I'm here for you.
You know, I got you. I got you.
There. Now it's.
So Valerie's going to make sure that she's going to count
There.
the things and bring a level up to make sure I did it right.
You're level. My
So-
husband would have a field day if it wasn't level.
The Eleanor, great table, a great value. It's a newer product, 10-year warranty, Aero classic sewing furniture. Goes up and down, sit, stand, a little bit wide. Did we talk about how wide it was?
No, we didn't.
It's about 2 feet by 1.5 feet.
And the other thing too, with what Harley's playing with right now with those buttons, there's actually programmable buttons. So you can program it for different positions. So you can have a sitting for sewing position. You can have a standing for sewing or serging, or even one for cutting. So you can have those pre-adjustments, kind of like the newer cars these days. You get in certain drivers. So
Yeah, like the drivers. And we
Yep.
talked to somebody this week that actually has her table set up that way.
Yep.
She's got one for when she sits and sews, one for when she wants to cut. Ethan's trying to get my attention on something.
You push the buttons.
You push the button. Yes.
You push the buttons.
Yes, you push the buttons.
But I think for the presets, you
Oh, and the presets, yeah, you push hold.
yes, push and hold.
So,
On that picture that Ethan had shared before, is it paired with an acrylic table, or is that going to be
oh,
for the
Ethan,
TV?
pull that up. That is a great
Yes.
question, Tricia. Yes, that has an acrylic table. So something you can order from the folks at SPO. It is a kind of an insert table because there's no front.
It's going to have legs.
It has little legs on the table itself. So you can get a table made for either the sewing machine or serger, depending on where you want it placed in the opening. But good eye, Tricia.
Thank you.
Yes. So technically that is a table because it goes all the way around the machine on 3 sides.
So you do have the option of getting the table for the serger. It's just going to have the acrylic table come back and have a leg underneath on the left side. Is that correct?
It actually,
There's the 3 black legs that come with it.
the serger, depending on where you want it placed, it could maybe come in 2 pieces. You might have one on the left side and one on the right side. So
5 suction cups.
5 legs. Well,
Suction cup legs.
well, 4 are technically screwed into it, and one is a suction cup. But yes, the legs are. So depending on where you want it placed in the opening, Tricia, is going to depend on kind of the leg situation. Some people want their serger all the way to the left here. But depending on if you want it, some people want it in the middle, so we can custom place it depending on what they want.
Kathy just asked, does the Eleanor fold up? It does not. So it stays like this. The only thing is you could take this side panel off here if you wanted a little bit shorter.
It unplugs though.
Ooh.
And then we're going to take Eleanor, put her off to the side.
We can just push it back.
We could just push her back. You're right. Let's just pull her back.
Nobody puts
it rolls really well. We put casters on it here in the studio. Works great. What should we talk about next? I think we should talk, well, first, Eleanor comes in white only. It's a flat white finish. The next thing we want to talk about, I really want to talk about chairs.
But we have another cabinet.
But Judy needs some love. And
Judy
chairs,
needs some love. Eleanor
we've got
just
plenty
got some
of
love.
time.
We talked about the kangaroo Joey and the Kiwi and the Aussie and the Kiwi and the Eleanor. Now Judy. Judy needs some love.
This is my sister, Judy.
Your sister Judy?
Yeah.
It's like the Jetsons.
Judy Jetson here. The Judy cabinet has been in the line for maybe 3 years. We keep selling out of it. We buy more, they sell out. We buy more, they sell out.
It's a nice small cabinet for those people that don't have a lot of space in their living quarters or their sewing room, or have an extra sewing machine that needs a home for itself.
Or a multi-purpose room.
Exactly.
If it's a family room, or you have a guest bedroom and you have guests come over often, and you want something that can close all the way up with a door, this one provides that possibility for you. Let's open her up.
Let's open Judy up.
I'm going to go this way because that's where he's got the camera.
So then the top just swings over right there, nestles right on top of that door.
And again, the 3-position lift. A storage position, a free arm position, and a flatbed position. And then you get an insert with it. And then you're all set. I moved the machine on you, didn't I? I did that on purpose.
You do that all the time.
Just to harass you a little bit. So it is, the Judy is, I will call it a space saver cabinet.
Space saver, yes.
Because when it's open.
How big is it when it's open? Come on, come on.
A foot and a half by 3.
A foot and a half by 4.
Foot and a half by 4. I sold myself 12 inches short.
Yes.
Man.
So, day late and dollar short.
That's right.
And closed up is 2 feet by 1.5 feet.
Wait, it's half the size because this is the whole top.
That is correct.
So if this is 4 feet closed, it would be 2 feet. See, I can do division live. Never do math live on the air. That's what I always say.
On this cabinet, it is a smaller opening compared to the other two that we just showed you. It has a 20 3/4 by 11. So just again, making sure you're measuring your machine to accommodate for the handle here and any sort of cords coming out the back. So again, 20 3/4 by 11 is the lift opening here. So your smaller to mid-size machines, those older ones, just, you know,
beginner machines. Even a lot of mid-level machines. This would be
a Bernina 7 Series actually fits in this opening here. So just, you know, still a nice size cabinet. Or for your child, if they're just starting out, a nice little space for them to get set up and they could be in your sewing room with you.
And you know, it's at a value price point where if you had other sewing furniture in your room, this one has a similar finish to the Kangaroo product, so it complements this Kangaroo product. It has a wood grain look finish to it on the heavy high grade melamine that's on top. This comes in white and teak colors. So Ethan, do you have colors to show by chance? I know you've probably been throwing them up there and I just haven't seen them.
This cabinet is, it comes in one box. So all of this will come in one box for you to assemble. We have great assembly manuals. Again, shipping out of Wisconsin. So right in the Midwest.
Shipping.
With free shipping. So you would have it at either coast 2-3 days. We ship within 24 to 48 hours of receiving the orders. So.
And you know, that's kind of what we want to do here on SewCreative Live is tell you, the viewer, about the great things that are possible so that you can enjoy your craft even more.
Yeah, and it just like this cabinet, it just has a little bit of storage. So again, just for somebody just starting out, just a nice little cabinet to complement your sewing area.
So wonderful, wonderful cabinet. Like Valerie said, comes in one box. Pretty simple to assemble. Not a lot of parts. You've got a big cubby on the door to keep your main things. But it folds up so compact.
And it is on locking casters. So the whole thing will lock in on the main cabinet. Just close that up. The cabinet itself does not lock, but it does have a magnet in the front to kind of latch it closed. No quilt leaf or anything. So just, again, a very small basic cabinet for those smaller spaces or entry-level machines.
Locking casters on sale this month.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see a price online. It might not be the price Tricia's going to really charge you, though. Call in for a special. So the Judy, this is the Judy cabinet, Judy, Judy. I see people talking about the Aussie. This is like the opposite end of the Aussie.
Yes.
Aussie, Judy, and then we showed you the #1 selling Kangaroo and Joey. And we like to think about this is a great entry point for folks. The Kangaroo and Joey will serve a lot of people's needs. We sell hundreds and hundreds of them every month. And it is really for storage, I'd say. And then the Aussie is really for workspace.
Your large, expansive workspace. Yeah, you can enjoy optimal storage and organization. Judy's got a little bit of storage, and then the Aussie, the largest workspace.
So this is the Judy cabinet. Yes.
I do want to interject something really quickly with that because you may laugh at me, but I could see this being perfect for your second machine. So
yes.
Awesome if it's for a small space, but like I like using a particular machine more often than another, but it would be super handy to have my acrylic table already with my machine set up on the side so I can go maybe use my straight stitch machine in there and use my other machine in my office.
I agree.
So love it. Love it. Love it.
So yes, and you know it's priced at it's value priced. It's not a value cabinet. I mean, there's nothing. There are no shortcuts on this. It has the exact same lift as you saw in the Kangaroo and Joey and the Aussie.
And that can hold up to 55 pounds.
55 pounds.
55 pounds. Those machines, those weigh a lot, and this lift will accommodate those.
So it might be value priced, but you're getting a heck of a value with the Judy cabinet. I saw a couple questions about color. This comes in wood grain white and also a teak color with wood grain. So with that, we probably have about 6 minutes
to go over
nine more things.
9 more things. I think we can do it.
My goodness, can we do it? Of course we can.
Here.
Tricia, are you good if we move on?
I sure am, but I just have to let you know that I'm going to give you time to show love to those chairs because they are worth it. So if you go a little bit over, it's okay.
Someone wants to know, how much are the chairs? Well, I can assure you there's a call-in special on the chairs. Am I right, Tricia? Call-in special?
You are so right.
Oh, man.
We're missing one.
The chairs are all at different heights.
We're missing one.
We are? Yes, we are.
We're
missing
one.
buttons.
Buttons is gone.
We're not just missing one, we're missing buttons.
We are missing buttons.
Bright buttons.
Bright buttons.
Well, you know what?
How
The
will we
good thing is we have many people in our office that are watching and criticizing us during our live stream, right?
Yeah.
Normally they compliment us. They say how great you do and I can improve.
Yes.
But someone will bring us the Bright Buttons chair in moments. How they're going to get it to us, I don't know, because we have cabinets everywhere. So the Aero Classic Sewing Furniture Sewing Chair. It has been the #1 sewing chair by multiple blogs on the internet.
Amazing.
Consumer shows, Valerie is at consumer shows, people sit in it and they go, wow.
Yeah, they walk past and go, oh, I'm good. That's a cute chair, but it doesn't look comfortable. And the moment they sit in it, their eyes just like glow and they are just in heaven. It
Why
feels
don't we
so
grab
amazing.
The Sew Now, Sew Wow chair, the H6880.
Yes.
I'm just trying to show off that I actually know the model number.
Yeah.
Why don't you sit in that and show the lumbar support to the camera?
All right. So the key point is to make sure you get your back all the way to the back of the chair, making sure that it hits that lumbar support right here. It's going to keep that comfort on the small of your back. Even if you lean forward a little bit, it is still comforting and supporting your lower back. It's going to help take that strain and pain off your neck and shoulders. Height adjustable. I know a few of you have been asking, this is height adjustable. So it goes from 18 to 22 inches. And you want to make sure when you're sitting there, this is a little bit too short for me, that your legs are at a 90 degree angle. So that helps take that pain off of your back. And it's got a nice swivel spin here. So you can just maneuver all around your sewing area. Rolls really nice on carpeting.
It's going to roll so well. I'm going to roll another chair over here as I walk in front of the camera and you see my head. Thank you, gentlemen.
So we found buttons.
Look at that thing roll right on that rug.
Another amazing feature about this chair, it has under seat storage in it. Look at, you can store your candy, your chocolates, sharp objects.
That's a Beast bar, by the way.
A Beast bar.
That's a Beast bar that's in there. Mr. Beast.
It is Mr. Beast. Look at that.
Mr. Beast.
So this right here is our bright buttons. The one I am sitting on is.
You know who's more popular than Mr. Beast on YouTube?
No.
SPO.
Oh.
I think Tricia's more popular than Mr. Beast on YouTube.
Oh my, if only.
If only. If only. So the chairs come with a 1-year warranty. It has a 5-star base. Did you fall over in it? Did you lean over and like drop your pen or anything?
Would you like me to show you how easy it is to not tip over?
Look at you. You got great balance.
I do, even though I really don't.
So the chair is very solid with the 5 casters, kind of the star base, gives it extra support. Has a 250-pound weight capacity.
Yes, 300.
300 pounds.
300 pounds.
That's right. We changed it like a year and a half ago.
Yes. So we have 4 beautiful prints right here. And we have 5 solid fabrics.
Should we go through the names real quick?
We
just
can.
in case people want to look at them on the site?
There's one other thing I want to let them know.
Oh, boy.
I'm just letting you know, this is one of the comments that get made to me at shows is when they sit on these, they are very soft and comforting. These are our cotton fabric. This one here with our solids is more of an upholstery fabric, so it will give you a little bit stiffer of a sit, but still very comfortable, just like the other fun prints ones.
And that's a great point. A lot of people make chairs with really soft foam in it.
Yeah.
These are a stiffer type foam, which will actually hold you better while you sew.
Does not flatten out. It's like amazing.
Somebody wants black sewing notions.
We can
sold. Cat chair sold. So
somebody loves the gray lady.
Great Lady Gray.
Lady Gray.
Sold. There she is. So we have 4 patterns. We have bright buttons on the end.
So bright buttons right here.
Sew now, sew wow. Black sewing notions.
Oh, my Vanna White skills are
failing
me
man.
here.
We have a very complicated part number on the cat chair.
Ooh, very hard.
It's called H-cat for hydraulic
Look
cat
at these
chair.
kitty cats. They're so cute.
Because it goes 18 to 22 inches in seating height
It
adjustment.
does. Correct.
We've got Princess Hazel.
Now, Princess Hazel, it looks tan. But if you get up close to it, it's a really
Ethan,
nice
can we go up close?
piece
Okay,
of
I'll get ready.
a really nice fabric that's going to intertwine with any kind of decor that you have. It's got like a red and a green and a whole bunch of different colors woven into it. So such a pretty color. As Harley's getting ready to show some close-ups, I'm going to continue on. So this is our Duchess blue. So here is our blue pattern right here. Then we have our royal purple, Crown Ruby, and Lady Gray. So we'll start back now that Harley's nice and close. So
okay,
Lady Gray. So this
that
is
is
our
gray with like some flecks. It's still gray though.
Yes.
No color.
Then we have our Crowned Ruby. So another beautiful.
It's got a little black
mixed
in there.
Yep. The same as our purple. Our purple. This is our royal purple. Duchess blue, so it's got a little bit of a darker blue and a lighter blue, so a really nice contrast to your sewing room to pick up those colors.
I like this one.
But then again, look at that. Look at these colors that are woven into this tan one. So it's a nice accent piece. You know, everybody's like, oh, I have so much tan in my house and the brown woodwork and our furniture is brown. But then when they see the colors woven in there,
It's got a little blue and a little red and a little aqua and
a whole bunch of different colors.
It's a beautiful chair.
Then moving on to our fun fabrics. So our kitty cats here. Look at how those kitties pop on that black fabric right there.
I really want to say meow, but I'm trying not to.
Black sewing notions. So the very vibrant colors in here, the teals that pop out, the pinks. This is my ultimate favorite. our Alexander Henry Sew Wow Sew Now. So very bright here, got the buttons and the flowers and all the sewing notions.
Zipper.
It's beautiful, nice teal. And then you got your bright buttons, another very vibrant pattern on here that's really going to pop and pull those colors out of your sewing room. It's just a nice chair to have in your sewing space. Again, goes from 18 to 22 inches, and that is from the top of the seat down to the floor. It has that 360 spin, that amazing lumbar support, 5-star base, so you don't have to worry about falling off of it if you bend over to pick something up. Why are you getting up close and personal? And then it's got that storage underneath the seat.
How you clean the fabric with a damp cloth and spot clean.
Look at that. Look at that storage in there. There's confetti in here. I don't want to pull it out because I don't want to have Ethan have to clean again. So this here, you know, the great storage that you have in there, it's amazing what people come to the shows and tell me what they store in these. And some people actually forget they put stuff in it, but just an all-around great chair.
Okay, Ethan has put up the different fabric swatches on the screen now to kind of give an overview of the different colors that are available. And the best part about this is order now, ship tomorrow. Comes in 2 boxes, easy to put together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Under 10 minutes.
10, 15 minutes.
Easy to do. So, Tricia, we're like 3 minutes over and you still want to tell the people how they can get these great Arrow and Kangaroo sewing furniture products. You own it, so you're a great spokesperson for it.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I absolutely love the Arrow products. So I will definitely be talking about the special event pricing and everything. But before you guys head out, there are a couple of questions if you are able to answer them before we head out.
Our way.
Perfect. So I do see that Cynthia had asked on the cabinets, are the units made of laminate? She said, sorry if you already mentioned it.
They are. It's a laminate over an MDF solid core, so they're really, really strong.
Very strong.
Strong, and they're easy to clean. They're very easy to clean.
They are easy to clean.
And Susan was asking what the first cabinet was. That was the
first
Kangaroo
cabinet
and Joey.
was the Kangaroo and Joey with the kiwi, that gray one. That one comes in 3 different colors, the white, teak, and the gray.
Perfect. Now the Aussie, the white is currently out of stock, correct, until June, but it's totally worth the wait. So don't let that.
Yeah, get your order in. Don't let that stop you.
Yes, for sure. But we have some fabulous pricing, so we would still honor that pricing if you get the order placed during our event. So,
Tricia, someone asked if an Aurifil thread fits in the chair. So I have an Aurifil thread spool right here, and I put it. I checked it in a couple spots. Yeah, it closes fine. It does not
beautiful.
hit.
And you should get all your Aurifil thread.
If you turn, you'll show
Purple
up.
thread goes in there.
Closes right up.
Standing up even.
And open it up, and it's still standing.
Ta-da!
Now you need to
Color-coded.
fill your chair with the Aurifil thread because right now it's 20% off. So if you put Aurifil 20 at checkout, you get that coupon.
Wow.
So fill up that chair with some Aurifil thread.
Fill it with Aurifil.
I love it.
That'd be a good giveaway, actually, Tricia. We should remember that.
There you go. Fill it with all the thread.
Fill it with thread. Fill it with love.
We've got another one here. Are the inserts included or are they extra?
Those are extra.
The inserts are extra, and your Sewing Parts Online folks can help you order that, or you put your machine, exact model number, all the details into your online order. If there are questions, customer service will call you.
That is correct. This one I did want to touch on too. If you have 2 machines, can it be cut to fit both?
No. You can buy 2 inserts, though.
Buy 2 inserts.
Exactly.
So the good thing is you don't have to buy an extra cabinet. You can have the one cabinet with multiple inserts. So
you could buy a Judy and have an insert made for both, and you'd really be a rock star.
You would be rock star, but if you can't, you can order an additional insert. So
correct.
Yes.
And the other nice thing is they are easily adjustable. So depending on, the height of your machine right here, you may have to adjust the base on the cabinet just a little bit up or down.
We do our best. We do our best
No,
to get it as close as we can, but we don't hit every single make and model perfectly.
And we have a great video to show you how to adjust the height of your cabinet when you put it in. When it goes up and down, when you press it up and down, we've got some great videos to show you how to do it really easily. It's one screwdriver and a tape measure or ruler, actually.
Yeah.
You're done.
And a piece of tape. Or
Well,
something.
now that I got my second insert for my other machine, when I do that adjustment, maybe I'll have to take a little video.
There you go.
Yeah.
So another
Might get,
TikTok.
might get 4 million hits.
Maybe. All right. Well, we've got some questions yet, but we'll just have to have you back to answer some more so I can go over some special event pricing.
Well, you know what? I look forward to being back for that. Dana asked a question about the largest size. Can I answer that one before we go?
You sure can. And I want
Because
you to
that
stick
opening's
around
an
for the
A7.
giveaway.
Yeah, so the A7 opening on the
23
Kangaroo is 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. So any Bernina machine is going to fit in there. Your Brothers, your Janomes, the only ones it's not is like the Luminaire, the Solaris, M7, M17, and the 920. Those machines are a little bit too long in their throats to fit and accommodate into that opening. So an Icon will fit, an Epic will fit, a Dream machine will fit. You know, so we had an Icon in the Aussie that we showed earlier.
We did.
Perfect. And again, if anybody has any questions about compatibility, give us a call. We are so happy to help you. There we go.
Awesome. And Tricia, we're back tomorrow with some of the same, but some new also.
But I won't be here. So thanks for having me. I had so much fun on my first live with you guys.
Well, we've enjoyed you. And do you guys want to both stick around until we do the giveaway just for an extra second?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
You bet.
Awesome. Do we want to go ahead and pull up the giveaway tool? And thank you so much for these donations. They have been fabulous. We are super excited to give away this little caddy.
I want to know who's going to win.
Add it to your space, right?
That's right.
We're going to draw now. Let's
We
see
need
who the
music.
winner is.
Yeah. Feel like the wheel of
We've been
fortune.
talking about that. We've got to add some drama. We've got to
Yeah.
add some drama.
Suspense.
The Racer Girl.
Girl.
Congratulations.
Girl. All right.
Well, thank you both for joining us
Congratulations, Racer
today.
Girl.
And Harley, we'll see you tomorrow. And Valerie, hopefully we'll see you in the future as well.
Thanks,
You
guys.
will. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So fun. All right. As Harley and Valerie had mentioned, we have some great pricing on the Judy and the Eleanor as well. So let me go ahead and pull up the Judy first. So that MSRP is normally $8.99, on sale for $3.99. And you're reading that correctly, guys. That's the sale price, but we still have our special event pricing. So you're going to get an even better price than the $3.99. And as I mentioned, this is fabulous for small spaces or your second machine or just a nice addition to your sewing area. Then we've got the Eleanor. We had a lot of questions about the Eleanor. That adjustable sewing and serging table was so cool. I was also thinking this could be pretty funny. We've been talking about getting a treadmill for under your desk. I have a feeling one of those small treadmills could totally fit under there and you could do some sewing, or if you weren't using your sewing machine, you could put your computer there. So dual purposes. I like dual purposes. But the Eleanor is normally $9.99, on sale for $7.99. Of course, you can call in for special event pricing. Financing is available if that is an option that you're looking to do. And Harley had mentioned that he is going to show some of the same furniture tomorrow, but some different ones as well. One of those is going to be the Wallaby. So that's just a sneak peek of the Wallaby. And that particular cabinet also comes with the free multi-use cabinet. So I am extremely excited to do a recap today because we had a lot of good stuff to show you. But before we get started on recapping, I just want to remind everybody that we're going to do our final giveaway today. Is going to be the Cutie tabletop frame, the 5-foot luminous light station, and the 8-pack of finesse thread. So you're going to want to keep an eye out for that surprise spring word, which has been a whole lot of fun. I hope everybody's enjoying that because we really enjoy doing it. So I just want to show one more time a couple of videos that we made. I should say we had a couple more of the Aussie. Can you tell I love it? I love this thing so much. But we did the little tour where I was putting it together, but we also have showing some leg space. Now, keep in mind, this was a TikTok, so it's pretty fast, but somebody had asked, if your machine's in storage position, will you have room for your legs?
I assure you, you'll sew in comfort. You can store your machine and still sit at the main station, but it's more comfortable if you swing to the left and use that section. Better yet, watch this. Remove the caddy and attach it to the door. Now you can have another station with plenty of legroom.
Yeah, super fast. But I just wanted to show that that leg room is so important. Like, you do have options for moving the caddy over. But all right, so Brian, are we ready to do a recap of day 2?
I think so.
We're going to start all the way at the beginning, and we will do that. Before I start showing the product, I do want to just remind everybody that we do have a coupon code for items. 34,000 eligible items on our website can get 15% using coupon code SCLSS, which is SewCreative Live Spring Social. So just keep that in mind. Also, as we had just talked about with Harley, the Aurifil thread is on sale, 20% off. That's any Aurifil thread. So it's a great time to stock up on this beautiful, beautiful thread. And if you didn't tune in yesterday, I'm just going to show this little trick again. Karen had said, you can take the bottom off, and that's where your thread starts. Very great thread.
My mic is dead, so I'm going to need you to share this. But
Oh, okay.
Let them know we're going to put up the final word right now.
Okay. Brian's microphone died, so he just wanted to let everybody know that he is going to share the surprise spring word right now so that you can put that in the comments and get entered for the final giveaway for today. And then also, I just want to talk about day 4's grand prize. We are going to be giving away the Baby Lock Triumph, which is worth $7,500. This is an amazing, amazing machine. This serger, it is a serger and has an option for cover stitch. You can do some fabulous projects on this machine. So that will be given away on day 4. But again, today we are going to do the cutie, the luminous light station, and the 8-pack of finesse thread. And just to recap, if you're wondering what a cutie is, it's a tabletop frame. You are able to place a frame on your table if you'd like and match it with either a mid-arm or a long arm machine, or you can even have a carriage that allows you to use your domestic machine, and you can get into the free motion sewing on a frame. So let's start. I know the recaps, I usually have to do the halfway between because we've got a lot of information, but let's get started. So this morning we had Luann Hartley with Juki join us, and she demonstrated the Juki MCS 1700 QVP cover stitch machine. This is a fabulous cover stitch machine. It is normally $1,099, on sale for $799. Of course, you can call in for the special event pricing. A cover stitch machine is just a fabulous addition to your sewing space. This is going to allow you to do cover hems, finish those hems on the bottom of your shirt, but you can also do some quilting and use the decorative chain stitching to give a completely different look. I had made a little oopsie before. Luann had demonstrated the MO 2800. I also have the overlay here for the MO 3000 QVP. But Brian, would you mind pulling up the 2800 so everybody can see that machine as well? I'm going to remove this for just a moment. They're both fabulous machines. We're just going to do special pricing on both of them. But if you are watching the demo today, she did the MO 2800. In my recap, I had said the 3000. So I just wanted to clarify and let you know that it was the 2800. All right. So he's got that pulled up here. And if we can just see the MSRP, I'm squinting at it. Is it $2,999?
It's $2,099.
$2,099, and it's on sale for $1,599, I believe. Is that correct?
That is true. We only have one left in stock.
Only one left in stock on the 2800, but that $1,599 is not the special event pricing as I'm showing with the overlay. So if you enjoyed that demo, she did a wonderful job showing all the great features of that machine. You can call in and with the special event pricing. Customer service is available until 5 p.m. today. So you can give them a call and they'd be happy to help you. The next one that I wanted to show you is the Floriani Total Control U embroidery software. It's normally an MSRP of $4,299.99, on sale for $2,999.99, but it is coming with the 15 You Design It collection and the My Design album, which values $2,700 by itself. That is so cool. But in addition to that, during SewCreative Live, you will also get the Floriani Favorites embroidery tool set, $140 value. So again, please give us a call. That sale price is not as low as we can go. We just cannot display the price. So you'll have to call in to get that particular price. We had a lot of great information from Ashley on the Total Control U. She did a wonderful demonstration. If you didn't catch it and are interested in embroidery software, I highly recommend watching the replay tonight and seeing if you are ready to get some software, because now's the time to do it. She also did a fabulous job showing the uses for the different types of stabilizer. This stabilizer bundle is fantastic. You got a nice assortment for your sewing space and you're just ready to go. And normally that value would be $186.95, on sale for $89.99. You're essentially buying the Power Mesh Nude Fusible, the Perfect Stick Tearaway, and the Dream Weave, but you're getting the Heat and Gone Topper and the Stitch Perfect Tape for free. So great value. Next up, we had Miriam, and she showed the wonderful Janome Memory Craft 14,000 computerized sewing, quilting, and I'm adding embroidery. I had a little typo on there. That is definitely an embroidery machine, and a fantastic one at that. The MSRP on that is $9,999, on sale for $6,999. Couple of things to note there. You know that's not the special event pricing, so you can get an even better price than what's displayed. But also right now, you have the option of doing the free bonus bundle, and that's going to be a value of $706. So this machine comes with a ton of accessories, and you have the option of doing the free bonus bundle, and you get the special event pricing, and you have financing available. So there's so many awesome things about this particular machine. Just a couple of the features that stood out to me. I absolutely love the 11-inch throat that it has. You have lots of space to the right of the needle. So your project, if you have a quilt, it can be bunched up. You have plenty of room. You can do free motion sewing if you would like. It is great. It's a 9mm stitch width. You also have my favorite feature, the one-step needle plate conversion. You can easily pop off that needle plate, switch it out for the straight stitch plate, and you're ready to go. This machine has 400 built-in stitches and 13 buttonholes. And the embroidery side, you've got 350 embroidery stitches. Love that. Has great lighting. Also, that faceplate on the left-hand side easily opens up, and you can clean it and remove any stuck thread if that happens to happen to you. And you can also see the speed control lever. That is a must. If anybody is wondering what the speed control does, it allows you to set it at a slower pace or a faster pace, but then you have the ability to press your foot control all the way down without having to worry that it's going to take off on you. You can turn it down slow, push that foot control all the way down, and you will be sewing without worrying about going on cruise. The other machine that Miriam had shown us is the semi-industrial straight stitch sewing and quilting machine. It's the Janome 1600 PQC. This is a wonderful machine. As I just mentioned, it is a straight stitch machine. So just to clarify, it doesn't do zigzag or decorative stitching, but it does a straight stitch, and it does it very well. It is 1600 stitches per minute. You've got an 8 7/8 inch throat space. You've got that knee lifter option. So if you are needing to have a third hand, right, you've got that ability. What a knee lifter does is you can, if you see that small hole in the front of the machine, there's a lever that you can put in there, and then you can use your knee to lift the presser foot. So let's just say you were working with a quilt and you didn't want to pick up your hands, or maybe you were working with a bag and you positioned everything just so and you didn't want to release anything, you can use that knee lifter to move your presser foot up and then put it back down after you've positioned everything correctly. A straight stitch machine is really, really great for piecing, quilting, bag making, home deck, lots and lots of awesome options. Plus, this particular machine has some of the fancier features like your scissor function. So it will cut your thread for you. It also has an L-style bobbin, and it's just overall a fantastic machine. As with the other Janome that I had just mentioned, the MemoryCraft 14,000, there's that option of the free bonus bundle. This machine also has an option for a free bonus bundle worth $122. So you're going to be able to get some great accessories now. And then you can also give us a call and we'll get you some special event pricing. So that $13.49 is not the lowest we can go. Give us a call, We can help you out for sure. Let me see what we have next coming up. We're going to go over some of the furniture that we had just talked about once again. The Kangaroo and Joey cabinet set normally is $2,499. We are displaying the sale price of $1,799, but we can get you a better price than that, so just give us a call. So in addition to the even better pricing for SewCreative Live event only, you are going to get the cabinet special event pricing, but you also get the free Kiwi multi-use cabinet. So this is a fantastic value. It is a great addition to your sewing space. You've got a drawer at the top where you can store your thread. You've got the little leaf on the side where you can put either a little cutting mat or just hold some goodies. And you can also put the pressing mat right at the top. And then of course you've got your soft closed drawers, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful addition. This particular cabinet is really, really great if you're looking for a little extra storage. As you can see, it has the 3 drawers on the Joey, and then the top one has an extra drawer as well. You can remove the Joey completely and have extra leg room if you wanted to do another chair, or if you had something set up on the left-hand side as well as on the right. So great, great little cabinet, especially if you are looking for storage. Back to my Aussie. I am loving this thing. So you will hear me say this over and over, you guys. It is such an amazing cabinet. So worth it. As I mentioned before, it is out of stock at the moment, but we will honor any pricing if you place the order during the SewCreative Live event. So you could get that at less than the $17.99 displayed. It normally is $2,499. We have the sale price of the $17.99, but we have that special event pricing. Of course, it does come with the free Kiwi multi-use cabinet as well. This is a full-size cabinet, you guys. It has 31 square feet of workspace. And as they had shown, you can use it in many different ways. You can remove the caddy completely. You can extend the leaf on the back or put the leaf down, depending on what you need and how much space you need at that time. You've got the option of the free arm flatbed and storage positions for your particular machine. You can get the insert, which is awesome. I absolutely love doing the flatbed position, so you have that nice level surface for sewing. Also, Sew Steady is going to tune in on the day 4, and you'll see some of their inserts as well as some of the tables. So make sure that you do tune in for that as well. It was awesome seeing the brand new Eleanor. The Eleanor is a sewing and serging adjustable table. It normally is $9.99, on sale for $7.99. Again, that is not the lowest that we can go. You can always give us a call for the special event pricing. And it also can be paired with a table. As you can see from the picture, it does show the legs on that because it doesn't have the front option to have the little ledge where the insert sits on. You're going to need the legs in order to pair it with a table, but that is an awesome option. And you can do that for both the sewing machine and the serger. We didn't go over the Wallaby, but just a super quick picture on this one. This is a great cabinet as well. It is $2,199, on sale for $1,599. And this machine, or excuse me, this cabinet also comes with the free Kiwi. So it's a great option if you have a serger and you need to store that. As you can see on the left-hand side, it's a perfect spot for a serger and has that nice soft close drawer. I also want to recap on the wonderful Aero hydraulic chairs. These things are so great. They normally are $449 and on sale for $329. But as Harley had mentioned, we do have a special event pricing on it. You have 9 different options. You've got the 5 solids and the 4 print patterns. You've got the bright buttons, the cat's meow, sewing notions, Princess Hazel, Crown Ruby, Royal Purple, Lady Gray, Duchess Blue, and the Sew Now, Sew Wow. And they have that wonderful storage underneath the seat. They always have the chocolate bars, right? Or, you know, you could put the manuals in there. But it has great lumbar support, 5 wheels, you're not going to tip. It has 18 to 22 inch height adjustable, so you can get it perfectly positioned where you need it. And you've got those heavy duty casters and you've got a 360-degree swivel. So it is just an all over wonderful, wonderful chair. Before I talk about some of the machines that I spoke of yesterday, I just want to remind you guys to make sure that you are commenting the surprise spring word so you can get in on the giveaway here at the end of the day. Oh my, I didn't even realize it. Oh, I didn't even realize it was getting close to the end of the day. Can you stick with me a little bit longer? I want to tell you about the machines. Are you guys good if I go just a smidge longer? All right. So let's talk about some of the Qnique machines. So these are incredible because with the purchase of any Qnique machine, you're going to get a free accessory pack worth $1,000. So if you have been thinking about getting a mid-arm or long arm machine, now is the time to do it. So not only are you going to get this accessory pack, I'm going to talk about the frame sale as well. With the 16X manual machine, that is normally $3,999. It is on sale for $3,499, but you're used to me saying it now. That is not the lowest price that we can go. Just give us a call and we get you the special event pricing on that. Next up in the 16X series, you've got the 16X mid-arm quilting machine. Notice that there is now an LCD screen on the front of the machine, so that's a nice addition. But you also have the 16 inches of throat space. Again, with the purchase of the machine, you get that free accessory pack. And I wanted to show you what was in that accessory pack. Let's pull that up really quickly. So with that free accessory pack, you get a 5 or 10 foot luminous light bar, a pack of needles, a 3-piece hopping foot kit, some bobbins, the Leah Day rulers. You get 3 of those. You get a ruler base and you get some mini clips. So you are well equipped. In the 16 series, you also have the 16X Elite mid-arm quilting machine. The MSRP on that is $5,999.95, and the sale price is $4,999. Once again, with the purchase of any Qnique machine, you get the free accessory pack. And then we go to the 19X machine. This is the 19X long arm quilting machine. So now instead of the 16-inch throat space, you now have the 19-inch. The MSRP on this machine is $7,299, on sale for $6,499. And you know you can get the better pricing on that, and just a reminder that you have financing available if needed. The 19X Elite is an MSRP of $8,499.95, and that is on sale for $7,699. Let's take a peek at the frames as well. If you have been interested in getting a quilting machine and a frame, it is the time to do it. Take a peek at the special event. I'm not even displaying the special event pricing. This is just the sale price. It's even better pricing if you call in. But that cutie tabletop frame is normally $1,199.95, on sale for $589. And guys, we have an even better price than that. I mean, it is a significant savings. And this cutie tabletop frame is actually what we are going to be giving away here in just a little bit. The next one is the Q-Zone hoop frame. That is normally $1,699.95, and the sale price on that is $989. Can you see why I was saying now is the time if you were interested in getting a quilting frame? There's such good deals right now. The Q-Zone or the Q-Zone Queen frame is normally $1,899.95, and the sale price is $1,199. That has the rail system versus the hoop system. So as does the Continuum 2 frame, that is also a rail system. Normally it is $2,999.95, and it is on sale for $2,199. And that is available in the 8-foot, the 10-foot, or the 12-foot option. And then lastly, you do have the Evolution Elite frame. That normally is $4,299.95 with a sale price of $2,999. And that also is available in the 8-foot, the 10-foot, and the 12-foot. And if you were able to tune in yesterday, Grace showed us the awesome automation. That automation right now, guys, is a fantastic time to get the call-in pricing and get the special event pricing, because there is a significant savings on the automation right now. Automation is simply programming your machine to be able to sew on its own, quilt on its own. It's pretty spectacular. So it is an awesome option for you. The MSRP on the beginner software is $4,999.95, and that's on sale for $3,749.96. And then if you wanted to go with the pro version, that is $7,499.95 with a sale price of $5,624.96. I know that's a very specific price, right? It's currently on sale, but we have a special event pricing that is amazing. And that too has financing available if that is an option that you would like to go with. If you notice down at the bottom, I do mention that this software does not work with iPads, so just keep that in mind. They had mentioned that they are using the Surface Pro 7, so if you were looking for suggestions on what tablet to go with, you just need a Windows 7, 8, 10, or higher in order for it to work for you. That has a very user-friendly interface, easy to follow prompts, and they did a wonderful job just showing that automation. I do want to go back to day one and just double check a couple of other ones. I want to show you the Regent. That Regent long arm machine with the tabletop or the table was an awesome machine. Richard Tharp from Baby Lock, the Baby Lock educator, featured that one. So let's just back up just a smidge here, and I want to show you that as well. If I can just find all my stuff and things. There it is. Okay, so this is the Baby Lock Regent long arm quilting machine and table. This is going to be an MSRP of $7,999 on sale for $6,399. Again, you've got your special event pricing, so you are more than welcome to give us a call. We've got a little bit of time yet, about an hour here. We close at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, but they can help you get that order placed. The Regent has 2,200 stitches per minute, an 18-inch throat space. You've got an M-class bobbin, so it holds a whole lot more thread, so you're not changing your bobbin as frequently. This machine also has a really friendly interface, but the one thing that I really want to point out is it has the Stitch Harmony stitch regulation, so you do not have to purchase the stitch regulation separately. That is so cool. And also the table, it has an adjustable height, so you can do it either sitting or standing. And then the table only takes up a very small footprint. So this is 36 inches by 31 3/4. So it is an awesome way to be able to do some free motion sewing and using your long arm machine when you only have a small amount of space. Also, this, I just want to clarify, if you think of the needle as your pen and the fabric as your paper, in this particular setup, you are going to be moving the paper. You're going to be moving the quilt. Whereas where I was showing you the 16X or the 19X, those paired with a frame, you are going to be moving the paper instead. So, or pen, excuse me, it's the end of the day. You're moving the pen instead. So it's just a different setup. It's what you enjoy. But I just wanted to clarify that in this setup, you are moving the quilts and you're able to make a masterpiece, right? Love that. Ashley Jones also joined us from Dime, and I know a few people were asking questions regarding the snap hoop monsters. So just keep in mind that they are compatible with many different machines. If you have any questions about the Dime snap hoop monsters, if you click on the product, there is a compatibility chart that you can click on, and it'll show whether or not your machine is compatible with that particular frame. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to reach out to our customer service, and they are happy to help you. Also, she had shown that in print and stick target paper. That is so cool. It allows you to print out essentially a template, and then you can stick that and position everything properly before you stitch it out. So very cool. The MSRP on that is $24.99, and that is on sale for $19.99. And as I put there, perfect positioning every time. It is very important also to support your quilt. So whether or not you have a small quilt or a large quilt, you may want to pick up a weightless quilter. So you've got the tabletop option. This is the tabletop weightless quilter. MSRP is $70.99, on sale for $59.99. This is just going to support your quilt, so it's not tugging on your quilt and pulling it off to the side, you know, bending your needle or getting you messy stitches. It just does exactly what I said, supports your quilt. So the tabletop version is awesome for a smaller quilt, whereas if you're using or doing a larger quilt, you've got the option of the regular weightless quilter. The MSRP on that is $399.99, on sale for $299.99. Let's see, were there any other ones that I wanted to cover from yesterday? I think I covered it all, guys. What do you think? I think so. All right. Well, I know we wanted to talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So Brian, do you want to pull up our schedule and we can take a peek at what's coming up for tomorrow? And I've got my little paper here too, so I can take a peek as well. Well, actually, I'll just read these off because the Grace Company is going to be back. They are going to be showing the True Cut. It is a unique cutting system. It is wonderful. They've got rotary cutters and some different rulers. And right now, the True Cut combos are on sale, 20% off. So that works out great. We're going to have Anna Avery Vaughn back. Oh, I love her. She is going to feature the Baby Lock Soprano and the Baby Lock Flare. Both fabulous machines. The Flare is embroidery only, and then the Soprano is a wonderful sewing and quilting machine. It has a lot of great features. So both of those machines are awesome, just depending on what you're in the market for, but gotta love Baby Lock. So Anna does a wonderful demonstration as well, so you're gonna wanna tune into that. After Anna, we've got Kelsey Smith. She's fabulous. She's Kelsey Crafts on TikTok. She does a lot of tutorials and she does little projects, and she's going to be doing a couple of scrap busters. They're going to be a lot of fun. She's going to be doing both kitchen sponges as well as some beeswax wraps. And so great gift ideas, easy projects to do. You're going to want to tune in for that. We also have Amanda Mateo with Uniquely Mateo. If you tuned in at Christmas, she is the jelly roll rug queen. So this time she is going to talk about some common mistakes with making some jelly roll rugs, some tips and tricks on getting your rug to turn out perfectly. So very, very excited for that. And as Harley said, he is coming back tomorrow. We're going to have some of the same, but some additional furniture as well. So if you have any questions that you think of after the end of today, you can tune in tomorrow and ask those again. So, and then we will also be having Miriam Coffey back. She's going to be featuring some Elna machines tomorrow, both of which are fabulous. One is going to be a domestic machine and the other is going to be a semi-industrial machine. So if you're in the market, make sure that you tune in. We also have Kayla Now. She is going to be talking about English paper piecing. So I'm super excited for this because she clarified for me because I wasn't familiar with it, but you've got the English paper piecing and foundation paper piecing. And she explained to me that the foundation paper piecing is using your machine, where English paper piecing is sewing by hand. So it's going to be a really cool project, and maybe you'll get interested in some English paper piecing. So we're always looking to learn more creative outlets, right? So I'm very excited for that. And then tomorrow, At the end of the day, of course, we're going to do our recap and do our final giveaway. I also wanted to pull up a few of the prizes that you can expect for tomorrow. Do we still have that available, Brian? I want to just double check here. I'm just going to pull up day 3 and give you a sneak peek. It's always fun to know what we can look forward to, right? Okay, we have another joy. We love the baby lock joy. So we're going to be giving that away tomorrow. I'm not going to tell you all of them, but I'm going to tell you several of them. The baby lock joy. And then we've got another Janome DC 1050. Can you tell we like giving away the machines? A special thank you to Arrow for donating a Bandicoot sewing cabinet. Hello, that's going to be so awesome. So we're going to be giving that away tomorrow as well. That is a $13.99 value. So super, super cool. And then, of course, we are going to be doing some more fun giveaways during every single segment. So, Brian, is there anything that I've missed, or do we need to do some more recapping other than picking our winner?
I don't think so. By the way, Alex is with me because I'm teaching her how to run the stream so she can do it for me next time. So, Alex, I'm going to let Alex do it, actually. Go ahead and pull up the giveaway tool.
All right. She's going to do awesome.
Okay. Now pull up the giveaway tool. All right. And we got to press draw and do a drum roll. You ready?
Yeah, because this is for the cutie, the luminous bar, and the finesse thread. So let's
drum roll,
see who the
winner is. Karen Miller. Karen
Who's
Miller.
It gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Tracy.
Congratulations, Tracy. And Alex, you did a great job.
I'm going to be out of a job soon.
I got this. All right. Well, to claim that prize, let me pull up that overlay really quickly. So anybody that won today, to claim your prize, simply go to our link tree. It's linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize. You can fill out that form and we will get you taken care of. Again, we're going to display those winners probably on Monday or Tuesday after the event is over. We just have to verify some information and make sure that we're all good to go. But I think that about sums it up for today. I was peeking through the comments here and see if we had any additional questions that I could answer, but I just noticed again that we are over the time frame. But I kind of want to peek and see if we have anything good in there. Maybe I'll save them for tomorrow. I'm just going to double check a couple more. I don't know. It looks like everybody got their questions answered. So, all right, guys. Well, I think that wraps it up for today. I hope you had a wonderful time. I know we did here at Sewing Parts Online. It's so fun to see different projects and different products and see your comments. And hopefully everybody is just having a really, really good time. And I don't know, I just love our sewing community. It's been a good time. But have a wonderful evening. We will be back tomorrow morning. We'll probably do a little warm up around, I don't know, 8:45. So we'll be popping on early before we start the show at 9 o'clock. So until tomorrow, happy sewing.